Chapter 132. It had been a long time since he had returned to Biyao town. Now that he was here again, Longchen felt an indescribable sense of superiority. Here, he was the only super expert. No one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. I can't stay here forever. Otherwise, I'll probably stay here for the rest of my life. Now that the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church's matter has been settled, I'll stay in the Lingwu family from now on. Ling Qing is going there as well. That's the place I want to stay. If I stay in the Lingwu family, Lu Yuan won't dare to touch the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church for me. I didn't expect that the moment Bei Tang Mo appeared, he would directly attack the headquarters of the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church. This Bei Tang Mo is really generous. He directly sent an Earth Core warrior to protect the Yang family. This way, the Yang family won't be in any danger. The Yang family no longer had anything to worry about. The Sacred Scarlet Blood Church had completely disappeared. From now on, Longchen only needed to focus on the Lingwu family. At this moment, everyone in the Yang family knew that Yang Lingqing was going to enter the Lingwu family. The whole family, and even the whole Biyao town, celebrated for a day and a night. Now, Longchen and Yang Lingqing were super famous in Biyao town, and even in the surrounding towns. Longchen was originally a good-for-nothing playboy. He had suffered a lot of spittle. But now, he had completely turned his life around. He had turned into a glorious hero. This made him very proud. 2 days later, Longchen brought Yang Lingqing with him. Under the gaze of countless people in Biyao town, they left Biyao town and headed towards the Lingwu family. Lingqing, let's go for a while longer. I'll introduce you to someone who is very important to me. Both of them were riding on a good horse, jolting along the road. Longchen had already confessed to Yang Lingqing about the black-scaled dragon horse that Yang Lingqing had given him. However, Yang Lingqing didn't blame him. Instead, she blamed herself for causing trouble for Longchen. Very important. Looking at this young man who was born in the same year, month, and day as her, Yang Lingqing was very curious about the extent of his importance. Going from the official road to the forest, Longchen turned around mysteriously. At this moment, Yang Lingqing looked around and asked curiously, "Is the important person you mentioned here? Why can't I see him?" Longchen smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. "Little she, come out." Under Yang Lingqing's surprised gaze, Longchen's ear stud suddenly emitted a misty white light. Then, a 2-centimeter tall girl shrouded in white mist floated out and instantly appeared in front of Yang Lingqing. Yang Lingqing was stunned. What? What is this? How rude. This is your sister-in-law. Longchen said in a strange voice. Sister-in-law? Yang Lingqing was even more confused. Being called sister-in-law by Longchen, Lingxi felt humiliated. She turned around and spat at Longchen. Then, she smiled at Yang Lingqing and pretended to be an elder. Little sister Lingqing, my name is Lingxi. Don't listen to his nonsense. I'm not your sister-in-law. After hearing Lingxi's words, Yang Lingqing looked at the two of them in shock. She said gloomily, "You too. Hurry up and explain to me. What's going on?" It took Longchen a lot of effort to tell Yang Lingqing about Lingxi's situation. He also told her about their experiences together. When she heard that Lingxi had saved Longchen several times, Yang Lingqing quickly accepted this girl. Moreover, Lingxi's current situation was pitiful. Yang Lingqing couldn't help but feel pity for her. The two of them quickly got along very well and completely forgot about Longchen as a middleman. Seeing that the two of them were playing together and he was the third wheel, Longchen had a bitter expression on his face. It was Lingxi who suggested getting to know Yang Lingqing. The person closest to Longchen was Yang Lingqing, so he readily agreed. He didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. Seeing how intimate they were, Longchen was full of bitterness. The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. As Lingxi and Yang Lingqing chatted intensely, they arrived at Yuanling City very quickly. When they reached Yuanling City, there were already people waiting at the city gates to receive young Lingqing. Therefore, at this time, Lingxi could only return to Long Chen's ear stud. The person who came to receive Yang Lingqing was Bei Tangmo. Because of Long Chen and Yang Lingqing's relationship, Lu Lan accompanied him this time. The gathering of two prominent members of the Lingwu family attracted many people's attention. From the looks of it, they should be welcoming someone. After a while, Long Chen and Yang Lingqing appeared in front of them. The others finally knew who Bei Tangmo was waiting for. To be able to make Bei Tangmo and Lu Lan wait here, what is the background of this young man and girl? Who knows? They're just at the Mortal Core realm, and the other one is only at the Dragon Vein realm. Coming to Yuanling's city is like throwing a needle into the ocean, they can't do anything. That's right. Don't think that Yuanling's city is so glamorous. How many geniuses have died here? Under the envious and jealous gazes of the passers-by, Long Chen and Yang Lingqing arrived next to Bei Tangmo. Without saying anything, Bei Tangmo led the two of them into a luxuriously decorated carriage. The carriage then headed towards Lingwu city. On the way, Bei Tangmo didn't say a word. When they were almost there, he told Yang Lingqing, "When we arrive at the Beitang family, listen to my orders. But, I can see that you're an obedient girl, and I don't think you'll cause any trouble. If you have any questions, just ask me." "Yes, I understand." Yang Lingqing nodded her head. Yang Lingqing didn't think about anything, but Long Chen had a lot of worries. Yang Lingqing was still at the Dragon Vein realm, but she was accepted into the inner family. She would definitely be the target of jealousy from many people. Even if she didn't provoke others, others would find an excuse to provoke her. If she wasn't careful, she might die without knowing why. Holding Yang Lingqing's hand, Long Chen could feel that she was actually very nervous, but she didn't want Long Chen to see it. Remember, if someone bullies you, no matter how strong they are, just tell me, I'll stand up for you." When they parted, Long Chen moved his head closer to Yang Lingqing's ear. His voice was filled with authority. "I know. But, if I don't cause trouble, no one will bully me." Although Yang Lingqing was still afraid, she squeezed out a smile and waved her fist at Long Chen. "You better take good care of Sister Lingxi, or I'll beat you up." Long Chen nodded his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. The two parted ways. However, Bei Tangmo clearly heard what Long Chen said to Yang Lingqing. This time, he looked at Long Chen carefully and said, "I heard that you've already submitted your application for the selection battle?" Long Chen nodded his head. Bei Tangmo suddenly laughed coldly, "Don't be too naive. The enemies that Lingqing will face in the future are not people that you can fight against. You better work harder and not embarrass Lingqing." With that, he waved his sleeves and left calmly. When Yang Lingqing left, she turned back to look at him from time to time. Thinking about how this girl had to face so many things alone, Long Chen was still worried. "I don't know if letting her join the Lingwu family is the right thing to do," Long Chen thought to himself. If he wanted Yang Lingqing to not be bullied in the Lingwu family, he had to become stronger. He said that I'm not qualified to fight against the enemies that Lingqing will face? Let's wait and see. Those who dared to bully Yang Lingqing were at least from the inner clan. Long Chen understood that if he wanted to protect Yang Lingqing, he had to enter the inner clan first. "I wonder if I have a chance in the upcoming internal competition." Long Chen watched as Yang Lingqing left, his gaze filled with stubbornness and unyieldingness. At the same time, there was also a deep sense of concern. Lu Lan saw it all. She looked at Long Chen and smiled sweetly. "What? Are you not convinced now?" She was obviously referring to the words that Bei Tangmo had said before he left. "I'm not convinced now, but I'll make you guys convinced in the future." Long Chen raised his head and stared at Lu Lan as he said such disgraceful words. "You've grown a lot more daring." Lu Lan shook her head, her tone was slightly coquettish. Looking at the determined look in this young man's eyes, she felt a little dazed. Noticing that Lu Lan's gaze had become somewhat strange, Long Chen was startled and smiled, why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that you're thinking of eating the cradle? After saying this, Longchen suddenly felt a cold gaze staring at him. Turning his head, he saw a young man staring at him from a building far away. Longchen couldn't see who it was, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Lu Lan wasn't angered by Longchen's teasing. Instead, she was extremely cooperative and placed her hand on Longchen's shoulder. Of course I want to eat you. Can you fulfill my wish? Longchen's entire body went numb. He couldn't handle such hot words. He hurriedly took a few steps back and smiled embarrassedly. Coward, rolling her eyes at Longchen, Lu Lan turned serious and said, "What are you going to do next?" "Of course, I'm going to get the beast soul of the demonic dragon Violet Rain first. Time is of the essence, so I can't talk to you anymore. Goodbye." After saying this, Longchen walked past her without saying another word. He ignored Lu Lan's angry gaze and walked forward. Lu Lan seems to be too passionate towards me today, and in public. What's her motive? Thinking of the man who was staring at him from a building far away, Longchen felt that something was wrong. I didn't sleep with his girl, why are you looking at me like that? The lunar calendar was updated at midnight, and it was already the 21st. Here are my wishes for this year. 1. The fire of the dragon blood god warrior will break the sky, shake the universe, and devour the starry sky. 2. Those who support me will be healthy and live a long life. I will become a VIP after I become rich. 3. My family, thank you for your company. We will go on happily. 4. My baby Yu Xiao Sha will be healthy and grow up happily, and then marry me. If you support me, go to the book review and comments section and leave a blessing for me. Thank you, I want to see strength. In order to thank you for your support, I will update this book with 500,000 words in December. There will be 5 to 10 chapters a day, and each chapter will have more than 3,000 words. This is the fastest update on the website. Please support me. Those who are not in the book market can search for The Young Sword Emperor. This is definitely a good book. I am Qingyang, and this is the work of my good friend Purple Chen. I have just released the book, and I need everyone's support. Chapter 133. After returning to the Green Willow residence, Longchen went back to his own place. He had reached the peak mortal core realm. Under the arrangement and request of the Lingwu family, he had moved to a rank 1 disciple's place. This was the first time Longchen had gone there, so he wasn't familiar with the route. I have 240 contribution points left. If I want the soul grass, I need 300. But Old Man Lu wants me to use 500 contribution points to exchange for a mystic rank 6 beast soul. Obviously, he values me a lot. Then you should go to the Sky Realm. Alright, let's go and see what the new house looks like. When he was in Biyao town, Longchen had rested enough. Now, he was going to start his journey. The Lingwu family were extremely wealthy. Their buildings were luxurious. Even a rank 3 disciple's place was not bad, let alone a rank 1 disciple. With the help of his identity jade plate, Longchen quickly found the entrance to a huge courtyard. The courtyard looked like it was made of white jade, it was beautiful. This is where I live. The Lingwu family is really generous. When Longchen was about to open the door with his identity jade plate, Lingxi suddenly said, "Look at the room next to it, the door isn't closed. The person inside seems to be the deacon's sister. Lu Ling? She has reached the peak mortal core realm?" Lu Ling's place was right next to his, and this girl didn't even close the door. How could Longchen not go and visit her? This girl has reached the peak mortal core realm, she must be very arrogant. Daddy, I will go and tease her. Thinking up to this point, Longchen gently pushed open the door of her courtyard and walked in. The place where a rank 1 disciple lives is like a legendary paradise. I think she's in that room, I wonder what she's doing. Lingxi could only find out where other people were, but she didn't know what they were doing. Longchen quietly moved closer to the door. When he was close to the door, he gently pushed it. He was about to play some tricks and scare Lu Ling, but when he saw her, he was stunned. At this moment, Lu Ling was lying comfortably in the bathtub. Her eyes were closed and she was completely naked. Long Chen had only taken a glance, but he had already seen the whole picture. That lass. In another 1 or 2 years, she'll definitely become like her elder sister. Long Chen's mouth was dry and she quickly turned around to escape. At this time, Lu Ling also saw her. She immediately covered her vital parts and let out an earth-shattering scream. We're done for. Long Chen quickly returned to his residence and shut the door tightly. Without an identity jade plate, Lu Ling could not enter his residence. What a pervert, bathing without closing the door. Thinking of her slender figure and fair skin, Long Chen felt a little unsatisfied, but he didn't dare to look at her again. I think you must be overjoyed. Lingxi's angry voice came out from Lingxi's sword. At the same time, Long Chen felt a sharp pain in his ear. Little she, please spare my life, I didn't do it on purpose. It was only after Long Chen tried to explain himself in every possible way and made countless promises that he was innocent that Ling Shi spared his life. She said fiercely, if you dare to look again, I will take your little life, humph. Long Chen didn't expect this to happen. However, he knew that Lu Ling hated him to begin with, and this time, she might hate him even more. Maybe she would bring him some trouble. Whatever, I'm sure she's guarding the door now. I'll merge with the Thunder Flame crystal first, then I'll go out. His late mortal core true energy was much more powerful than before, and he could now suppress more Thunder Flame crystals. When Long Chen was in Biyao town, he had already merged with the 21st crystal. According to my calculations, my current limit should be 30. During the process of merging with the Thunder Flame crystal, although he was still at the first level of the Thunder Flame combat body, Long Chen's body had become stronger. The effect of the Thunder Flame crystal was huge. Every time he merged with one, he could feel his combat strength increasing. 3 days have passed, and I've merged with the 25th crystal. The soul grass is the guarantee of Lingxi's life. I can't waste any more time. I need to enter the Sky Martial Realm first. After 3 days, Long Chen didn't believe that Lu Ling was still waiting for him outside. When he opened the door, Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. There was no one outside, so he quickly flew towards the Sky Martial Palace. Now, Long Chen's reputation in the Green family was getting bigger, and everyone knew about him. However, in the Lingwu family, Long Chen still hadn't made any good friends. The red blood sex business is over. It's time for me to start a new life. Long Chen was full of confidence in himself. This confidence came from the mysterious dragon jade left behind by Long Qinglan, and the mysterious drop of blood. Dragon soul transformation, blood refining, and the other version of blood refining, devouring blood world. Devouring blood world is even more bloody and cruel. I can't use it unless I'm in an extreme situation. This was a power similar to a domain. As long as one was in this domain, they would be affected by Long Chen. In order to suppress the boiling blood in their body, their fighting strength would be greatly reduced. If it was a weak person, they would basically be devoured by Long Chen. If I use this devouring blood world well, it will probably be an even more heaven-defying ability. Long Chen knew very well that anything related to blood came from that mysterious drop of blood essence. Such a powerful bloodline ability. That drop of blood probably belongs to the legendary ancestral dragon that rules over bloodshed and massacres, the ancient blood spirit dragon. Lingxi said with a frown. However, Long Chen, even if it's the ancient blood spirit dragon, it's still a dragon with a strong demonic nature. You have to stick to your heart and not be blinded by power. Some things should be used sparingly. Long Chen secretly remembered Lingxi's advice. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the Sky Martial Palace. Compared to the Green Clan's trial, the Sky Martial Palace was much livelier. There were more than 2,000 people in the Green Clan and at least 1,000 of them were regular visitors of the Sky Martial Realm. At this moment, there were more than 200 people going in and out of the Sky Martial Palace. In the Sky Martial Palace, there was a total of 1 road to the heavenly pill domain, 5 roads to the earth pill domain, and 10 roads to the mortal pill domain. Just as Longchen walked into the Sky Martial Palace and was about to look around, he suddenly felt a hateful gaze lock onto him. Longchen turned around and saw a girl who was trembling with anger. Who else could it be other than Lu Ling? Oh no! Before he could escape, Lu Ling immediately ran in front of him. Longchen also noticed that there was a middle-aged man in a red and white martial artist's tight suit following behind her. This middle-aged man's eyes were sharp and it was obvious that his cultivation was not low. An Earth Core martial artist. But fortunately, he has just entered the Earth Core realm. After estimating the middle-aged man's strength, Longchen did not panic. Pervert. Walking in front of Longchen, Lu Ling knew that she could not fight here, so she could only grit her teeth and scold him. What are you talking about? I have not done anything to you, why are you calling me that? Longchen was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, so he said shamelessly. You still don't want to admit it? 3 days ago, didn't you? Speaking up to this point, the surrounding people suddenly hissed. Only now did Lu Ling realize that everyone was watching her. Thinking about what she had said, it was inevitable that it would cause people to have wild thoughts. Her face immediately turned green, and she wished that she could find a hole to hide in right now. In the past, Lu Ling and Feng Wutian had a good relationship, but now, Feng Wutian was defeated by Longchen. This Longchen is really amazing. Not only did he defeat Feng Wutian, he also defeated Lu Ling. This kind of love and hate story only appears in novels. I never thought that it would happen in real life today. Damn it, all the good cabbages have been taken by pigs. I am the real handsome man, why can't I get such a good thing? In the midst of the discussion, Longchen had a complacent expression on his face, and Lu Ling wanted to kill herself to apologize. She wished that she could kill Longchen. Just when she was about to attack, the middle-aged man behind her stopped her. Ling, follow me to the Sky Realm. No. Uncle Yen, I want to kill him. The middle-aged man called Uncle Yen stared at Longchen coldly and asked, Are you going to the Sky Realm? Looking at the middle-aged man's provocative gaze, Longchen replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Of course. Are you going to treat me well? Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that this Earth Core warrior was going to teach Longchen a lesson in the Sky Realm. However, Longchen was just a mortal core warrior, and he still dared to answer him. He was really reckless and reckless. I told you, a pig that has taken good cabbages will be slaughtered sooner or later. Looks like this Longchen doesn't know how high the sky is after he defeated Feng Wutian. In the midst of the discussion, Uncle Yan's expression didn't change. He held Lu Ling's hand and said to Longchen, Then, let's meet in the Sky Realm. When Longchen was about to reply, Lu Ling suddenly sneered and said, Longchen, there is one thing that I'm afraid you don't know, right? Longchen was startled and said, Could it be that after that incident, you've decided to marry me? The crowd burst into laughter. Lu Ling was so angry that she almost exploded. Her voice was trembling as she said fiercely, My brother Wutian, not only did he enter the Earth Core realm, he was also recruited into the Nangong Vermilion Bird family. Longchen, just wait for your death. After saying that, she and Uncle Yen entered the Sky Realm. Longchen took a long time to react. He smiled bitterly and said, Nangong Vermilion Bird? Why is it so easy to enter the inner family? Maybe it's because he has the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird family. Longchen, that girl hates you to the core. She has Feng Wutian as her support, so she will definitely come and cause you trouble again. Lingxi explained with a bitter face. Then let's see who is stronger. After being defeated by me once, there is no chance for him to win again. Hearing Feng Wutian's name, the crowd knew that Longchen was going to have a tragedy. Last time, Feng Wutian was defeated by Longchen while he was unconscious. How could he accept that? Such a good young man, but he is too arrogant. This time, he is going to have a tragedy. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Longchen was like a dog that had fallen into the water. Let's see who's stronger. Thinking about this, Long Chen didn't want to explain himself. He directly entered the sky realm from the mortal core realm. Chapter 134. Gold Clan. Sky Martial Realm, Mortal Core Region. This time, Long Chen wanted to kill a level 4 Mystic class beast. He came from the Mortal Core region to be safe. If he directly entered the Earth Core region, he would be surrounded by level 4 Mystic class beasts. It would be strange if Long Chen didn't get killed. From the Mortal Core region to the Earth Core region, there was a gradual process of demonic beasts. For example, the heart-devouring demonic beast was at the border of the Mortal Core region and the Earth Core region. In the Sky Martial Realm, the sky was as clear as ever. If he could kill a few level 3 Mystic class beasts, he could get around 300 contribution points. However, these types of beasts posed no challenge to Long Chen at all. Only level 4 Mystic class beasts were more challenging for him. The Sky Martial Realm belonged to the entire Lingwu family. There were definitely people from all clans who had entered the Sky Martial Realm. There might even be people from the inner clan. However, because the Sky Martial Realm covered a large area, Long Chen didn't see anyone else after entering the Earth Core region for a long time. However, he met many demonic beasts. It could be seen that the number of beasts in the Sky Martial Realm was even higher than the number of people in the Lingwu family. The Heaven Martial Realm is a small world where monstrous beasts are kept. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here is mixed with monstrous aura. It is extremely suitable for monstrous beasts to grow and mature. The Lingwu clan is quite lucky to have such a place. Seeing that there was no one around, Lingxi stopped on Long Chen's shoulder. I reckon that the Lingwu family was established by relying on the Sky Martial Realm. Didn't you say that this is a small historical site? Indeed, but it seems that too much time has passed. This place has been completely dug out. What a bunch of bastards. It would be great if there were some things left for me. I'm going in. There's someone in front. Lingxi was just about to say something when with a whoosh, she disappeared into Lingxi's sword. Long Chen was secretly on guard. He raised his head and walked a few steps. Passing through a forest, he saw a group of people gathered together. From the looks of it, they were actually roasting meat. When Long Chen appeared, they all turned their heads and looked at Long Chen. These young men were all around 14 or 15 years old, and there were 2 who had reached the peak Mortal Core realm. Between the young boys and girls sat a sloppy man who was drinking. This man was about 30 years old. Although he was sloppy, one could see that he was not a weak expert. Another Earth Core warrior. Yan Qishua, Uncle Yan, and the sloppy man in front of him probably had about the same strength. Little brother, are you interested in coming over for a drink? Seeing Long Chen appear alone, the man's eyes lit up. He hurriedly waved at Long Chen. In this Lingwu family, this was the first time that Long Chen had met such an enthusiastic person. Although the man's smile looked disgusting, it was definitely from the heart. Long Chen walked over and said with a smile, "If it's drinking, of course it's fine. But if it's not good wine, do you dare take it out to serve me?" "Nonsense, the wine that I, Ma Tianyang, drink is naturally the best wine. Quickly sit down, drink wine and eat meat. These little fellows only know how to eat meat, but not a single one of them can drink wine. This journey of mine is so boring that I'm about to die." Ma Tianyang didn't have any scruples. He pulled Long Chen and sat down next to him. He immediately snatched the roasted meat from a young boy and placed it in front of Long Chen. He then offered a pot of wine and said loudly, "Little brat, are you going to give me face?" "Here." "Little brat, Long Chen, you're a few years older than me. I'll call you Brother Ma." Receiving the good wine, Long Chen drank it all in one gulp. Then, he showed the shiny bottom of the pot to Ma Tianyang. "Good. Good. I've finally found a suitable little fellow for me." The more Ma Tianyang looked at Long Chen, the more satisfied he was. The young men and women that he led were all dressed in gorgeous clothes and had elegant mannerisms. Not to mention drinking wine, they were even eating meat in a leisurely manner. Ma Tianyang was about to die from anxiety. At this moment, the young boys and girls were looking at Long Chen with indifferent eyes. Especially the young boy whose meat was snatched, his face was full of anger. He wanted to make a move, but he didn't dare to do so. Don't lower yourself to their level. They're all little geniuses. They're very arrogant. Long Chen, come, let's go to the other side and drink to our heart's content. Ma Tianyang didn't care about the unhappy looks of the young boys and girls. He pulled Long Chen into the forest and found a thick tree branch. Both of them sat opposite each other and started chatting. I wonder which clan Brother Ma is from. Why did you bring these young boys and girls to the Sky Martial Realm? Brother Ma smiled helplessly and said, as for me, I'm just an errand boy from the Gold Clan. This time, I was ordered by the Great Elder to bring these little mortal core geniuses here to experience a 4th rank mystic rank demon beast. To be honest, this job is really depressing. These little bastards are all boring, they are good at guessing and comparing, but when it comes to drinking, they are all cowards. Brother Ma smiled helplessly and said, I'm just an errand boy from the Gold Clan. So that's how it was. Long Chen looked at the young boys and girls who were eating in a depressing manner. He finally understood Ma Tianyang. This Ma Tianyang was impatient and straightforward, and he hated this kind of person the most. That's why it was so difficult for him to stay with them. When Long Chen appeared, Ma Tianyang really regretted not meeting him earlier. I'm from the Green Clan. This time, I'm going to the Sky Martial Realm to see some 4th rank mystic demon beasts. Long Chen took a sip and praised the taste of the wine in his heart. Then he said, this is the best monkey wine. I spent a lot of effort to get it. Take it easy, kid. Ma Tianyang first took care of his wine, then he looked at Long Chen and said, not bad, kid. You're so young, but you've already reached such a realm. You're much stronger than those boys. Besides, you dared to come to the Sky Martial Realm alone, and you even went to the Earth Dan Realm. Others might think you're reckless, but Brother Ma thinks you're brave. You're a real man. This Ma Tianyang was straightforward, and Long Chen liked him a lot. This meat is well roasted. I saw that the kid roasted it well, that's why I dared to give it to you. But looking at that kid's eyes, I think he wants to teach you a lesson. Ma Tianyang looked in the direction of the group of boys and girls and said to Long Chen with an indifferent smile. My mission this time is really a pain in the ass. Long Chen, if you really want to see a 4th rank mystic demon beast, why don't you come with me this time? Ma Tianyang invited with great hospitality. Long Chen was originally unwilling, but it was fate that they met. It was rare to meet someone who was to his liking. He nodded and said, how can I refuse Brother Ma's kind invitation? Besides, I haven't had enough of Brother Ma's wine. Ma Tianyang patted Long Chen's shoulder fiercely and said with a smile, you're really interesting. I like you. In the future, if you have any problems, come to the Jin clan to find me. I'll make sure you eat and drink well. The two chatted for a while. The boys and girls had already finished eating. Ma Tianyang brought Long Chen back, packed up, and was about to leave together. The boys and girls all looked at Long Chen with unfriendly eyes. The boy who had his roasted meat stolen said unhappily, Master Ma, is he coming with us? Yes, he's called Long Chen. He's an amazing guy. Let's all make friends on the way. Ma Tianyang smiled. But Master Ma, isn't this training for our Jin clan's 4-star geniuses? Why would there be unrelated people appearing? Yes, I don't want other clans to appear and drag our Jin clan down. Kid, which clan are you from? Being questioned like this, Ma Tianyang looked at Long Chen awkwardly. Long Chen smiled nonchalantly, I'm from the Green Clan. What, do you have something to say? Green Clan? The boy sneered and said, the Green clan is ranked second from the bottom among the 9 foreign clans. How can you compare to my Jin clan, which is ranked first? The obvious mockery of this group of boys made Ma Tianyang feel like he had lost a lot of face. He was originally laughing, but in an instant, his expression became very cold. A powerful aura erupted, causing the group of boys and girls to freeze, not daring to move. The Great Elder has already said that I will be in charge of the training this time around. If you have any objections, go back and tell the Great Elder. If you continue to spout nonsense, I, Ma Tianyang, will not show any mercy. Being scared by Ma Tianyang, these boys didn't dare to say anything. However, the way they secretly looked at Long Chen was a little sinister. The group then continued on their way. Long Chen, you won't lower yourself to the level of these bastards, right? That's only natural. Long Chen smiled. Actually, he didn't care about these little fellows at all. Long Chen and Ma Tianyang walked at the front. On the way, Long Chen suddenly asked, Brother Ma, is there such a thing as a ranking in the 9 foreign clans? This lousy thing, only idiots like them would care about it. As long as they are from the foreign clans, they have to listen to the orders of the inner clans. What's the point of comparing the height of dwarves and dwarves? Ma Tianyang didn't care. The 9 foreign clans? Indeed, the Jin clan and the Silver clan are slightly stronger, but they definitely don't have the status that these little fellows think they have. Only now did Long Chen understand a little. Speaking of which, your potential value should be rated at 4 stars, right? In a while, there will be a selection battle for the inner clans. Have you signed up? Ma Tianyang asked about the selection battle. Long Chen nodded and said, the doyen of my clan has already submitted my name, and it's waiting for the assessment. Ma Tianyang's eyes lit up, not bad, kid. To be able to receive the recommendation of a doyen, you must be a top genius from one of the clans of the Green clan. Long Chen smiled, but didn't deny it. For this selection battle, I heard that there's a genius from the Green clan named Xu Yunxi who directly obtained a spot. Our Jin clan also has a genius who directly obtained a spot. There are still dozens of people waiting for the assessment. Dozens of people? That's really terrifying. Oh right, that genius, how strong is he? Him? He's really amazing. He's been a famous character since young, and is known as the Little Prince of the Jin clan. He's 18 years old now, but he's already at the initial Earth Core realm. He's much stronger than me. He's publicly acknowledged as the second genius of the outer clans. Second? Long Chen was startled. Then who's first? First? Ma Tianyang's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, first? Sigh, he's already a legend. His name is Emo Xiaolang. Chapter 135. Hearing this name, Long Chen's heart skipped a beat, and his expression immediately changed. What's wrong? Ma Tianyang looked at Long Chen with a puzzled expression. Before this, when Long Chen asked Gan Lin about Emo Xiaolang, Gan Lin didn't want him to know anything about Emo Xiaolang. But now, he finally heard about Emo Xiaolang from Ma Tianyang. Brother Ma, do you consider me, Long Chen, as your brother? Raising his head, Long Chen looked at Ma Tianyang with a pair of bright eyes. Seeing Long Chen suddenly become serious, Ma Tianyang's expression darkened as well. He nodded his head and said, although we haven't met for long, I like your character, I like it. We can be considered as half a brother. If we can fight side by side again, we will be true brothers. Half a brother is more than enough. To be honest, I've joined the Lingwu family for less than a month, and I want to know more about Emo Xiaolang. Brother Ma, please tell me. Ma Tianyang was startled. He turned around and looked at the little elites of the Gold clan. After that, he told Long Chen in a serious tone, the family has ordered us not to tell anyone about him. But, if you really want to know, I don't mind taking this risk. But, Long Chen, I need you to tell me about your relationship with him first. Actually, it wasn't a deep relationship. All in all, it was just that Imo Xiaolang had helped Long Chen before. Long Chen told Ma Tianyang everything. Ma Tianyang nodded his head. Long Chen was concerned about Imo Xiaolang because of Long Chen's kindness, and it showed that he was a man who valued friendship. Therefore, Ma Tianyang said in a low voice, "Just don't tell anyone about what I told you. Imo Xiaolang, his talent has reached a level that even the geniuses of the inner clan would be jealous of. He's only 14 years old, and he's already at the lower heavenly core realm. Don't you think it's terrifying? 14 years old, lower heavenly core realm? Basically, he was even more powerful than an old monster like Lu Yuan. He was even close to the level of the 9 outer clan's supreme elders. In Biyao town, Long Chen was considered a monster, but in the Lingwu family, Imo Xiaolang was the real monster. When Imo Xiaolang was 10 years old, he joined the Silver Clan. His cultivation base increased dramatically, which caused quite a stir. If it weren't for his insistence, he would have joined the inner clan long ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this situation today. Long Chen was also puzzled. With Imo Xiaolang's talent, why didn't he join the inner clan? Why didn't he join the inner clan? Ma Tianyang shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure about this. Do you know that the Lingwu family has 5 great treasures? Divine weapon?" Long Chen had never heard of him before. 5 great divine weapons, 4 of them belong to the 4 inner clans. They are the Blue Dragon Halberd, the Vermilion Bird Demonic Plume, the White Tiger Saint Blade, and the Xuanwu Divine Axe. The last one is controlled by the 9 outer clans, and it's called the Heavenly Wolf Demon Blade. I'm guessing that Imo Xiaolang wanted the Heavenly Wolf Demon Blade, that's why he stayed in the outer clan. And he really did get it. The scariest thing is, not only did he get the approval of the Heavenly Wolf Demon Blade, he even cultivated the Heavenly Wolf Demon skill, and he can control the Heavenly Wolf Demon Blade. Long Chen knew nothing about the 5 great divine weapons. However, what he was worried about the most wasn't himself, it was Imo Xiaolang's whereabouts. Brother Ma, what happened to him after that? Ma Tianyang shook his head, let out a sigh, and said, "About that. I heard he killed a few great warriors from the inner clan, including some geniuses from the younger generation. That's why he's been locked up in the Star Devil prison." What? Long Chen was shocked. He'd thought that Imo Xiaolang had defected and escaped. He hadn't expected that he'd become someone else's prisoner. Imo Xiaolang had done him a favor, so when Long Chen thought about how he'd become someone else's prisoner, he immediately felt very uncomfortable. How could this be? I don't know either. That's what I heard. It doesn't seem to have been announced who exactly died. However, he can only blame himself for not joining the inner clan. As an outsider, he actually killed the upper echelons of the inner clan. Isn't that rebelling? Ma Tianyang's tone was a bit regretful when he spoke of Imo Xiaolang. Brother Ma, where is the Star Devil prison? Long Chen calmed himself down and said indifferently. Ma Tianyang turned around and said seriously, the Star Devil prison is a place where the Lingwu family imprisons all kinds of criminals. It's extremely dangerous. As for its location, it's right in the center of the Sky Martial realm. There are high-level profound rank beasts guarding it. So, Long Chen, if you want to save him, I advise you to stop as soon as possible. Although you're talented, you can't even pass through the Earth Pill region, let alone the Heavenly Pill region and the Star Devil prison. In the deepest part of the Heavenly Pill region? Long Chen was dejected. Ma Tianyang patted Long Chen's shoulder and said with emotion, the Lingwu family is very complicated. We're just 2 insignificant people. We're just 2 ants in the eyes of such a strict clan. If you want to do something to let everyone know of your existence, at least wait until you've grown into a lion. Hearing Ma Tianyang's words, Long Chen suppressed his desire to save Imo Xiaolang to the bottom of his heart. Speaking of Imo Xiaolang, Long Chen's mood became much heavier. Ma Tianyang didn't disturb him anymore. He slowed down and said to the young boys and girls who were pointing at them, little bastards, we're almost at the Earth Pill region. From now on, you'd better be very careful. If anyone dies, don't blame me, Ma Tianyang. Hearing that they were almost at the Earth Pill region, the young boys and girls shivered and looked around nervously. In order to protect them, Ma Tianyang and Long Chen joined them. Seeing that Long Chen had settled down, one of the young boys mumbled, "Do you think you can get our protection by squeezing into our place?" How naive. When Long Chen heard this, he dismissed it with a laugh. Just stay with them. In a while, I'm afraid I'll be fighting too and won't be able to take care of you. Just don't run around. Ma Tianyang arranged for Long Chen to stay there. However, as soon as Long Chen approached, the young boys avoided him and gathered into a group. They looked at Long Chen with unfriendly expressions, as if Long Chen was emitting a foul stench. Damn it, these little bastards. Ma Tianyang was about to lose his temper, but Long Chen stopped him and said, "Brother Ma, it's okay. Don't worry. I promise that even without them, nothing will happen to me." Ma Tianyang nodded. In his opinion, Long Chen was recommended by a founding member, so he was stronger than these young elites. He only knows how to flatter. What a coward. This kid is flattering Teacher Ma. Maybe he wants the beast souls and demon cores. We can't let him succeed. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with them and walked at the back. If it wasn't for Ma Tianyang, Long Chen wouldn't be bothered to walk with them. From Ma Tianyang, he got the information about Imo Xiaolang. This proved that his previous choice was right. If the information I provided is correct, there is a rank 4 mystic rank violent demon bear in the cave not far from here. This guy has a bad temper and is extremely powerful. Even a warrior who just entered the Earth Core realm would have a hard time dealing with him. But, I'm an exception. Hearing the name, Giant Demon Grizzly Bear, the boys and girls all went silent out of fear. One of them said, "Master Ma, is our training target this giant demon grizzly bear?" Ma Tianyang turned around and said impatiently, "Kid, you've asked this question more than 10 times. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, then go back now. We're only asking you to watch, not to fight." Afraid of your mother. Because of this, the kid shrunk his neck and didn't dare to speak anymore. The information shows that there is indeed a violent demon bear. That's why they specifically asked me, a speed-type Earth Core warrior, to lead them. I've killed 3 violent demon bears before, so I'm very experienced. These little guys are their treasures. I hope nothing happens to them. Ma Tianyang arranged for these guys to be in a more concealed place where they could directly observe the battle. Then, he signaled Long Chen with his eyes before walking towards the cave in a carefree manner. This was a secluded mountain stream. On the opposite side was a deep, dark green pool. Beside the deep pool was a cave covered in moss. However, it could be seen that the moss had been trampled on. There were also many huge claw marks on the rocks along the edge. It was very shocking. Looking at the height of the cave, it looks like the violent demon bear isn't small, Long Chen calculated in his mind. Walking into the violent demon bear's lair, Ma Tianyang's expression became serious. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it deep into the cave. "Stupid little bear, hurry up and come out for your grandpa Ma." Ma Tianyang's deafening voice traveled into the cave. With the addition of the stone, it didn't take long for the roar of a bear to resound in the cave, causing the entire cave to shake. What? Ma Tianyang's expression changed. Long Chen and the others' expressions changed as well. This was because they could hear that the roar of the beast inside had 2 completely different tones. There are 2 demon beasts? To be able to stay in the same cave as the violent demon bear, this demon beast must be at the 4th level of mystic rank. Thinking up to this point, Ma Tianyang's expression changed. He didn't expect such a turn of events. At this time, he only had time to say the word "escape" to the crowd. From within the cave, 2 demon beasts that covered the sky pounced out, causing the ground to shake. Long Chen raised his head and saw that even though it was on all 4s, it was still a full 4 meters tall. He was a little frightened. The 2 demonic beasts that came out were both giant demon grizzly bears. Their bodies were covered in long, pitch-black fur, and their muscles were as thick and hard as iron. Their fangs were like steel drills, and their eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. The two giant bears were roaring angrily. It was obvious that they were angered to the extreme by Ma Tianyang's disturbance. Their roars were deafening, and one of the girls was so scared that she started crying. Seeing the two violent demon bears so angry, Long Chen was a little depressed. Looking at their crotch, he immediately understood. I was still feeling gloomy. Why did one giant demon grizzly bear turn into two? It turns out that one of them seduced its lover and was working hard to reproduce in the cave. Brother Ma actually interrupted them. The result can be imagined. Chapter 136. Reality was just like that. The Lingwu family's information stated that there would only be one giant demon grizzly bear here. However, the Lingwu family had said goodbye to being single and was working hard to reproduce. So, Ma Tianyang was in for a tragedy this time. The demon grizzly bear was a peak existence amongst the 4th-level mystic rank demon beasts in terms of strength and attack power. Ma Tianyang practiced a mystic level middle-level movement technique. Dealing with one demon grizzly bear was indeed easy. But if there were two, it would be beyond his ability. These two demon grizzly bears, one male and one female, were about the same size. As soon as they came out of the cave, they pounced towards Ma Tianyang. Ma Tianyang only had time to let the others escape first. The demon grizzly bear was already beside him. Its thick bare arms that were even larger than his body grabbed towards his waist. If he was grabbed, Ma Tianyang's willowy waist would definitely be torn into two. Ma Tianyang let the Jin clan's youths escape first. As long as they escaped, the demon grizzly bear's speed would not be able to catch up to Ma Tianyang. Ma Tianyang would also be able to escape. But the problem was that these youths' willpower was too weak. The demon grizzly bear looked too terrifying. So when Ma Tianyang's voice was filled with panic, most of them were scared stiff. A girl was the first to cry. The others were also so scared that their legs trembled. Only a few of them were obedient enough to escape. With such a loud noise, how could the demon grizzly bear's hearing not be able to hear it? This was their territory. Their fun was interrupted. It seemed that if they didn't smash Ma Tianyang into a meat patty, they wouldn't be able to appease their anger. When they saw that there were still people on the side, and they were all relatively weak, one of the demon grizzly bear panted heavily. With a roar, it charged towards Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of everyone. At this time, there were still a few people who hadn't started to escape. No! Ma Tianyang let out a roar and broke free from his opponent's control. He soared to his maximum speed and chased after the demon grizzly bear. But because he was held back for a while, he had already missed the timing. Even if he arrived, the ground would probably be covered with corpses. Relying on the strength of this giant demon grizzly bear, as long as these young men and women suffered a single blow, there was absolutely no way they could survive. Seeing that they could no longer escape, Ma Tianyang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he roared, "Stop running, attack." As long as someone stood out and blocked one of the attacks, Ma Tianyang would be able to rush over. Although Ma Tianyang didn't have any feelings for these kids, they all had some status. They grew up outside the Lingwu family and their parents were at least deacons. If these people were gone, not only would the Jin clan's future power be greatly reduced, Ma Tianyang would also lose his life. As long as they could block one attack, Ma Tianyang would be able to arrive in time. But what made Ma Tianyang speechless was that all of the late Mortal Core warriors who had the ability to block one attack from the grizzly demon bear immediately ran away when they saw how terrifying it was. Those who stayed behind were the weakest ones. As long as the troll violent bear arrived, just one slap and it would be able to smack these little fellows into minced meat. Thinking about what would happen next, Ma Tianyang's heart sank. He squeezed out all of his potential, trying to increase his speed to the maximum. Looking at the gigantic shadow of the bear, it was almost on top of their heads, and the thick smell of blood was already lingering in their noses. The few remaining geniuses' eyes were about to fall out from their sockets. Their bodies were trembling, and they fell to the ground weakly. There was no way for them to attack. I'm doomed, we're all doomed. Looking at this scene, Ma Tianyang had lost all hope. Just as everyone was in despair, a figure suddenly slammed into the giant demon grizzly bear. The giant demon grizzly bear was knocked back a few steps. The figure also retreated more than 10 meters before stabilizing his footsteps. Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen had blocked the grizzly demon bear, Ma Tianyang, who was in despair, was suddenly filled with joy. He had forgotten about Long Chen before, but he didn't expect that at the last moment, it would be Long Chen who would save these kids. Why isn't he injured? Although Long Chen's face was covered in dirt, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he wasn't injured. In fact, it could even be said that he was in perfect condition. However, Long Chen was cursing in his heart. Fucking beast, I'm no match for it without my dragon's soul transformation. Using the Taishian dragon mark only pushed it back a few steps. The grizzly demon bear's steps were more than 10 meters away. At this moment, Ma Tianyang finally had the time to stand in front of the two grizzly demon bears, as well as in front of Long Chen. Those little fellows were originally prepared to die, but when it was Long Chen who saved them at the last moment, they were all dumbstruck, and their faces instantly flushed red as they recalled how they'd looked down upon and ridiculed Long Chen earlier. With Ma Tianyang and Long Chen standing in front of them, they finally recovered from their fear and fled quickly. They hid far away and regrouped with the others who had fled earlier. What's going on? Weren't you guys about to be killed just now? Those who had fled earlier didn't see Long Chen attack. It's that guy from the Green Clan, he saved us. Impossible, he's just a mortal core warrior, how could he face a rank 4 mystic ranked grizzly demon bear? I think I saw it too, but I think that grizzly demon bear isn't that strong. Bro Bei, Bro Dong, you guys are both late mortal core warriors, you guys can go deal with it as well. Don't let that Green Clan kid steal the limelight. Hearing what one of the girls said, two of the taller guys immediately became spirited. However, when they saw the grizzly demon bear's terrifying body, they immediately waved their hands and said, since that kid is eager to show off, let's give him this chance. We, the Gold Clan, are a big clan, we should have the spirit of a big clan. Wow, Bro Dong, what you said makes sense. A few of them started flattering Bro Bei. They didn't know how embarrassing it was for them to escape just now. On the other side, Ma Tianyang had finally stopped the grizzly demon bear. Although he was surprised by Long Chen's strength, it was impossible for him to deal with two grizzly demon bears at the same time. Therefore, he immediately said, Long Chen, do me a favor and bring those bastards to the mortal core realm. I'll get rid of these two beasts and meet up with you guys. He thought that Long Chen would listen to him and leave quickly, but he didn't expect Long Chen to not move at all. He calmly said, Bro Ma, if you're not here to see a rank 4 mystic ranked demon beast, I think your grizzly demon bear can be sold for a high price. The originally reliable Long Chen had suddenly said such unreliable words. Ma Tianyang was dumbfounded. At this moment, the grizzly demon bear's attack arrived once more. Quick, Long Chen. I can't hold on for long. As he said that, he saw fine red scales and sharp bone spikes gradually emerging from Long Chen's body. In an instant, they completely covered Long Chen, changing his appearance. This appearance was extremely cool. You're a beast warrior? Ma Tianyang was shocked. Let's have a competition to see who can kill the opponent first. What do you think? Long Chen grinned at him and said. Ma Tianyang was confused. After seeing Long Chen's eye-catching equipment, the young boys and girls were also stunned. One of the young girl's eyes suddenly lit up. She held her chin and praised, so handsome, handsome my ass. These scales will be completely broken if the grizzly demon bear hits them once. The young man called Bro Bei said confidently. He's a beast warrior, which means that he wasn't at his strongest just now. Bro Bei, do you think he's stronger than you? The young man called Bro Bei pondered for a while and shook his head. Although he's extraordinary and is considered a top genius in the Lingwu family, I think he's still weaker than me. As he said that, Long Chen and Ma Tianyang had already started fighting with each other. When Long Chen said that, before Ma Tianyang could react, Long Chen had already rushed forward and collided head-on with a grizzly demon bear. Taishian Dragon Seal. The blood-red shadow of the dragon crashed into the thick arm of the grizzly demon bear. When the two forces collided, the grizzly demon bear roared and retreated. There were already traces of injury from the Taishian dragon seal on its arm. Even angrier now? Long Chen sneered. He used the Dragon 9 Heavens roaming steps and quickly circled behind the grizzly demon bear. At this moment, the grizzly demon bear's body was bursting with monstrous energy. In terms of pure attack power, it was already much higher than an ordinary Earth Core warrior. As a result, the grizzly demon bear was completely lured away by Long Chen. He practiced the Dragon 9 Heavens roaming steps. I think he can still fight with the grizzly demon bear for a while. I'll take advantage of this time to finish off this grizzly demon bear and go help him. After making up his mind, Ma Tianyang and the grizzly demon bear began fighting. Watching these two battles, the other young boys and girls opened their eyes wide. This scene was similar to their original plan, but there was an extra Long Chen and a bear. Why do I feel that the Green Clan kid is fighting more exciting? The young girls murmured. Although they didn't know how long Long Chen could last, at least they didn't hate him anymore. On the contrary, they were grateful. If it wasn't for Long Chen, a few of them would have died just now. However, when they thought about how they had actually laughed at Long Chen, it was like they had been slapped in the face. Long Chen was indeed more skillful in dealing with the grizzly demon bear. This grizzly demon bear's strength is extraordinary. I've cultivated the Thunderflame battle body, so I can fight you head-on. Let's see who's stronger. Chapter 137. Blood-red lightning flashed across Long Chen's body. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see the blood-red flames on the surface. After fusing with the thunder flame crystals, the power of the lightning and flames continuously tempered his body and even fused with his true energy. After fusing with 25 thunder flame crystals, Long Chen's strength had already reached a very high level. Even among the medium-grade body tempering techniques, it was still considered very powerful. Relying on this powerful thunder flame battle body, Long Chen and the demon grizzly bear began a shocking battle. On Ma Tianyang's side, he used his exquisite footwork to dodge the demon grizzly bear and then looked for opportunities to attack. However, Long Chen was different. He was completely using his body to clash with the demon grizzly bear. If outsiders heard that he was clashing with the demon grizzly bear, they would definitely think that Long Chen was crazy. However, whether it was Ma Tianyang or the others, they all knew that Long Chen wasn't crazy. At this time, not only had he not lost in his clash with the demon grizzly bear, but he had also caused the demon grizzly bear to let out a series of blood-curdling roars that shook the surrounding trees. The two youths who had been bragging didn't dare say anything anymore. After all, the battle between Long Chen and the demon grizzly bear was too terrifying. If any of them were to be placed in Long Chen's position, they would probably be turned into meat patties in just a few moves. Come on. The few youths silently cheered in their hearts. Long Chen's position in their hearts had risen continuously. Looking at Long Chen's current appearance, he wasn't much weaker than Ma Tianyang. In fact, he might even be more relaxed than Ma Tianyang. Ma Tianyang glanced at Long Chen out of the corner of his eye and was extremely shocked. Today, I, Ma Tianyang, encountered two demon grizzly bears. I was really too unlucky. However, I also made friends with Long Chen. My good luck has suppressed my bad luck. Overall, I still made a profit. His originally taut heartstrings had finally calmed down and he focused on facing his opponent. Fighting with this beast is really exciting, but I can't lose to Brother Ma. After fighting the grizzly troll bear for quite a while, Long Chen lost interest in fighting it until it was riddled with scars. At this moment, he suddenly retreated. The giant devil grizzly bear thought that he was trying to escape, and immediately let out an even louder roar. Unexpectedly, just as Long Chen retreated a few steps, the true energy in his body suddenly exploded. With an explosive roar, he thrust out a fist that shook heaven and earth. Sky-burning Devil Yang fist, Devil Yang penetrates the earth. The fist was like a black sun that slammed into the grizzly devil grizzly. The grizzly devil 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 fresh blood sprayed across the entire sky. The young men and women let out blood-curdling screams as they scattered. Only then did the grizzly troll bear fall to the ground. However, when everyone looked over in fear, they discovered that the grizzly troll bear's stomach had a large hole. Its internal organs had been shattered by Long Chen's one move, and the originally terrifying grizzly troll bear was now completely dead. Long Chen rushed over, and with a wave of his hand, he placed the giant demon bear's corpse into his cosmos sack. He was extremely carefree. The young boys and girls stared at him in a daze, not knowing what to do. What? How dare you have designs on my spoils of war? Long Chen said with a ferocious expression. We wouldn't dare, they quickly retreated a few steps. As they spoke, even their legs were trembling. It was especially so for Bro Bei and Bro Dong. They had been bragging, but now they realized that Long Chen was at least 10 times stronger than them. They had no idea where to hide their faces. That's good. Long Chen smiled faintly, then headed towards Ma Tianyang's battlefield. At this time, Ma Tianyang and the other grizzly troll bear had already seen that Long Chen had won. Ma Tianyang's heart was filled with shock. As for the grizzly troll bear, it saw that the woman who had been riding on it was now dead, and her corpse had been taken away. Suddenly, it exploded with even greater anger. This beast is crazy. Ma Tianyang knew that his chance had come. Brother Ma, I won this bet. If you have any good wine, don't hide it later. Otherwise, I'll look down on you. As Ma Tianyang fought, Long Chen teased from the side. Ma Tianyang immediately had a bitter look on his face. Previously, he had treated Long Chen as a junior. If Long Chen asked for anything, he could naturally refuse. Now that Long Chen was close to him, and Long Chen's strength was at the same level as his, Ma Tianyang knew that his hidden treasures would probably be taken away by Long Chen. He could only vent the grievance in his heart on the grizzly troll bear. Ma Tianyang was good at speed and sneak attacks. He had always been the grizzly troll bear's nemesis. Facing a grizzly troll bear alone was still very easy for him, especially since the grizzly troll bear had already lost its mind. So, after another 15 minutes, there was only a corpse left under Ma Tianyang's feet. Fucking bastard, how dare you flirt with me at this time? You almost killed me. Ma Tianyang ruthlessly kicked the giant demon grizzly bear a few times before preparing to collect the giant demon grizzly bear's corpse. He wanted to be like Long Chen and put the giant demon grizzly bear's corpse into his universe bag, but Long Chen suddenly asked. Brother Ma, besides the beast core and the beast soul, do you have any other use for this grizzly troll bear? No need. The meat, bones, fur, and skin can't be sold for much money. Ma Tianyang said directly. Then give it to me, I have use for it. Ma Tianyang nodded his head. Although he didn't know what Long Chen wanted, he didn't ask. He immediately refined the beast soul and took the beast core. Only then did Long Chen put away the grizzly troll bear's corpse. This grizzly troll bear has more blood than the heart-devouring devil beast. 2 4th-rank mystic beasts should be enough for me to improve a little. The higher his realm was, the more true energy he would need. Although Long Chen was only at the late mortal core realm, if he wanted to break through to the earth core realm, a 4th-rank mystic beast was still not enough. These 2 grizzly troll bears would only be enough to fill his stomach. I wonder how many powerful demon beasts I will need when I break through to the heavenly core realm, or even higher. After Ma Tianyang and Long Chen had dealt with the two demon beasts, the young boys and girls finally dared to walk up to them. Right now, they didn't dare look at Long Chen directly. At most, they would sneak a glance at him and then immediately turn their heads away. Their faces were filled with embarrassment. After going through this crisis, let's all be friends. Come, this is your brother Long, let's hear him. Ma Tianyang was also a guy who couldn't stay still. How could he not know about the disdain these young boys and girls had shown towards Long Chen? Now, Long Chen had slapped them hard in the face, and this was the perfect opportunity for him to add insult to injury. These bastards, if I don't teach them a lesson, they won't know their place. Ma Tianyang thought to himself. Since Ma Tianyang had spoken, although they were unwilling, they still hesitated and called him Brother Long a few times. This was the first time Long Chen had been called like this, and he immediately felt like he was their boss. After dealing with the grizzly troll bears, the training was finally over, and Ma Tianyang had to go back. Long Chen nodded his head. Suddenly, he looked at a direction not far away and said, "Why are you sneaking around? Why aren't you coming out yet?" Ma Tianyang and the others were startled. They didn't know what Long Chen was talking about. However, when they saw two men walking down from a rock not far away, they realized that someone had been watching them all this time. The two men were Lu Ling and Uncle Yen. When Long Chen and the grizzly troll bears were fighting, they created a huge commotion. The two of them were not far away, so they rushed over and just happened to see Long Chen display his invincible might and take care of the grizzly troll bears. Lu Ling originally planned to let Uncle Yen teach Long Chen a lesson in the heaven martial arts realm, or even kill him so that she could clear her name. However, the scene of Long Chen and the grizzly troll bears battle was like a tide that struck her heart. On the way, Uncle Yen said helplessly, "Ling, this Long Chen can fight the grizzly troll bears with ease, but I don't think your Uncle Yen is a match for him." Since even Uncle Yen said that, Lu Ling really felt a bit powerless against Long Chen. However, when she remembered that Feng Wutian was now in the Earth Core realm, and an inner clan Earth Core realm expert, she regained her confidence. "Uncle Yen can't defeat you, but Big Brother Feng Wutian will definitely teach you a lesson. Today, when we leave the heaven martial arts realm, I'll go look for him." Lu Ling thought to herself when she was called out by Long Chen. "You're secretly spying on us, so what? Do you want to steal my spoils of war?" Long Chen said rudely without any trace of politeness. "A mere rank 4 profound rank demon beast, I don't fancy it." When Lu Ling saw Long Chen's fiery gaze, she felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. "Then what do you fancy? Is it my big brother Ma?" "Big brother Ma is a man of striking appearance, he won't fancy an ugly freak like you. You better give up on this idea. Big brother Ma, let's go, lest you get entangled by this ugly freak." Long Chen sneered, pulled Ma Tianyang, turned around and left. When the youths of the Gold Clan saw Lu Ling who was about to explode from anger, they looked at each other in dismay, but in the end, they still left. "Long Chen. You're the ugly one. You bastard, you'll die a horrible death." Lu Ling was so angry that she cried. For the first time in her life, she felt endless grievances. "Uncle Yen, I want to look for Big Brother Wutian. I must find him." On Long Chen's side, after walking for a while, Ma Tianyang patted his head and scolded with a smile, "Good boy, it's fine if you want to pick up a girl, but you even brought your big brother Ma out to embarrass yourself." "Bullshit, I'm not going to pick up her." "Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you, let's go drink." "What did you say?" "I know more about women than you do. Have you ever heard that hitting is love, and scolding is love? You guys hit and scold, isn't that love?" Long Chen smiled and did not deny it. The one who hit and scolded and laughed with him was Lingxi. Chapter 138. After saying goodbye to Ma Tianyang, Long Chen walked towards the Yibao pavilion. "Hey, are you sure you don't want the beast soul of the demonic dragon Violet Rain?" You can exchange it for a lot of divine jades. Lingxi said hesitantly. Boss, you've asked me countless times. I want the soul grass first. As for the beast soul, with my current realm, it shouldn't be difficult for me to get another 500 contribution points, right? Lingxi pursed her lips and stopped talking. Actually, she knew that Long Chen was the kind of person who lacked a sense of security. He was worried that something would happen to Lingxi, so he would protect Lingxi as soon as possible. That way, he would be able to do other things with peace of mind. This moved her from the bottom of her heart. After entering the Biyao pavilion, Long Chen found the beauty from last time. Little brother, why are you here again? You want the spirit conception fruit? She had a deep impression of this young man who only wanted the spirit conception fruit. Do you believe that I'm going to take the soul grass this time? You have 300 contribution points. The beauty opened her mouth in surprise. No. Long Chen said confidently. Little rascal. The beauty giggled and waved her hand. Don't joke with your sister. If you have something to say it quickly. Wait for me. I'll say I don't have it, but I'll have it soon. Long Chen immediately ran away. The beautiful staff member shook her head with a smile and said, this little guy seems to have quite a few secrets on him. Arriving at the place where the beast soul was collected, Long Chen offered the demon bear's beast soul and the beast core. Rank 4 Mystic Class Demon Bear? The person inside was slightly surprised. He could see that the person was Long Chen. Who gave this to you? I picked it up in the Sky Martial Realm. Long Chen laughed and said casually. If they could pick it up, everyone would be rich. So, of course, the person didn't believe him. Since Long Chen didn't want to say, he didn't ask. He directly took the beast core and beast soul of the giant demon violent bear and said, according to the price list, you should get 400 contribution points. Give me your jade plate. Long Chen handed his identity token to him. A moment later, the number of contribution points changed to 641. I spent 300 contribution points to buy a soul grass. The remaining 341 contribution points are not enough to exchange for Violet Rain's beast soul. Long Chen was a little depressed. He knew that if he really wanted to get the beast soul of the demonic dragon Violet Rain, he should go to the Sky Martial Arts realm again. This time, the trip to the Sky Martial Arts realm was actually very smooth. Not only did he get 400 contribution points, he also made friends with Ma Tianyang and got news about Imo Shaolang. Returning to the spiritual herb area, Long Chen showed his jade token to the beautiful lady. She was instantly shocked. 641 contribution points. What did you sell just now? The giant demon grizzly bear's beast core and beast soul. Do you believe me? Long Chen chuckled. Giant demon grizzly bear? That's a rank 4 mystic rank beast. It would be weird if I believe you. I think you have been in the Sky Martial Arts realm all this time and killed many rank 3 mystic rank beasts, right? You're right. I want the soul grass. Can you get it for me? The beautiful lady looked at Long Chen carefully with her peach blossom-like eyes. Then, she smiled and nodded. You need to kill at least a dozen rank 3 mystic rank beasts. You're very tenacious. Just based on this, I'll help you no matter what, then, I'll thank you, sister. In her heart, Long Chen's image became even more likable. After taking Long Chen's jade plate, she walked to the second floor. I still don't know your name, sister. My name is Qinya. You can call me Sister Ya. To be able to enter the second floor of the treasure pavilion, one had to at least be in the earth core realm. After a while, Qinya came down from above. She passed the jade plate and a box to Long Chen and said, this is the soul grass. Use it well and don't waste it. I promise I'll eat it cleanly. Long Chen was overjoyed. He carefully put away the soul grass. Lingxi felt the existence of the soul grass in her sword. Lingxi also became excited. Little rascal, the soul grass is not for eating. It's for refining. Long Chen nodded and said, "Thank you, Sister Ya. When I have enough contribution points, I'll definitely come again. Goodbye." After saying that, he left in a hurry. Qinya looked at his leaving figure and smiled helplessly. She said, "I heard that this little guy signed up for the inner clan selection. However, if he hasn't reached the Earth Core realm, he basically has no chance." After returning to his residence, Long Chen closed the door. Quick, quick, the soul grass. Lingxi was also an impatient person. As soon as she entered the door, she came out of her sword and ran circles around Long Chen. Coming to the basement, Long Chen took out the box containing the soul grass from his cosmos sack. When he opened it, he saw a small grass that was like white jade. A refreshing fragrance spread out. Long Chen smelled it and felt a little intoxicated. Mid-mystic rank medicine is indeed not simple. This soulgrass is more than 10 times more expensive than the origin return fruit. Lingxi's sword danced and floated in front of Long Chen. Then, a white fog rolled out and the soulgrass in the box disappeared. "I'm going to refine the soulgrass." After finding a corner, Lingxi started in a hurry. Seeing this girl's impatient look, Long Chen actually felt a sense of achievement. The blood of 2 4th-rank mystic rank demon beasts, and the thunder flame crystals. "I'll take care of these first." The place quieted down. Because Long Chen had just broken through to the late mortal core realm, he didn't rush to use the demon beast's blood. Instead, he used the thunder flame crystals again. After absorbing 25 thunder flame crystals, Long Chen merged with another one. He was about to transform into the dragon's soul. Time passed, and after about a day, Long Chen had absorbed the 26th thunder flame crystal. At this moment, Lingxi had finished refining the soul grass, and she was anxiously waiting for Long Chen. After absorbing the soul grass, Lingxi's body became much clearer, and her energy became much heavier. Obviously, she had become much stronger, and she looked much prettier. In the upcoming battles, she would be able to help Long Chen. "Little Shi, what's wrong?" Long Chen hurriedly asked when he saw the anxious look on Lingxi's face. "That guy called Feng Wutian was found by Lu Ling, and he's waiting for you outside. They said if you don't open the door, they will break in." Feng Wutian? Long Chen suddenly remembered that he had angered Lu Ling quite badly before. She had gone into the inner family and asked Feng Wutian to come out. It looked like this time, Long Chen was going to be skinned alive. "He lost to me once, and now he's back." Long Chen was not afraid at all. He stood up. "Be careful, this guy should be stronger than Yan Qixue and Ma Tianyang." Feng Wutian had the Nangong Vermilion Bird's bloodline, and now he had the identity of the Nangong Vermilion Bird. Long Chen knew that Mo Xiaolang had killed someone from the inner family, and that was why he was imprisoned. Long Chen had a plan in mind, so he would try to avoid this. When he opened the door, he saw Lu Ling holding Feng Wutian's hand and looking at him with a sinister expression. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that the fact that he had seen him taking a bath had really made Lu Ling go crazy. What's there to be angry about? Didn't I just see it once? At worst, I'll let you see it. Long Chen secretly cursed in his heart, then looked at Feng Wutian. This guy has changed a lot. It seems that the trip to the Heaven Martial Realm was a blessing in disguise for him. At this moment, Feng Wutian was much more spirited, and his eyes were bright. Although he didn't deliberately show it, the aura of a strong expert made Long Chen narrow his eyes. This Feng Wutian is still a great enemy. Seeing Long Chen come out, Lu Ling sneered and said, "Coward, you finally dare to come out? I thought you were going to stay for a few more days, but from what I see, you peed your pants a few times in there, right?" Facing Feng Wutian's suppression, Lu Ling's mockery, and the surrounding people's expressions of watching a good show, Long Chen laughed and said, "Senior Lu, you even know that I peed my pants. Could it be that our hearts are connected?" Lu Ling didn't want to appear too ferocious in front of Feng Wutian, so she calmed her emotions and suppressed her anger towards Long Chen, then coldly smiled and said, "I won't argue with you. Today, with the identity of an inner clan member, Brother Wutian requests you to go to the life and death arena with him." can you still refuse? Inner clan again. At this time, Feng Wutian indifferently said, Long Chen, right? I heard that the last time I was controlled by the heart-devouring demon beast, I lost to you. I, Feng Wutian, have never lost to anyone in my life, but you took the lead. However, that battle doesn't count. Come to the life and death arena with me, I wonder if you have the guts. Although Feng Wutian's tone was calm, he had already said it like this. If Long Chen still dared to refuse, then the image he had built up would become a bubble, and he would once again become the laughing stock of the Green Clan. Everyone would know that in the end, Long Chen was not Feng Wutian's opponent. After entering the inner clan, this kid's thoughts have become more meticulous, and he's become more ruthless. Long Chen knew that this time, there was no way he could hide. However, he didn't actually want to hide. Feng Wutian has broken through to the Earth Core realm, and he even received a lot of rewards from Nangong Zhuke. However, Daddy has defeated Yan Qishue and the giant demon grizzly bear, so I won't necessarily lose to you. Long Chen had defeated Feng Wutian before, and they were both geniuses. Feng Wutian was also a proud man, and he definitely wouldn't let this go. If this was any other occasion, and Long Chen slightly injured him, as a member of the inner clan, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending. However, today, Feng Wutian had invited Long Chen to the life and death arena. Even if he was injured, there was nothing he could say. Therefore, today was actually the best opportunity for Long Chen. I knew it, you don't have the guts. Long Chen, just like last time, even if you agree, you won't have the guts to go to the life and death arena. Lu Ling sneered as she held Feng Wutian's arm tightly and looked at Long Chen with her head held high. Thinking about what happened last time, the surrounding people also pointed at Long Chen, their faces full of mockery. Is that so? Long Chen smiled faintly. He raised his voice and said, last time is last time, this daddy here agrees, what about it? What? Since Long Chen really agreed, the crowd was confused. Agreeing first, then standing me up again? Lu Ling looked at Long Chen with disdain. You also know that my brother Wutian is a few times stronger than my uncle Yan. You can't even withstand a single strike from him, right? Since you're worried that I won't stand you up, why don't you go to the life and death arena now? Long Chen's bright voice echoed in the Green Willow house, and this news spread throughout the entire Green Clan. Chapter 139. The news that Long Chen was going to fight Feng Wu in the life and death arena quickly spread across the Qingyang Hall, and even the entire Green Clan. When Long Chen and his group arrived at the life and death arena, Lu Yuan, the 4 elders, and the 5 deacons had already arrived. Feng Wu Tian was now an inner disciple, so Lu Yuan and Lu Lan couldn't order him around anymore. But since they were good friends, they could still negotiate. Wu Tian, what are you guys doing? To be honest, since Feng Wu Tian had broken through to the Earth Core realm and joined the inner sect, Long Chen had replaced Feng Wu Tian's position as the representative of the Qingyang Hall's Mortal Core warriors. Looking at Feng Wu Tian's ferocious aura, if he injured Long Chen, or even killed him, it would be troublesome. After all, once they stepped into the life and death arena, life and death would be decided. Doyen, he has agreed to fight me in the life and death arena, you don't have to say anything else. Feng Wu Tian used to be respectful to Lu Yuan, but now, his tone was much calmer. Not only for Lu Ling, but also for himself. This time, he wanted to teach Long Chen a lesson. Lu Yuan's status wasn't as high as his, so he couldn't stop him. Long Chen? You really agreed? Looking at Long Chen, Lu Yuan felt a little depressed and said anxiously, nonsense. Wu Tian is already an inner disciple, if you get injured or killed, you deserve it. But if you hurt him. Speaking up to here, he remembered that Feng Wu Tian had already broken through to the Earth Core realm, so it was basically impossible for Long Chen to win. Therefore, Lu Yuan stopped talking. Don't worry, Doyen. Once we step into the life and death arena, life and death will be decided. This is what I said. Although Feng Wu Tian was Long Chen's mortal enemy, at least he was an upright man. Right at this moment, Lu Lan pulled Long Chen aside and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure?" Long Chen shook his head with a bitter smile, "I don't know." "Then why did you agree?" Long Chen rolled his eyes at her and said, "You're already so old, don't you know that the arrow on the bowstring has to be shot?" Speaking of how big you are, Long Chen glanced at Lu Lan's towering breasts, mocking her for having big breasts but no brains. Lu Lan was instantly enraged and cursed, "Little hooligan, you're courting death. Don't blame us if you die." When Feng Wuqian entered the inner clan, I was going to advise you not to have any conflict with him. I didn't expect you to seek death so early in the morning. Long Chen smiled but did not comment. At this time, there were already many people surrounding them. After hearing the news, most of them were pointing at Long Chen. After all, to them, the inner tribe was synonymous with authority and terror. Long Chen actually dared to oppose a popular person who had just entered the inner tribe. He was really too bold. The 5 sect elders and the 4 deacons besides Lu Lan saw that this matter had nothing to do with them, so they retreated to the side. They looked at each other, then one of the sect elders named Shen asked, "About the outcome, what do you guys think?" Among the 4 deacons, the oldest one was about the same age as the sect elders. His last name was Zhang. Right now, he was looking at Long Chen and Feng Wuqian. He said, "Feng Wuqian has broken through to the Earth Core realm, and he has the support of the Nangong Vermilion bird family. His cultivation level must be higher than those who have just broken through to the Mortal Core realm. Long Chen is at the late Mortal Core realm, and he is still far away from Feng Wuqian. But Lu Lan said that he killed the Scarlet Blood Religion's chief, so I think he still has a chance." Another sect elder named Lu curled his lips and said, "Not necessarily." Lu Lan didn't witness Long Chen killing the Scarlet Blood Religion's chief with her own eyes. The difference between the Earth Core realm and the Mortal Core realm is huge. Long Chen was able to defeat Feng Wuqian before, but now, I think he is much weaker. "That's true." Deacon Zhang nodded his head and said, "Have any of you ever seen a fight between a young man from the inner race and an outsider from the inner race? Have any of the inner race lost before?" Everyone shook their heads. They had a general idea of the result of the fight. At this moment, Lu Yuan saw that his advice was useless, so he could only step aside with Lu Lan. Lu Yuan's expression became anxious as he asked, "Lan, did you say that Long Chen really killed the Scarlet Blood Religion's chief?" "That's for sure. Also, I heard that a few days ago in the Sky Realm, he killed the demon grizzly bear. Uncle Yen saw it with his own eyes, and he doesn't think he is a match for Long Chen." "Oh. Even Uncle Yen said so. Looks like Long Chen still has a chance to keep his life. If they could make Long Chen stay, Lu Yuan's goal would be achieved. I hope you can be smart and don't try too hard to anger Feng Wuqian." Looking at Long Chen calmly walking onto the life and death stage with Feng Wuqian, Lu Lan shook her head and sighed as she spoke. It wasn't that she didn't know about Long Chen's temperament, so this time, he was probably going to die. Once Long Chen dies, I'm afraid my plan will be ruined. While she was thinking about her unknown plan in her heart, under the gazes of countless people, Long Chen and Feng Wuqian were facing each other on the wide and sturdy life and death stage. With their surnames, this is a battle between a dragon and a phoenix. But in this battle, the phoenix is stronger than the dragon. Long Chen faintly heard this kind of discussion. Not being favored by the crowd was within his expectations. After all, Feng Wuqian was a true Earth Core warrior, and Long Chen was still at the Mortal Core realm. Besides, there was a huge difference in their statuses. "The last time I fought with you, it was a humiliation in my life. But, that was when I lost my mind. Long Chen, this time, I'm going to wash away this humiliation." "Wash away? Just don't add to the humiliation and become a handsome young man." Long Chen laughed and said indifferently, "You're courting death." Feng Wuqian didn't get angry. After he finished speaking, the Earth Core true Qi in his body started to move crazily. Suddenly, a whirlwind started to spin rapidly in front of him. The overwhelming aura was like a huge mountain pressing down on Long Chen. This aura, it's much stronger than the Scarlet Blood Sect's leader. Long Chen was shocked, but he wasn't afraid. The true chi of a mortal core warrior was not weak either. Dragon Soul Transformation. Under the Dragon's Soul Transformation, his true chi quickly became 10 times stronger, allowing his true chi to soar to the Earth Core realm. He was almost on par with Feng Wutian now. Feng Wutian has just entered the inner sect. Even if he obtained a good combat skill, I'm afraid he won't have enough time to train it. After transforming into the Dragon's Soul Transformation, blood-red true chi started to move around his body. The power of lightning and flame was surrounding Long Chen's body. Long Chen's beast soul transformation seems to have increased his strength by a lot. I'm guessing that his dragon vein realm beast soul isn't the underground blood lizard, but the underground blood lizard king. Lu Yuan murmured. His face was filled with regret. If Long Chen could survive this and obtain the beast soul of the demonic dragon Violet Rain, his strength would definitely increase by a lot. What a pity. Lu Lan originally wanted to tell Lu Yuan that Long Chen had used 300 contribution points to exchange for the soul grass. But at this moment, Long Chen and Feng Wutian had started fighting, so she shut her mouth and carefully watched the scene on the stage. Burning Demon Sun Fist, Burning Sky Red Flame. Vermilion Bird Technique, Fire Spirit Seal. Feng Wutian's Fire Spirit Seal was at least 10 times stronger than before. A giant firebird clashed with Long Chen's Fire Fist. It was a clash of fire, and a loud explosion could be heard. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards the surroundings, causing the entire life and death stage to shake. This move is actually a tie. Seeing that Long Chen was able to withstand Feng Wutian's attack, everyone was surprised. Feng Wutian's Fire Spirit Seal was something that even a warrior who had just entered the Earth Core realm would have a hard time withstanding. Looks like this Long Chen has some strength. He might really be able to kill the Scarlet Blood Sect's leader. Deacon Zhang nodded his head, and a rare look of appreciation appeared on his face. Isn't the result the same? Feng Wutian's Fire Mythical Bird Transformation is something that Long Chen can't handle. Elder Chen shook his head and said. At this moment, Long Chen was on the life and death stage. He was using the 9 Heavens roaming dragon technique and was fighting with Feng Wutian at an extremely fast speed. Looks like you're not bad. You're able to withstand my Fire Spirit Seal as a core realm martial artist. I've underestimated you before. Feng Wutian's calm voice sounded in Long Chen's ears. Don't worry, there are still more surprises to come. Long Chen had to admit that the Fire Spirit Seal was indeed powerful. It had even caused Long Chen's blood to boil. However, Long Chen had the mysterious restoration skill, which allowed him to quickly recover from minor injuries. I heard that my Fire Mythical Bird Transformation lost to you last time. This time, as he spoke, Feng Wutian's aura grew frantically. The vermilion bird mark on his forehead flashed again, and his aura and true chi doubled. Long Chen, don't waste time. I'll let you have a taste of my strongest move, Fire Mythical Bird Transformation. Suddenly, a sharp shriek was heard, and it surged toward Long Chen, causing Long Chen to fly backward. In his field of vision, there were flames surging wildly in front of him. The image of a divine bird suddenly swooped in Long Chen's direction. When the onlookers felt this aura, they were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. Feng Wutian is indeed powerful. This time, even if Long Chen doesn't die, he'll lose a layer of skin. No way. Doesn't Long Chen have a fist technique? When this man's words left his mouth, Long Chen had no choice but to use the demonic sun penetrating earth again. After Long Chen reached the advanced mortal core realm, the power of the demonic sun burning fist had increased by at least 10 times. The black demonic sun fist appeared, and in an instant, it was no weaker than Feng Wutian's. It clashed with Feng Wutian's Fire Mythical Bird Transformation. They're evenly matched. Everyone's expressions were extremely interesting, especially the 4 elders and the 4 deacons, who exchanged glances with each other with extremely awkward expressions. What we said before was really embarrassing. Lu Yuan was happy that Long Chen had reached the next realm. Lu Lan, on the other hand, was staring at Long Chen with her beautiful eyes. There was a strange light shining in her eyes. Right at this moment, Feng Wutian's cold voice could be heard once again. Not bad, but if you force me to use this skill, you won't be able to live. Chapter 140. He still has an even stronger move. The crowd was still in awe of Long Chen's heaven-defying abilities. However, when they heard Feng Wutian's icy words, they were all stunned. Long Chen has already used his trump card to deal with the flaming mythical bird transformation, yet Feng Wutian still has a final move. The higher-ups of the Qingyang Hall had just acknowledged Long Chen, but when they heard Feng Wutian's words, they could already guess the outcome, and their faces were filled with pity. Lu Ling, who was initially feeling gloomy when she saw Feng Wutian fighting on par with Long Chen, became excited when she heard that her sweetheart still had an even stronger move. She yelled, "Big brother Wutian, defeat him and teach him a lesson. Don't hold back." Lu Yuan and Lu Lan exchanged glances with one another. They both had a bad feeling about this. "Father, it's fine, I'll make my move when the time is right." After all, Feng Wutian is now an inner member of the clan. The next generation of the Qingyang Hall can only rely on Long Chen. Lu Lan was relieved after hearing Lu Yuan's promise. However, in her opinion, Long Chen had already reached the level she needed. Even if Long Chen lost to Feng Wutian, it wouldn't matter anymore. "You still have one more move." Long Chen's eyes narrowed. To tell the truth, Long Chen had already exhausted all his strength to deal with Feng Wutian's fire mythical bird transformation. He had thought that the result would be that neither he nor Feng Wutian would be able to do anything to the other. He hadn't expected Feng Wutian to have other attacks. As soon as Feng Wutian said those words, a powerful aura locked onto Long Chen. Long Chen even felt his movements being restricted, and he found it hard to move. "Don't worry, this move will be a treat for you, Long Chen. I didn't want to kill you at first, but unfortunately, you're the one who made me feel threatened." Feng Wutian's cold voice continued to echo. So much nonsense. Using the dragon swimming 9 heaven steps, Long Chen had already retreated to the edge of the life and death ring. At this moment, Feng Wutian closed in on him. The attack he was preparing now was several times more powerful than the fire mythical bird. A year ago, the Nangong Vermilion Bird clan secretly rewarded me with this move. I've only recently mastered it. Long Chen, you're the first person to die under this move. You should feel honored. Feng Wutian had a sinister smile on his face. Although Lu Ling supported Feng Wutian, she was still a little uncomfortable when she heard that sinister smile. Lu Yuan and Lu Lan also frowned. Feng Wutian was defeated by Long Chen last time. Although he didn't say it, it left a very heavy shadow in his heart. So this time, I'm afraid he's determined to kill Long Chen. Lu Lan's voice sounded a little worried. At this moment, Feng Wutian suddenly let out a sharp cry of a mythical bird. Flames formed from his true qi burst out crazily from his body. A pair of huge fiery wings suddenly expanded, and his aura was overwhelming. "Go to hell. Have a taste of my attack." Feng Wutian suddenly charged toward Long Chen. Feng Wu Jiao Tian. This powerful attack caused everyone to tremble in fear. Even the initial Earth Core deacons didn't dare say that they could completely withstand this attack. What shocked everyone even more was that Long Chen didn't run away. Instead, he was charging toward Feng Wutian. "He's crazy. Isn't he courting death?" "Dad," Lu Lan reminded. Under her reminder, Lu Yuan was about to help Long Chen. After all, he was an elder, and Feng Wutian was indebted to him. Feng Wutian wouldn't kill him just because he saved Long Chen's life. At this moment, countless blood-colored vortexes appeared out of nowhere on Long Chen's blood-colored dragon scales, and they began to spin. In an instant, a misty bloody aura covered the entire ring of life and death. Everything within the range of the bloody aura was under Long Chen's control. Devouring World of Blood, activate. This was Long Chen's second time using the Devouring World of Blood. Compared to the last time, it was much more mature, and its range was much smaller. The Devouring World of Blood was the ancient blood spiritual dragon's innate ability. As the user, Long Chen could completely control the range of the Devouring World. Previously, when he used the Devouring World of Blood, it had almost covered half of the underground city. This was Long Chen's limit. The Devouring World of Blood was a domain-type innate ability. Within the range of Long Chen's control, he could directly devour the blood of anyone he wanted to deal with. As for those with a higher cultivation, like Feng Wuqian, who had a higher cultivation than Long Chen, they would also feel their blood churning, and their movements would be hindered. If it was someone that Long Chen didn't want to deal with, like Yang Lingqing and the hundreds of young girls previously, although they didn't have any cultivation, as long as they were within the range of the Devouring World of Blood, they wouldn't be affected at all. This level of innate ability would increase along with Long Chen's cultivation. Therefore, even Long Chen didn't know how powerful the Devouring World of Blood would be when he was strong enough to stand at the peak of the entire continent. Perhaps the life and death of all living things would be in his hands. This was the power of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. The Devouring World of Blood that he suddenly used wasn't an offensive innate ability, but it had a huge impact on Feng Wuqian, who was about to use the Phoenix Dance in the Ninth Heaven. This was Feng Wuqian's first time using the Phoenix Dance in the Ninth Heaven, so he wasn't very proficient in many aspects of control. At this moment, Long Chen's Devouring World of Blood was acting on Feng Wuqian's body, and it immediately caused chaos. This move of Long Chen's could be said to be used at a very opportune time. When Feng Wuqian used the Fire Spirit Seal and the Fire Mythical Bird transformation, he used the Devouring World of Blood at a much better time than now. At this moment, the blood in Feng Wuqian's body seemed to be summoned by its master. It suddenly became excited and turned into tiny knives, colliding in Feng Wuqian's blood vessels and meridians. Feng Wuqian, who was wholeheartedly activating the Phoenix Dance in the Ninth Heaven, didn't expect such a situation. The chaos in the blood in his body, although it didn't hurt his foundation, would only make it difficult for him to move normally. But now, it suddenly made him lose his breath. In front of his astonished face, the prepared Phoenix Dance in the Ninth Heaven suddenly exploded, and he was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The violent turbulence in his body made his qi and blood attack his heart, and he completely fainted. This unforeseen event happened too quickly, so even when Feng Wuqian fell to the ground, everyone still hadn't reacted from their stiff expressions just now. Long Chen also didn't expect that the Devouring World of Blood, which was used in an emergency, would actually have such a powerful effect. He knew that this was mainly because Feng Wuqian couldn't completely control the Phoenix Dance in the Ninth Heaven, which was why Long Chen could take advantage of such a loophole. If it was a skilled move, Long Chen could at most stop him for one move and slightly restrict his movements. It wouldn't be to the point where he could injure himself with one move. However, he had finally defeated Feng Wuqian, and Long Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. This time, Feng Wuqian was completely defeated by Long Chen in front of everyone, and this trouble should be considered resolved. Now that Feng Wuqian had fainted, the battle was completely over. Long Chen recovered from the dragon's soul transformation state, and his eyes carried a playful smile as he looked at the crowd below the stage. What happened? Didn't Feng Wuqian use his most powerful move just now? Why did he suddenly injure himself? I guess he couldn't control this powerful move, and it caused a backlash. Long Chen is really lucky to actually be able to survive like this. These low-level disciples couldn't see the reason, but the four elders and the others saw more than that. Did you guys see that? In that instant, many small blood-colored vortexes appeared on Long Chen's body, and then, Feng Wuqian counterattacked. It must be Long Chen's doing. If Feng Wuqian dared to use it, he must be very confident. Say, what kind of move did Long Chen use? Why is it so mysterious? The way the four elders and deacons looked at Long Chen was completely different now. If they were looking at him with disdain before, there was now a hint of respect in their eyes. I didn't expect this Long Chen to be so mysterious. When they saw the playful smile on Long Chen's face, all of them felt like they couldn't endure it any longer, and they turned their heads away in succession. Especially Deacon Zhang and the two elders that had criticized Long Chen earlier, they wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. Among them, Lu Ling was the one who was the most shocked. At that moment, she was not paying any attention to Feng Wutian. Her eyes were fully focused on Long Chen's figure in the life and death ring, and his evil grin. Last time, Feng Wutian had also been defeated by Long Chen under circumstances that she had not expected. This man was destined to be her nemesis. All of a sudden, Lu Ling felt like she was about to collapse. This time, she was really scared. Last time, when Feng Wutian had been defeated by Long Chen, she had already lost all hope. Later on, when Feng Wutian had achieved something even greater, she had finally gained the ability to face Long Chen. However, this time, the stronger Feng Wutian had still been defeated by Long Chen. With a pale face, Lu Ling shook her head in disbelief and ran away. Ling, Lu Lan shouted, but Lu Ling did not turn around. Lu Lan also found it hard to believe that Long Chen had been able to turn the tables at the last moment. However, this time, Lu Lan was completely convinced by Long Chen. In her eyes, Long Chen was truly worthy of the title of peerless genius. Wu Tian. This was the first time Lu Yuan had personally witnessed such a heaven-defying performance from Long Chen. A monstrous wave was set off in his heart. Long Chen's figure had truly been engraved in his heart this time. However, Feng Wutian's pitiful state had shocked him. He did not have the time to say anything to Long Chen. If something were to happen to Feng Wutian here, he, Lu Yuan, would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, he hurriedly gathered the crowd and went to rescue Feng Wutian. Most of the crowd had gathered around Feng Wutian. Long Chen was bored and left alone under the shocked gazes of the crowd. Chapter 141. The news of Long Chen defeating Feng Wutian once again spread like a whirlwind through the Azure clan, to the other clans, and even to the inner clans. This time, his reputation was even more resounding. At least among the other clans, he could be considered a famous newcomer. In the Azure clan, his reputation had already surpassed Chu Yunyao and the others, almost at the same level as Chu Yunxi. Lu Lan was not even 30 years old, but she was already at the peak of the Earth Core stage. She was the trump card of the Qingyang Hall at her age, and Long Chen was the trump card of the Qingyang Hall at his age. This time, with the help of Lu Yuan's various elixirs, Feng Wutian recovered in a day. He didn't say anything and silently left the Azure clan. Lu Yuan and the others heaved a sigh of relief because of this. Long Chen could finally calm down and continue cultivating. The number of thunder flame crystals he had fused with was still not the limit. When he fused with the 28th thunder flame crystal, Lu Yuan sent someone to summon him. Why is this old ghost looking for me? It was rare for him to be able to relax. Long Chen was preparing to make another trip to the Heaven Martial Realm to make up for the contribution points, but he didn't expect Lu Yuan to summon him at this time. Arriving at the main hall of the Qingyang Hall, only Lu Yuan was there. When he saw Long Chen, his face was full of joy as he welcomed him. Elder Yuan is so happy, could it be that you have a son in your old age? Long Chen's identity was different now, so he teased him. Lu Yuan wasn't angry. He helplessly looked at the kid, then smiled and said, "I'll tell you a piece of great news." What? He didn't expect that there would be a surprise. Long Chen's ears immediately perked up. Lu Yuan pretended to be mysterious and said, "Do you know what day it is on the first day of November?" "What the hell do I know? Don't keep me in suspense. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it." Long Chen was filled with anticipation. The first day of November, that's the day of the Eastern Blue Dragon, which is also the day the inner clan selection begins. What does this have to do with me? Long Chen's eyes lit up as he blurted out, "Old man, Don't tell me you want to tell me that my registration for the inner clan selection has passed? Am I going to participate in the inner clan selection? Long Chen had always been secretly insulting the old man in his heart. Due to his excitement, he blurted it out. To be honest, Long Chen really wanted to enter the inner clan. Firstly, he would be able to obtain more resources. Secondly, the recent series of events made him understand the importance of status. From Dongfang Tianyu, Feng Wutian, Beitang Mo, and Mo Shaolang, Long Chen knew that if he wanted to raise his head in the Lingwu family, he had to enter the inner clan. Most importantly, Yang Lingqing had gone to Beitang Xuanwu. Long Chen was most worried that Yang Lingqing would be bullied. Therefore, he was very eager to participate in the inner clan selection. The inner clan, no matter what, I have to get in. However, he had heard from others that in order to participate in the inner clan selection, one had to be at least at the Earth Core realm. Long Chen was still at the Mortal Core realm, that's why he didn't have much hope for himself. But, from what Lu Yuan said, could it be, you've really earned a lot this time? That's right, I just received news that you have passed the examination. This is really out of my expectations. Seeing that the young Long Chen had such a fortuitous encounter, Lu Yuan felt very emotional in his heart. After getting Lu Yuan's confirmation, Long Chen's heart was filled with joy. I have to grasp this opportunity well, but... Long Chen looked at Lu Yuan and asked, Doyen, I'm only at the Mortal Core realm, how did I pass the examination? Don't tell me they made a mistake. Lu Yuan shook his head and said, I think the news of you defeating Feng Wutian must have been spread out. Although you're only at the late Mortal Core realm, you were able to defeat an Earth Core warrior from the inner family. I think only after the examiners saw this would they recognize your potential. Long Chen thought about it, and this was the only possibility. Looks like I didn't watch that Lu Ling bathing for nothing. Because I saw her bathing, she asked Feng Wutian to beat me up. In the end, Feng Wutian was defeated by me, and I was given the right to participate in the inner clan selection. The development of the world is really unexpected. As he thought about this, Long Chen's face revealed a proud expression. Long Chen, don't be too happy. Lu Yuan's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Long Chen's head. Why? He didn't understand why this old man suddenly became so serious. Lu Yuan shook his head when he saw this kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The name list for this assessment has been completed. A total of 20 people have obtained the qualifications to participate in the inner clan selection. The Gold Clan and the Silver Clan have each taken 3 spots, while the other 7 clans each have 2 spots. Our Green Clan only has you and Chu Yunxi. What's wrong with that? Chu Yunxi seems to be at the Earth Core realm, I'm no match for him. Long Chen was very clear about this. Lu Yuan nodded his head and said, this time, out of the 20 people, there are a total of 5 people who obtained the quota directly. Chu Yunxi is also one of them. Those who obtained the quota directly are all at the peak of the initial Earth Core realm, and their strength is even close to Lan Er's. As for the others who passed the examination, their strength is the lowest among those who have just broken through to the Earth Core realm, and they are all at the top. They are slightly stronger than Feng Wutian. Therefore, I can honestly say that in this inner clan selection, no matter what, you are the weakest contestant. Lu Yuan analyzed the situation for Long Chen. Only now did Long Chen understand why Lu Yuan told him not to be too happy. Elder, among the 20 people, how many can pass the inner clan selection? If Long Chen wanted to enter the inner clan, he had to know this question. 2. Lu Yuan said helplessly, that's why I said not to be too happy. That's because, even if you obtain the spot, the difficulty of entering the inner clan is not something you can imagine. Even the famous young warrior of the Green Clan, Chu Yunxi, doesn't have the confidence to pass, let alone you. If that's the case, why the hell are we holding the inner clan selection? Isn't this just me going to join in the fun? Thinking about the difficulty, Long Chen was speechless. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly and said, you're right. This time, I want you to see the world and see how strong the other outer clan geniuses are. This is very important for you. However, Long Chen, the inner clan selection also has a certain mortality rate. You better be prepared. I don't want our green clan to lose a genius. Is there a mortality rate? Long Chen felt the pressure. After all, he had already exhausted all of his means to deal with Feng Wutian. He had to contend with 20 geniuses who were stronger than Feng Wutian, and finally snatch one of the 2 spots. This was simply more difficult than ascending the heavens. Any opportunity is accompanied by danger, and this inner clan selection is the same. If you are afraid, you are destined to be unable to move forward. On the path of cultivation, the brave are number 1. Lu Yuan stroked his long beard and said emotionally. Long Chen was not afraid, but he felt a great pressure. Screw it, there is still some time until the 1st of November. If I work hard during this time, I should be able to advance to the next level. Even if I can't make it to the inner clan, I will at least stay alive. This time, Long Chen was going to compete with the top geniuses of the 9 outer clans. His competitors started from Huang Xiang, then Huang Feiyang, and finally Chu Yunxi, the number 1 genius of the Green Clan. It was obvious how fast he had improved. However, when he thought of the weak Ling Qing from the inner tribe, Long Chen knew that he had to give it his all this time. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction when he saw the fighting spirit in Long Chen's eyes. However, he frowned when he thought of something else and said, Long Chen, there's something that you're really too unreasonable about. Long Chen had done many outrageous things, so when Lu Yuan suddenly said this, he was shocked. He thought to himself, could it be that the old man found out that I peeped at Lu Ling bathing? If he forced me to marry him, I will be doomed. Just as he was about to find an excuse, he noticed that Lu Yuan was talking about something else. I asked you to get 500 contribution points in exchange for the beast soul of the demonic dragon Violet Rain, but you used 300 contribution points to exchange for some useless soul grass. What is going on? Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said, Patriarch, the soul grass is very important to me. However, it's not that I don't want Violet Rain's beast soul. I'll go to the Sky Martial Arts realm now and earn some contribution points. Lu Yuan was indeed a little uncomfortable. He had given something to Long Chen, and he also thought that it was very important to Long Chen. However, Long Chen did not seem to care about it. What was going on? Forget it. Lu Yuan waved his hand and said, there is not much time left until the inner clan selection. For the remaining time, focus on your cultivation. The beast soul of the demonic dragon Violet Rain is my reward to you. Really? Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. To him, this was a matter of 100,000 divine jades. Overall, this old man had treated him very well. Before this, Long Chen did not like him, but now, he was really grateful to him. Although Lu Yuan was using him as the trump card of the Qingyang Palace, and Long Chen had become famous, his reputation would also become famous. However, a 6th-rank profound beast soul was not something that could be given out easily. From his cosmos sack, Long Chen took out a soul-gathering pearl. The pearl had been dyed purple by the beast soul of Violet Rain. Long Chen could vaguely see a purple demonic dragon roaring within the pearl. Try your best to transform Violet Rain into your divine core natal beast soul within this period of time. At that point of time, your overall strength will be greatly improved. Speaking of this, Long Chen had a bitter expression again. That was because he did not need to absorb the beast soul. However, at this point of time, he had no choice but to take the beast soul from Violet Rain. Now, go back and cultivate. Oh right, there is one more thing. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered something. He then told Long Chen, Chu Yunxi will come and propose marriage to Lan'er in 5 days. I will arrange for you to meet each other. After all, you will form a team in the future. Chapter 142. Chu Yunxi's proposal. Long Chen didn't react in time. He exclaimed, isn't Chu Yunxi the 18-year-old genius? You're proposing to Lu Lan. Not Lu Ling? Long Chen thought Lu Yuan had misspoken. That's right, it's Lan, Yunshi has liked Lan, for some time. Furthermore, this is something everyone knows. It's normal that you don't know about the Lingwu family. Liking Lu Lan at the age of 18? What a heavy taste. Long Chen secretly cursed in his heart. However, when he thought of Lu Lan's alluring and seductive appearance, her entire body was filled with the soul-stirring scent of a mature woman. It was normal for someone to be captivated by her. If Long Chen didn't have Ling Shi by his side, he might have also fallen for Lu Lan's enticement. Lan, is probably going to marry into the Green Royal Hall this time. However, if Chu Yunshi enters the inner tribe, Lan, status will rise as well, Lu Yuan sighed. Is this extremely alluring cabbage going to be taken by a pig again? Long Chen cursed in his heart. Seeing that Long Chen was silent, as if he wasn't interested, Lu Yuan said, since that's the case, you can go back and refine this beast's soul. Senior Yuan, what did you mean by teaming up with Chu Yunshi? Long Chen didn't forget about this. The inner tribe selection is the same as the outer tribe selection. There are 2 rounds. The first round is a 2-man team against another team. You and Chu Yunshi are both from the Green Royal clan, so you can form a team. As for the details of the inner tribe selection, I'll explain it to you in detail later. I'm not sure if the rules will change now. Long Chen nodded and bid farewell to Lu Yuan before returning to his residence. When he returned, Lingxi came out of the sword. She seemed to be very happy as she walked around. She even wrinkled her jade-like nose and hummed a tune. Xiaoxi, why are you so happy? I'm not telling you. Humph. Long Chen smirked and said, is it because Beauty Lu is getting married? Lingxi's face was full of surprise as she said, how did you know? Humph, I think that bitch is always taking liberties with you. She deserves to be married. Long Chen had already figured out Lingxi's way of thinking. Do you think I have any hope in the inner clan selection? Long Chen sat down in the basement. Of course there is. Isn't there still some time? You're only at the mortal core realm now, you're still at the bottom of the cultivation realm. Your cultivation level can increase very quickly. I just casually cultivated for a while, and I broke through to the heavenly core realm. Lingxi said all this in an indifferent tone, which made Long Chen secretly shocked. This girl must have been high and mighty when she was young. She doesn't know the hardships of the people at the bottom like us. After absorbing the soul grass, Lingxi was full of energy. She ran around the house every day, and Long Chen let her play by herself. As long as he had some free time, it would be time for him to cultivate. Now it's time to absorb the blood of the 2 grizzly demon bears. If I keep them in the cosmos sac for too long, their energy will probably be lost. There were still 5 days before Chu Yunshi came to propose marriage. During these 5 days, no one came to disturb Long Chen. Therefore, Long Chen completely absorbed the blood of the 2 grizzly demon bears. 2 profound rank 4th level demon beasts with enough blood, but they only made me improve a little. It seems like I'm still some distance away from the Earth Core realm. Long Chen took out the soul-gathering pearl of the demon dragon Violet Rain. To a beast warrior, this was a treasure, but to Long Chen, it was useless. He was a dragon warrior, not a beast warrior. What he needed was the blood essence of the primordial divine dragon, not the beast's soul. A normal beast warrior would be able to completely absorb this beast's soul during the inner clan selection. At that time, when that old man Lu sees that I didn't absorb it, I don't know what he will do to me. Depressing, I have to think of a way to secretly exchange it for 100,000 godly jades. However, Long Chen couldn't think of a way in such a short period of time. He just needed to hide the beast soul of the demon dragon Violet Rain and take out the Thunder Flame crystals again. The Thunder Flame crystals are almost used up. My limit should be 30 crystals. In these 5 days, I will absorb another 3 crystals and let my Thunder Flame battle body reach a stronger realm. Level 1 Thunder Flame battle body required 10 Thunder Flame crystals. Level 2 Thunder Flame battle body, Long Chen estimated that it was almost there. As long as he broke through a certain point, he would definitely be able to achieve Level 2 Thunder Flame Battle Body. Level 2 Thunder Flame Battle Body was probably equivalent to a high-level Mystic Class Body refining technique. It would definitely be a very powerful existence. 4 days passed slowly. On the morning of the 5th day, Long Chen was finally freed from the pain. While using the energy restoration to repair his body, he said in surprise, "I have absorbed a total of 30 Thunder Flame crystals. My Thunder Flame Battle Body is already 3 times stronger than when it was first formed. However, it is still not Level 2 Thunder Flame Battle Body." After his body was completely healed by the energy restoration, Long Chen stood up from the ground and stretched his body. "The stronger my body is, the weaker the effect of the energy restoration will be. If I reach the high-level Mystic class, the effect of the energy restoration will definitely be much weaker." It was now midnight, and the day that Lu Yuan mentioned was about to begin. Long Chen just happened to finish absorbing the Thunder Flame crystals at this time. The timing was just right. Marriage proposal? I don't think I need to participate in this kind of thing. When they are done, let's go meet that Chu Yunxi and see how the number 1 genius of the Green Clan is. After tidying up the things on his body, Long Chen leisurely lay on the bed and played around with Lingxi, waiting for someone to summon him. "Hey, that beauty is going to be married off. Aren't you sad?" Leaning on the edge of the bed, Lingxi pouted and said with jealousy. "Of course I'm heartbroken. Little Shi, why don't we go kidnap the bride?" Long Chen suddenly sat up and said excitedly. When Lingxi's face became completely unhappy, Long Chen laughed and reached out his hand to pinch Lingxi's little face. Lingxi retreated with a whoosh and looked angrily at Long Chen. "Bastard, don't even think of touching me." Long Chen hurriedly apologized. "Why are you angry? I was just talking nonsense. That girl is old and ugly, I don't want her. Plus, my Lingxi is young and beautiful, that's what I want. TCH, who wants your love?" Hearing the praise, Lingxi felt very comfortable, but she still had a disdainful expression on her face. Time always passed quickly in cohabitation. Before noon, someone knocked on the door. "Long Chen, Deacon Lu wants you to go to her residence." "Go to her residence? Didn't she want me to go to Qingyang Hall to see Chu Yunxi today?" Gan Lin didn't know either and could only shake his head. "Go to Deacon Lu's residence and see for yourself. I still have some things to do, so I'll be leaving first." Long Chen was at a loss and could only say to Lingxi, "Lingxi, let's go to Beauty Lu's place first." "Strange, why does that bitch want you to go to her place?" Lingxi tilted her head, her face full of displeasure. "Who cares about her, we'll talk about it when we get there." "I'm not going." Lingxi controlled the Lingxi sword and moved away from Long Chen's ear. "If you don't want to see her, you can go by yourself. I'll stay here by myself, you can come back after you're done." With a whoosh, Lingxi disappeared. Long Chen had no choice but to close the door and go to Lu Lan's residence, which was the core of the Green Willow residence. In the Qingyang Hall, Lu Yuan sat on the left side of the main seat. Below him were the 4 great elders and 4 deacons. Only Lu Lan was missing. On the other side, the person in the lead was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a deep gaze, and every single move he made was filled with strength. Beneath the middle-aged man was a handsome young man with restrained divine light. The middle-aged man was the strongest hall in the Azure clan, the current elder of the Azure Imperial Hall, Chu Fengqing. And beside him was naturally his son, the so-called number 1 genius of the Azure clan, Chu Yunxi. This Chu Yunxi's appearance was much different from Chu Fengqing's, but he was more similar to his sister, Chu Yunyao. These 2 people had come today to propose marriage. Yunxi, this child, has known how to improve himself since he was young. He is unwilling to fall behind others, so ever since he started cultivating, he has always been far ahead of others. This time, he even directly obtained the qualification to participate in the inner clan selection. Even if he is an outsider, he can still be considered an outstanding young talent. Chu Fengqing was not polite at all. When he talked about his son, his words were full of undisguised praise. "I wonder how confident Yunxi is in the inner clan selection. Lu Yuan chuckled, then turned his gaze to Chu Yunxi. Chu Yunxi thought for a moment, then said politely, "Uncle Lu, I estimate that I have a 50% chance of winning. I am very clear about the strength of the other competitors. Jin and Xing will definitely get one of the spots, and I have more hope of fighting for the other spot." Hearing the name Jin and Xing, Chu Fengqing also sighed, that Jin clan's young prince does have some skills. Among the younger generation of outsiders, he can be considered a top existence. Lu Yuan also nodded helplessly, indeed, not bad. Oh right, when Lu Lan participated in the inner clan selection, she seemed to be able to enter as well? Chu Fengqing said indifferently. Brother Chu is too kind. That year, although Lan was also at the initial Earth Core stage, her fighting strength was not very strong. She was eliminated in the first round. How could it be considered almost the same? Hearing their conversation, Chu Yunxi frowned and said, "Uncle Lu, this time, I must help Sister Lan fulfill her wish." Lu Yuan admired this young man from the bottom of his heart, and he was actually very satisfied that Lu Lan was willing to marry him. However, Lu Lan's temper was a little stubborn. "My has been yearning for Lan day and night. Brother Lu, for the sake of this kid's deep feelings, how about we settle today's matter like this?" Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. "Of course I want to agree. After all, I also have high hopes for Yunxi. However, Lan has not arrived yet, so let's wait for her to arrive first. What do you think?" At this moment, a young warrior knocked on the door and entered. He said respectfully, "Grand Elder, Deacon Lu said that he wants young Master Yunxi to pay a visit to the Green Willow House." Chu Yunxi stood up from his seat. Chapter 143. Why is she so mysterious? Why is she looking for me? Lingxi didn't follow him. Longchen felt empty in his heart. In the core of the Green Willow residence, there was a beautiful courtyard. This was where Lu Lan usually lived. When Longchen arrived, he realized that the door wasn't closed. He knocked on the door a few times, but there was no response. Feeling strange, he directly walked in. What a perverted woman. Her own place is so beautiful, with verdant hills and clear waters, birds chirping and flowers blooming. The courtyard was filled with jade-green bamboos. Although the weather was cold, the bamboos were very luxuriant. After passing through the bamboo forest, in front of him was a group of exquisite wooden houses. Long Chen looked around a few times, but he couldn't find Lu Lan. Instantly, a look of anger appeared on his face. Fuck, she actually tricked me. He looked around for a while more, and suddenly, he discovered that there was some movement in one of the wooden houses. The door was also unlatched. Could it be that she's also taking a bath like Lu Ling? Long Chen had an evil thought. However, he knew that he wouldn't encounter such a good thing twice. Lu Ling was fine, but if it was Lu Lan, with her fiery hot body, Long Chen wouldn't be able to handle it. This woman is a complete vixen, tsk tisk. Long Chen walked over, and indeed, he could faintly sense someone's presence. After spending so much time with Lu Lan, he knew that it was her aura. Beauty Lu, why did you summon me here? What are you doing? Long Chen said in a clear voice as he pushed open the door. When he said this, he was suddenly stunned, and his eyes widened. This was obviously a bathroom. At this moment, white mist rose up, and in the middle of the white mist, there was a snow-white silhouette. Her graceful body was lazily lying in the water. That kind of beauty almost caused Long Chen's nose to bleed. Fuck, why is he really taking a bath? Long Chen had no idea what Lu Lan was trying to do. This time was different from Lu Ling's. Lu Ling had forgotten to close the door, while Long Chen had accidentally barged in. Lu Lan, on the other hand, had used a scheme to lure Long Chen in. Could it be that she thinks I'm too handsome and decided to devote herself to me at this important moment? It just so happens that Lingxi isn't here. Long Chen thought wretchedly in his heart. His eyes were fixed on the snow-white curves in the white mist. Blood qi rose in his chest. However, Long Chen knew very well that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Now that Long Chen had eaten her lunch, he was going to be tortured by her. Long Chen guessed that Lu Lan was definitely up to something. He glared at her snow-white body and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a powerful force exploded from Lu Lan's body. A piece of white cloth wrapped around Long Chen's left leg and dragged him over. "Oh my, you're here, how can you leave just like that?" A numbing voice entered Long Chen's ears. Before Long Chen could react, his entire body had fallen into the water. He struggled free from the white cloth and pulled himself out of the water. When he opened his eyes, Lu Lan was right in front of him. Her red lips were inches away from his, and her eyes were filled with temptation. Her sexy curves and soft skin were all within reach of Long Chen. The only pity was that his private parts were wrapped up by the white cloth. However, that made her even more alluring. "Do I look good?" Lu Lan's breath smelled like orchids as she looked at Long Chen. There was a hint in her eyes. "Good my ass, I'm not as sexy as you." Although the scene in front of him was full of temptation and normal people would find it hard to resist, Long Chen was definitely not a person who was blinded by beauty. He broke free from Lu Lan's grasp and jumped out of the water. He dragged his wet clothes and rushed out of the room without looking back. Behind him, Lu Lan giggled. "What the hell is this bitch doing? Why did she let me off so easily?" Although it was a feast for his eyes, Long Chen still felt that something was wrong. Indeed, as soon as he dashed out of Lu Lan's bathroom, a handsome young man walked towards him. When the young man saw Long Chen, his face turned cold and he said coldly, "It's you again. What are you doing here?" This young man obviously knew him. Long Chen couldn't figure out who he was even after thinking for a long time. "You know me?" Right now, Long Chen was covered in water. His clothes and hair were filled with the fragrance of women and fresh flowers. It was a very strange scene. "I've seen you before. You talked to Sister Lan the other day." Long Chen was stunned. Only now did he remember that this young man was the one who had just separated from Yang Lingqing. He had only exchanged a few words with Lu Lan before he saw a young man staring at him from afar. So it was this young man in front of him. "Kid, I'm asking you a question. Why are you here at Sister Lan's place? Where's Sister Lan?" At this time, a sweet female voice came from the bathroom. "Long Shi, why aren't you coming in?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Lan came out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around her. When she saw the young man not far away, her expression changed. "Yinshi, why are you here? What's going on?" When Lu Lan called him Long Shi, Long Chen was already confused. However, when he heard Yunshi's name and remembered that Chu Yunshi was going to propose marriage to Lu Lan today, Long Chen immediately realized that he was being used as a shield. At this time, Chu Yunshi looked at the scene with grief and indignation. In his eyes, Long Chen came out of his goddess's bathroom with a wet body. There were even a few flowers on his head. Lu Lan, who had called him Long Shi, came out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around her. Her hair was still wet. This meant that before this, what exactly were they doing inside? Chu Yunshi, who had come to see Lu Lan excitedly, suddenly had his eyes turn red. Long Chen could feel a strong murderous aura erupting from Chu Yunshi's body. The aura that belonged to the number one genius of the Green Clan. The aura that belonged to the initial Earth Core realm almost pushed Long Chen away. You. Why? Chu Yunshi, who had a graceful demeanor before, instantly turned into a ferocious beast when he saw his lover doing something so embarrassing with someone else. He ignored Lu Lan and stared at Long Chen with his murderous eyes. "Son of a bitch. He wants to kill me." From Chu Yunshi's eyes, Long Chen understood what he meant. Lu Lan obviously understood as well. She shouted, "Yunshi, don't do it. Let me explain." "Explain your mother." Long Chen cursed in his heart. His face was filled with anger. At this time, Chu Yunxi had completely lost his mind and was charging toward Long Chen. What Lu Lan had said just now was obviously an act. Seeing this, Lu Lan immediately rushed back to the bathroom. Long Chen guessed that now that her evil plan had succeeded, it was time for her to put on her clothes. This perverted woman, if I get my hands on you, I'll spank your ass until it looks like a sunflower. As the top genius of the Green Tribe, how could Chu Yunxi be a simple character? His aura alone was not something that Long Chen could resist. In order to save his own life, Long Chen instantly transformed into his dragon's soul transformation and fled as fast as he could. Chu Yunxi. Don't do it, don't fall into Lu Lan's trap. It's obvious that she doesn't want to marry you, that's why she dragged me here to be your shield. Long Chen explained as he fled. I saw it with my own eyes, how dare you deny it? No matter who you are, you must die for touching my woman. Long Chen was instantly speechless. No wonder Chu Yunxi liked Lu Lan, a woman who was much older than him. It was because he was a simple-minded guy. Once he had made up his mind, it was impossible for him to change his mind. The cunning Lu Lan knew this, which was why she had set up a trap for Long Chen. With a little act, Chu Yunxi had completely believed her. Finger of Calamity. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yunxi executed a powerful attack, causing the wind and clouds to tremble violently. Sand and dust were swept up in the air as a powerful finger was unleashed in Long Chen's direction. Facing such a powerful attack, Long Chen had no time to explain himself. At this crucial moment, he could only clench his teeth and throw out a punch. A demonic Yang Fist was instantly unleashed. Sky-burning demonic Yang Fist, demonic Yang penetrating the ground. The two attacks collided, but what made Long Chen feel like he was about to collapse was that Chu Yunxi's Finger of Calamity was even more powerful than Feng Wutian's flaming mythical bird transformation. Long Chen's demonic Yang penetrating the ground was instantly shattered. The powerful force collided with Long Chen's body, causing Long Chen to be sent flying. Fresh blood splattered onto the ground. The injury he suffered this time was more serious than any of the previous ones. When Long Chen fell to the ground, his body twitched violently. After enduring the attack, Long Chen had completely lost the ability to fight. He quickly got up and endured the intense pain in his body. He had no choice but to use the energy-restoring technique to heal his injuries. He had been tricked by Lu Lan out of the blue and suffered such heavy injuries. If Long Chen were to say that he wasn't angry, that would be a lie. Although Chu Yunxi seemed to be well-mannered, he was used to being arrogant. He had decided that Lu Lan belonged to him, and since Long Chen had touched what belonged to him, he had to die. Previously, Long Chen had thought that the conflict between him and Long Chen had been caused by Lu Lan and that it had been a misunderstanding. However, when Chu Yunxi attacked without distinguishing between right and wrong and tried to take Long Chen's life, Long Chen knew that a great feud had been formed. Chu Yunxi, I tried to explain myself, but you didn't listen at all. You tried to take my life right away. I'll remember this finger attack. If I don't die today, don't you ever give me a chance to turn the tables. Although it had been a misunderstanding, Long Chen was still infuriated that he had been seriously injured. At that moment, Chu Yunxi saw that Long Chen was sitting cross-legged and healing his injuries. The murderous aura on his face didn't diminish in the slightest. He sneered as he charged at Long Chen and yelled, "My attack didn't take your life? Then I shall grant you another attack. Die." Chapter 144. The deadly threat instantly closed in on Long Chen. Completely unreasonable, all you want is my life. At that moment, Long Chen's heart did not fluctuate at all. Instead, he was extremely calm. He knew that he was still valuable, and Lu Lan wouldn't let him die in Chu Yunxi's hands. Therefore, he sat down with his legs crossed and started using his profound healing skill, recovery healing. As expected, just as Chu Yunxi was about to charge at Long Chen with a murderous expression, a slim figure flew out from the house and blocked Long Chen's way. She then slapped Chu Yunxi with her palm. This powerful attack directly sent Chu Yunxi flying. This was the first time Long Chen had seen Lu Lan attack. The strength of a peak Earth Core warrior was indeed something. With just a simple attack, she had sent Chu Yunxi, the #1 genius of the Green Clan, flying. Sister Lan, you actually attacked me because of him? Chu Yunxi's eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was gloomy. Yunxi, don't think too much. Lu Lan turned around and looked at Long Chen with a pained expression. She pretended to be in pain and said to Chu Yunxi, since you've seen it, I don't want to hide it from you anymore. I didn't promise you before because I already have someone in my heart. Long Chen almost vomited blood when he heard this. He was about to scold Lu Lan, but he didn't expect that Lu Lan already knew what he was going to do. As soon as she turned around, she placed her hand on Long Chen's shoulder in a corner where Chu Yunxi couldn't see. Instantly, he swallowed the words he was about to say. Is he the person you're talking about? Chu Yunxi's eyes were filled with hatred. He wanted to eat Long Chen alive. Long Chen had made such a huge enemy out of nowhere, and he was almost killed. The anger in his heart was less than Chu Yunxi's. However, Lu Lan's strength was stronger than his. Under her control, Long Chen couldn't say a word. I know him. I heard that he's going to participate in the inner tribe selection. Good. Good. Chu Yunxi's heart twitched when he thought about what had just happened. After saying the word good 3 times, he stared at Long Chen and sneered, since you attacked me because of him, I'm indeed not your opponent right now. However, the day of the inner tribe selection will be the day this kid dies. He stared at Long Chen for a while like a ferocious beast, then looked at Lu Lan with a broken heart. Biting his lips, he turned around and left. What happened today only drove him crazy to the extreme. After Chu Yunxi went to Green Willow House, Lu Yuan and Chu Fengqing had nothing to do, so they drank and joked around. Brother Lu, why do you think your daughter allowed my son to meet her alone? Lu Yuan was also at a loss and laughed awkwardly. This lass has never acted according to common sense since she was young. How would I have guessed? Could it be that she wants my son to visit her boudoir? Chu Fengqing chuckled. At this age, Chu Fengqing was still a little disrespectful. Lu Yuan was a little speechless. He continued to tease Chu Fengqing. At this time, Chu Yunxi walked in with an ashen face. Lu Yuan was startled and asked, Yunxi, where's Lan? You still have the nerve to ask me? Chu Yunxi laughed coldly and then turned to Chu Fengqing. Father, let's go. We'll never come back to this damned Xingyang Hall again. The people in the room were all stunned. Lu Yuan immediately guessed that something was wrong with Lu Lan. He immediately said, Yunxi, did Lan say something to you? Chu Yunxi looked at him coldly and said, do you dare to say you don't know what your daughter has done? Before Lu Yuan could react, Chu Yunxi had already walked out of the room. Chu Fengqing immediately felt that something was wrong when he saw this. In fact, if it weren't for his son's insistence, he would never have agreed to the marriage. He wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to Lu Yuan, the weakest among the 8 founding elders. Chu Fengqing could roughly guess from his son's words that Lu Lan had made him give up. That's even better. That girl Lu Lan has a bad reputation. If she marries, it will be a disgrace to the Chu clan. With this thought in mind, Chu Fengqing's attitude toward Lu Yuan took a 180-degree turn. He smirked coldly and followed Chu Yunxi out of the Qingyang Hall without looking back. Let's go and see what Lu Lan is up to. They were both founding elders, yet Lu Yuan was being looked down upon. His face turned ashen as he slammed the table and stood up. The surrounding elders and deacons kept quiet out of fear when they saw Lu Yuan's rage. What's wrong with Deacon Lu? Even if he's not willing to accept the marriage proposal from the Green Royal Hall, there's no need for this, right? The Green Royal Hall is the top hall of the Green tribe. It's a reputable figure among the other tribes. Why is Lu Lan so reckless? The elders were struggling with the same question. Although Long Chen was severely injured, he was treated in time by Guiyuan. Lu Lan even took out a mid-grade medicine from her heaven-earth pouch and fed it to him. Only then did Long Chen recover from his injuries. Long Chen raised his head and looked at the calm Lu Lan. He said with a gloomy smile, "This time, we have a great feud." "Is that so?" Lu Lan said indifferently, "It's just a minor injury. Didn't I let you see all you want? Is your body worth that much?" Long Chen struggled to stand up. "Let's go to my room and treat your injuries first. Don't even think of trying to curry favor with me." "Lu Lan, regardless of whether it is you or Chu Yunxi, I, Long Chen, will definitely avenge today's grudge. If you have the guts, kill me now. Otherwise, when I climb all over your head." Long Chen took a few steps forward, before he turned around and said in a cold tone, "I'm going to climb on top of you." Lu Lan was startled, before she said with a provocative smile, "If you can defeat Chu Yunxi and enter the inner tribe, you can do whatever you want to me." Long Chen clenched his fists, before he loosened them. He was indeed no match for Lu Lan at this moment. Therefore, he had no choice but to let it go after being used by her. "Do you really think I want you?" Long Chen burst out laughing and said, "I have plenty of sisters. Why would I work so hard for an auntie like you?" "Auntie?" Lu Lan almost fainted from anger. She was about to flip out, but Long Chen had already left without even looking back. She watched as Long Chen left. Although he was injured, he was still as straight as a spear. "Wasn't it too much for me to use him today? Once he grows stronger, he'll bite back at me sooner or later." Thinking of Huang Feiyang and the Scarlet Blood sect master's fates, Lu Lan shivered. "No matter, at least I can make that brat Chu Yunxi give up. Although that brat looks refined, he's arrogant, and condescending. If I follow him, half of my life will be ruined. How can I, Lu Lan, rely on someone else and live by looking at someone else's face?" These were her true thoughts. She really hated Chu Yunxi to the core. That was why she used such a method to make Chu Yunxi give up. Like this, the relationship between the Azure Sun Hall and the Azure Imperial Hall will be broken. However, ever since Chu Yunxi set his eyes on me, this matter will definitely happen. Lu Lan's face was filled with helplessness. When she thought of Long Chen and how much he'd improved during this period of time, Lu Lan nodded inwardly and said, "Now, I can only place my bet on him. He's always been a person filled with miracles, and the greater the pressure, the faster he'll grow. Since Chu Yunxi tried to kill him today, with his character, he'll definitely plan to take revenge during the inner clan selection." Long Chen's temperament had already been completely grasped by Lu Lan. Everything that had happened today seemed to have happened suddenly, but it was all according to Lu Lan's plan. Chu Yunxi and Long Chen's temperament had been completely controlled by her. From this, it could be seen how high her methods were. "However, I said those big words just now. If he really got lucky and entered the inner clan, wouldn't I?" Thinking of this, she thought of Long Chen's lifeless expression when he saw her jade body today. Lu Lan suddenly felt her face heat up. After being tricked for no reason, and almost losing his life, it was impossible for Long Chen not to be angry. That perverted woman is truly terrifying. I think she must have been preparing for this for a long time. I'm such an idiot. I actually jumped right into the pit she dug and became enemies with Chu Yunxi. Now I'm covered in injuries." Thinking of Chu Yunxi, the murderous intent in Long Chen's heart intensified. Lu Lan had simply tricked him and used him as a shield. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxi was really trying to kill him. In fact, he had almost succeeded. Just because his strength and status are higher than mine, he has no respect for me. Does he think my life is as worthless as grass? Long Chen was well aware of Chu Yunxi's temperament. Even if he knew the truth, he would not allow Long Chen to live peacefully. By the way, old man Lu mentioned that I would be on the same team as him during the inner clan selection. Given my current situation, how could I possibly be on the same team as him? I'm afraid that he would kill me at the beginning of the selection. Thinking of this, Long Chen furrowed his brows. Lu Lan has been making enemies for me. This time, it's even worse. However, aren't you afraid that you'll play with fire one day? I, Long Chen, am not a sheep to be manipulated by you. Long Chen did not dare to let Lingxi see the injuries on his body. On one hand, he did not know how to explain what had happened today. Even if he did, with Lingxi's hatred for Lu Lan, she might just rush out and fight him. Hiding in a corner of the Green Willow residence, Long Chen used the energy-restoring technique to heal his injuries. At the same time, he absorbed all the middle-grade healing pills that Lu Lan had given him. Only then did he recover half of his injuries. If Long Chen were to force himself, no one would be able to tell. As such, Long Chen headed towards the residence of the first-grade disciples. As he approached, Long Chen bumped into Gan Lin. When he saw Long Chen, a strange expression appeared on Gan Lin's face. He shook his head and said, "Long Chen, I didn't expect you to be with the deacon in the end. However, the resistance between you and the deacon is too great. I believe that Chu Yunxi will not let you off. What did you say?" Long Chen's eyes widened. Chapter 145. Senior brother gone, what do you mean? Long Chen asked in astonishment. There's no need to keep it a secret. Everyone already knows about it. Gan Lin forced a smile and said, "We all know what happened just now. I bet the news of you telling Chu Yunxi the truth will soon spread throughout the Green Tribe. It's the biggest news before the selection, son of a bitch." Long Chen cursed in his heart. He knew it was Lu Lan's doing again. Of course, she could not reveal the fact that she had tricked Long Chen to watch her taking a bath. She could only use such a ridiculous lie, but it was easy for people to believe such gossip. This time, my name is going to shake the entire 9 out clans. I can't believe I'm going to steal Chu Yunxi's love and trample him underfoot. However, I'm done for in the selection, Lu Lan. Long Chen had the urge to skin her alive. After bidding farewell to Gan Lin, Long Chen was about to return to his residence. To his surprise, Lu Ling was staring at him coldly from the door. "Asshole, I won't let you touch my sister." After saying this, he slammed the door shut. Huh. The frustration in Long Chen's heart was indescribable. "Forget it, do whatever you want. I've been cultivating for the past few days, not only for Ling Qing, but also to save my life. I must pass the selection." However, the pressure of competing with the top geniuses of the 9 great outer clans isn't small at all. As he pushed the door open, Lingxi was already waiting for him. When he saw the worry in Lingxi's eyes, Long Chen suddenly discovered that his heart had suddenly become incomparably calm. This feeling was as if he had suddenly returned to his own harbor after wandering and killing for 10 years. "You're back." For 10 days, Long Chen spent his time cultivating. He spent 2 days hunting beasts in the Sky Martial realm. He could not deal with 5th-level beast-ranked beasts yet, so he could only hunt 4th-level beast-ranked beasts. In 2 days, he killed 4 4th-level beast-ranked beasts in total. Because of what had happened with Lu Lan, the Azure Imperial Hall had already become the laughingstock of the outer clans. Everything they did was against the Azure Imperial Hall. Long Chen was very low-key in the Tian Qi layer, so he didn't cause any trouble. These few days, he was really like a mouse, living his days in hiding. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, he didn't take the beast cores and beast souls he obtained to the treasure pavilion to exchange for contribution points. By now, Lingxi naturally already knew what had happened to Long Chen that day. However, this matter had been covered up. After Lingxi heard about it, she only felt disdain towards Lu Lan in her heart. However, the matter of the inner clan selection was already imminent. Let's not talk about the fact that Chu Yunxi will attack me during the selection battle. There are many other geniuses who are as strong as Chu Yunxi. My goal is to enter the inner tribe. Reaching the late mortal core realm is not enough. Sitting in the spacious basement, Long Chen swallowed the blood essence of 4 profound rank 4th-level demonic beasts. However, it was obvious that the blood essence of the 4th-level demonic beasts did not have much of an effect on him. Long Chen used blood refinement to qi, and at most, he would be much closer to the Earth Core realm. Everyone in the inner clan was looking forward to the inner clan selection. Every inner clan selection was a big show for the 9 outer clans. Those who could stand out in the outer clan selection were all geniuses from the outer clans. Once they entered the inner clan, they would be able to shine brightly. Besides, this was also the platform for the 9 outer clans to compete with each other. Although the 9 outer clans were united against outsiders, there was still a lot of internal competition. For the sake of this inner clan selection, the 9 outer clans had put in a lot of effort. They wanted to gain some face in the inner clan selection and solidify their position among the outer clans. The ones who were especially looking forward to this inner clan selection were the Green Clan. In the other clans, the 2 participants had a good relationship with each other, and they were perfect partners. But in the Green Clan, not only did they have a mortal core warrior, Long Chen, who had been promoted as an exception, but most importantly, Long Chen and Chu Yunxi had a huge conflict. Everyone loved to gossip. The romantic love story of Long Chen and Chu Yunxi fighting each other for the same woman was known by everyone in the 9 outer clans. Among them, the most mysterious one was Long Chen. This young man had actually joined the outer clan in less than 2 months. Furthermore, his cultivation level had skyrocketed from the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm to the late Mortal Core realm. He was proud in both the training field and the love field. Lu Lan, who everyone thought was a definite match for Chu Yunxi, Long Chen's direct superior, had actually been captured by this young man. It was like a good cabbage being taken by a pig, or a fresh flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. This pair of love rivals were going to represent the Green Clan in the competition. It was definitely going to be an exciting show. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to the inner clan selection. There were only 10 days left until the first day of November. Most of the people were already living like a year. However, although Long Chen was proud in the love field, he was going to have a tragic ending in the battlefield. Because he was the only mortal core warrior in the contestant number 20, Long Chen had attracted a lot of attention. Long Chen's information had been flipped through countless times. Although he had defeated Feng Wutian, Long Chen was still the weakest contestant in the inner clan selection. When Long Chen had been out for the past few days, everyone in the Spirit Martial City was talking about the inner clan selection. Long Chen was one of the most talked about people. Although there were many topics, Long Chen was not a promising candidate. When people talked about him, they just wanted to see how Long Chen and his love rival, Chu Yunxi, would stir up a storm in the inner clan selection. Chu Yunxi is a peerless genius, and the Chu family has a lot of resources. I wonder if there is something wrong with that beautiful Lu Lan's brain. Why did she choose that pig, Long Chen? Every time he heard this, Long Chen had the urge to vomit blood. This was also the reason why he didn't dare go to the treasure pavilion. If he was surrounded, he would probably be drowned in their spit. What a shameless woman. Ling Shi's face was also puffed up with anger these past few days. But, Long Chen, with your current strength, it will not be easy for you to compete with them. But don't worry, I've consumed the soul grass, so I can at least launch an attack that even a peak Earth Core warrior can't defend against. If that Chu dares to touch you, I'll kill him. Thinking about how he had injured Long Chen, Ling Shi was filled with righteous indignation. Long Chen still felt a little helpless. Fine, I can only hope that I have a breakthrough in the inner clan selection. If not, it will be hard for me to have a chance. Ever since he entered the Lingwu family, Long Chen's status and identity had been rising. He had never felt fear. But this time, when he had to compete with all the geniuses from the other clans, he felt powerless. I guess I won't be able to avenge Chu Yunxi's finger for a while. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, what made Long Chen feel helpless was that Lu Lan suddenly came to find him. Long Chen didn't want to see her at first, but he didn't expect her to stay outside. Xiao Shi, I'm going out to see what she's going to fart. Don't be rash, this woman is very strong. When I'm stronger, I'll beat her up. What do you think? Before leaving, Long Chen saw Ling Xi's gloomy and unfriendly expression, so he hurriedly tried to persuade her. When I recover my strength, I'll make her suffer. Opening the door, Lu Lan was wearing the black muslin dress she had worn when she entered his room on the first night. Her sexy figure was perfectly displayed, but today she was wearing a black cloak, concealing her seductive appearance. The inner clan selection is about to begin. You don't have any trump cards in your hands. The Morning Light Business League of Yuanling City is holding a large-scale auction today. How about we go together? Long Chen had actually come out to send her away, lest she angered him and he couldn't help but attack her. But when he heard about the auction, he hesitated for a moment and still decided to go. After receiving the other cloak from Lu Lan, Long Chen followed her out of Lingwu City. Among the cultivators, there were many people who had offended others or done something earth-shattering, so they didn't want to reveal their identity. There were many of these people, especially at auctions. Most people were unwilling to reveal their identity, so wearing a cloak to participate in auctions was already a rule. With this cloak, Long Chen didn't cause a huge commotion when he walked with Lu Lan. It's been quite lively these past 10 days. Your love history has become a hot topic among the outer clans. Long Chen said indifferently. Are you complaining or enjoying it? Lu Lan smiled faintly. Are you teasing me again? Lu Lan smiled, but she didn't deny it. You shouldn't care too much about these things. Long Chen. Thinking of this, she frowned and said, the inner clan selection is far more dangerous than you can imagine. Whether you believe it or not, I don't want you to die in my heart. Do you really want to be an old cow eating young grass? After being called an old cow by Long Chen time and time again, no matter how well Lu Lan cultivated herself, she was on the verge of going berserk. However, because of what happened in the past, she owed Long Chen first, so it wasn't appropriate for her to act out now. Rolling her eyes at Long Chen, Lu Lan continued, I can only apologize to you for what happened last time. Chu Yunxi's character is even more extreme than I expected. In this inner clan selection, as long as he has the opportunity, I believe that he will do everything possible to kill you regardless of the price. What do you mean by that? Are you gloating? Long Chen's voice turned cold. That's not what I meant. Lu Lan panicked. I just want to tell you that it's better for you to control yourself. You're still young, a few years younger than Chu Yunxi, and you've just joined the Lingwu martial arts sect. It's not impossible for you to surpass him in the future. That's enough. I won't show mercy to those who deserve to die. After saying that, Long Chen walked in front of them. Chapter 146. The Morning Light Business League's auction was jointly organized by all the branches of the Morning Light Business League in the Dongling region. The Morning Light Business League's branch managed by Zhao Tianfang was obviously one of them. Because of the Thunderflame battle physique, Long Chen was a little afraid of them. However, with Lu Lan supporting him, he had nothing to be afraid of. Even if the sky collapsed, the Lingwu family would be there to hold it up. The scale of the auction was extremely huge. Over 10,000 people had gathered in the huge plaza. In the middle of the plaza, there was a platform with lights converging on it. The platform's floor was completely made of godly jade. It was obvious how great the Morning Light Business League was. On the plaza, there were close to 200 private rooms. Long Chen and Lu Lan were currently in one of them. Although the room wasn't big, it was extremely exquisite. With Lu Lan's status, it was very normal for her to be able to get a private room like this. This woman, who was rumored to be his woman, was in such a narrow space with him. The alluring fragrance from her body continuously flowed into Long Chen's nose, causing him to feel a little uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the previous incident, he might have enjoyed it very much. However, at this moment, a large part of his heart was filled with hatred and anger towards Lu Lan. This caused him to lose interest in the beautiful woman beside him. His unnatural behavior made Lu Lan think that he was restless. What's the rush? Lu Lan looked at her with interest. She then stretched her body. Under the thin black veil, there was a faint luster of flesh, which was extremely alluring. If you can achieve the goal that I've set for you, everything I have will be yours, hee hee, she laughed hysterically. Long Chen, who had transformed into Lu Xiaohui, turned his head and looked at the platform in the middle of the plaza. At this moment, this place was the brightest in the entire place, and it was also the focus of the auction. At this moment, a beautiful woman walked to the center of the platform. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, before her alluring voice slowly sounded out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Morning Light Business League. We've been preparing for this auction for nearly 2 months. We've prepared all sorts of rare items that will definitely satisfy you. I hereby announce the official start of this auction. The rules of the auction are, of course, to the highest bidder. However, if you are able to provide an item of equal value, the Morning Light Business League welcomes it very much. However, the exact price of the item will still be determined by the Morning Light Business League. Although her strength was not high, her mental fortitude was very strong. Her voice was sweet and pleasant, giving people a very comfortable enjoyment. She was indeed the most suitable person to host this kind of auction. Lu Lan originally wanted to tease Long Chen a little to liven up the atmosphere. However, Long Chen didn't know how to respond to her. She directly looked down and said, "This time around, I'm here to find something for you to rely on to participate in the selection. If there's anything you like, feel free to tell me. I have my own money, there's no need for you to worry." Long Chen was still thinking of teaching Lu Lan an unforgettable lesson in the future. If he were to use her money now, he wouldn't be able to live with himself if he were to make a move on her in the future. Although he was sitting together with Lu Lan and could even occasionally exchange a few ambiguous words, that was only because he wasn't Lu Lan's opponent. Last time, Lu Lan had used him like that. If he had the capital, the first person he would beat up would be her. Lu Lan was slightly surprised that Long Chen said such unyielding words. However, she was very clear about Long Chen's background. For Long Chen to say such words in front of her, it was unavoidable that it was a little ridiculous. "I'm not in the mood to fight with you. I came here especially for you. Don't think too much about it. At the very least, in the eyes of outsiders, you're my man. If you lose too miserably, I won't have the face to see others. I'm only paying for you to protect my own face." Lu Lan said. "I've said it before. If I want something, I will obtain it myself." Long Chen's tone was indifferent. Seeing that Long Chen didn't know what was good for him, Lu Lan felt a little unhappy in her heart. However, she was indeed the one who went overboard first. Hence, she could only ridicule him. "You're really good at bragging. In an auction of this level, I really want to see how you can obtain it yourself." She was very clear about how much money Long Chen had in his pockets. This was the highest level auction in the entire Eastern Spirit region. The starting bid of the items here was more or less 1,000 divine jades. If Long Chen had this much wealth, the sun would probably rise from the west. As they conversed, time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 items had already been auctioned. The first item was a mid-grade profound ranked divine weapon. It was won by someone for a high price of 50,000 divine jades. The second item was also sold for a high price of 30,000 divine jades. The first items of this auction were all expensive. Long Chen knew about this rule. The wealth of an early-stage Earth Core warrior was usually around 100,000 divine jades. Any random item in this auction could make an early-stage Earth Core warrior go bankrupt. This was also the reason why Lu Lan was so sure that Long Chen was just bragging. "Don't you dare make false bids. If you don't have enough money, you won't be able to walk out of this Morning Light Business League. Although this is just a branch of the Morning Light Business League, there are many Heavenly Core warriors here. If that happens, I won't be able to save you." Seeing that Long Chen was still being stubborn and didn't want to admit defeat, Lu Lan decided to tell him this. Long Chen just stared at the scene of the auction. He didn't answer her. Looking at Long Chen's stubborn expression, Lu Lan shook her head and thought to herself, "This guy is so childish. He's already grown up, but he's still being angry with me. The reason I came here is to get something for him. If I keep being angry with him, I'll have come here for nothing. I need to think of a way." After a while, Lu Lan's eyes lit up. She asked, Long Chen, how many contribution points do you have now? 361, why? Long Chen didn't understand why this guy suddenly asked such a question. I don't want to be angry with you. If you want to get something good for yourself, I won't force you. But, I know exactly how many divine jades you have in your pocket. How about this, you use 1 contribution point to exchange for 10 divine jades, and I'll give you 4,000 divine jades in total. What do you think? This way, he wouldn't be living off her, and Long Chen could accept it. Therefore, he nodded his head. In the end, after seeing the first few items, Long Chen felt that something good would appear here. It was the key to him participating in the inner clan selection, and it would be best if he could obtain it. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the 7-colored glazed iron. Compared to ordinary glazed iron, the quality of this iron is 10 times better. If there's a blacksmith forging it, it'll basically be able to forge at least 2 mid-grade profound rank weapons. If the blacksmith is skilled enough, forging a high-grade profound rank weapon isn't impossible. The starting price is 10,000 divine jades. Each increment must be no less than 500 divine jades. Under the instigation of the beautiful woman, a small explosion broke out in this auction. I bid 12,000 divine jades. I bid 13,000 divine jades. 15,000 divine jades. 20,000 divine jades. Because the 7-colored glazed iron was extremely precious, it could even be used to forge a high-grade profound rank weapon. Therefore, the auction was extremely heated, and the price kept rising. Soon, it was close to 60,000 divine jades. Long Chen wasn't interested in this item. However, during the bidding, Lu Lan noticed a familiar person in the private room next to him. This person also participated in the bidding, and he was quite generous. Each increment was a few thousand divine jades. Finally, the 7-colored glazed iron was bought by him for 70,000 divine jades. It's him? I didn't expect him to come to this auction. Lu Lan was a little surprised when she heard his voice. Who is it? Long Chen asked. The first seed of the inner clan selection, the guy who's now known as the top genius of the outer clan, Jin Xing'en from the Jin clan. I've seen him fight before, and he's indeed extraordinary. I'm sure his real combat strength has reached the advanced Earth Core realm. Jin Xing'en, advanced Earth Core realm? Long Chen was speechless. This kid was too heaven-defying. Long Chen had always been improving, but he also understood that there would always be someone better than him. In his eyes, Chu Yunxi was already a genius that was hard to reach, and this Jin Xing'en was even more terrifying. His combat strength was already equivalent to the advanced Earth Core realm. Do you know what's so special about him? Long Chen was very curious about this. It was because he had the Dragon Soul transformation and the Thunder Flame battle body that he was able to kill people who were stronger than him. The most talented thing about Jin Xing'en is that he has successfully cultivated a high-grade profound rank body tempering skill, Golden Battle Body. The Golden Battle Body is the best body tempering skill of the Jin clan. Currently, not many people in the Jin clan have successfully cultivated it, and Jin Xing'en is only at the initial Earth Core realm. Don't you think it's amazing? Long Chen's current trump card was that he was stronger than ordinary people, and this Jin Xing'en had actually cultivated a high-grade profound rank body tempering skill, which was more powerful than Long Chen. In terms of true qi, he was even more powerful than Long Chen. After listening to Lu Lan's description, and remembering that this monster was right beside him, Long Chen was completely convinced. What's wrong? Now you know how cruel the inner clan selection is, right? Lu Lan looked at him, her eyes filled with pride. It's still too early to say who will be the winner. Long Chen knew that no matter what, for Yang Lingqing, for himself, he could not be afraid. No matter how strong the enemy was, he had to endure it and fight again. Hee hee. Lu Lan covered her mouth and laughed. Stop bragging. Let me tell you one more thing, this Jin Xing'en and Chu Yunxi are good brothers. If you meet him, even if you don't die, you'll probably lose a layer of skin, Long Chen's forehead was filled with black lines. What's wrong with this world? Why are all the geniuses grouped together? I've only offended one, but I've already offended a few others. And each one is stronger than the last. Apart from speechlessness, there was nothing else he could say. Lu Lan had said this because she wanted Long Chen to understand the difficulty of the selection, so that he would listen to her obediently and she would pay for it. Now that she had gotten what she wanted, she was in a good mood. Next, I'll announce the next auction item. It's the Thunder Flame Crystal. Which bad guy gave me so many snails? Damn, I said I'd update 500,000 words in December, and update 5 to 10 times a day. Chapter 147. Thunder Flame Crystal. Lu Lan's cherry lips parted slightly. Her expression was one of surprise. Where did the Morning Light Business League get Thunder Flame crystals? Something like the Thunder Flame crystal is extremely rare in our Yuanling County. He probably got it from somewhere else. Long Chen didn't expect that the Morning Light Business League would auction Thunder Flame crystals. He had found over 40 Thunder Flame crystals in Zhao Tianfang's pocket last time. It could be seen that the Morning Light Business League had many Thunder Flame crystals. For an individual, no matter how strong a martial artist was, 100 Thunder Flame crystals would at most be enough. However, if one could hold a large amount, it could greatly increase the overall strength of the entire faction. There were naturally many benefits. Lingxi had said that the Morning Light Business League might have a Thunder Flame crystal mine. If that was really the case, then the strength of the Morning Light Business League this time would probably be even stronger than the Lingwu family and the Beast Soul Hall. After all, if it really was a mine, the Lingwu family would also covet it. There are a total of 10 Thunder Flame crystals. If you fuse them all, you can become a Thunder Flame martial artist and obtain the Thunder Flame Battle Body. The Thunder Flame Battle Body is equivalent to a middle profound rank body refining skill, or even stronger. Everyone naturally understands this effect, so I won't say much. The starting price of these 10 Thunder Flame crystals is 20,000 Divine Jade. Each increment must be at least 1,000 Divine Jade. Ever since the Thunder Flame crystals were shown, a portion of the VIPs present had already started discussing. After all, although the Thunder Flame crystal wasn't an extremely valuable item, its rarity was extraordinary. This Thunder Flame crystal caused the entire place to be heated up. Long Chen, what do you think of this Thunder Flame crystal? Lu Lan turned her head and looked at Long Chen with her beautiful eyes. In his opinion, Long Chen was a beast warrior, and if he could learn a medium profound rank body refining battle skill, his combat strength would definitely increase during this period of time. In this way, he would have a chance to face the inner clan selection. The Thunder Flame crystal was different from other body refining battle techniques. Other body refining battle techniques required a long period of tempering. However, the Thunder Flame crystal only required fusion. If she knew that Long Chen had already absorbed 30 Thunder Flame crystals, her expression would probably be very interesting. Long Chen had always needed the Thunder Flame crystal. His goal was to reach level 2 or even level 3 Thunder Flame battle body. However, the problem now was that Long Chen only had enough contribution points to exchange for 4,000 God Jades from Lu Lan. As for his wealth, it was completely negligible. Just the starting price of these 10 Thunder Flame crystals had already far exceeded 4,000 God Jades. Previously, Long Chen had about 50 Thunder Flame crystals, which was worth more than 100,000 God Jades. He hadn't expected that the thing that Lingxi had spent almost 2 spirit-bearing fruits to obtain was actually so valuable. He had spent almost 100,000 Divine Jades just like that. Long Chen's heart was bleeding. Long Chen didn't have the money to buy these Thunder Flame crystals, so he couldn't be bothered to say anything. Lu Lan didn't get angry even though she was rebuffed. At this moment, the people outside were already raising the price. Without any hesitation, Lu Lan called out a price based on the base of the crowd. 35,000 God Jades. A cold voice resounded in the spacious square. Previously, the highest price was 31,000 god jades. Lu Lan immediately called out 35,000, so the others didn't raise the price. 35,000 god jades for 10 thunder flame crystals wasn't a good deal. Ordinary body refining battle techniques could be obtained for around 10,000 god jades. Furthermore, there wouldn't be any risk of losing the thunder flame crystals. Lu Lan bid for the 10 thunder flame crystals before looking at Long Chen with a complacent smile. Her smile was filled with provocation. "I'll say this first. You're the one who wanted to buy these things. Don't blame it on me." To be honest, this woman was quite tempting to him. However, Long Chen understood that she was a rose. Although her fragrance was overwhelming and her beauty was alluring, any man would want to get close to her. However, if they got too close, they would definitely be hurt. Although Long Chen wanted the thunder flame crystal, he also wanted to avoid it when she deliberately tried to please him. "Do you think that I'm begging for your forgiveness?" Lu Lan was starting to get angry when she saw that Long Chen wasn't paying any attention to her. She put on a stern expression and said in a gloomy voice, "The reason I prepared these things for you today is because I'm worried that Chu Yunshi will kill you during the inner tribe selection. It's almost the first day of November. If you don't accept the things I prepared for you because you're angry, then that only means that you're an idiot. A complete idiot." Long Chen truly didn't have much confidence in the inner tribe selection. "I'll accept the thunder flame crystals. As for the 35,000 god jades, I'll return it to you after the auction." As soon as Lu Lan finished her words, Long Chen said straightforwardly. Oh. He didn't have the money now, but he would have it after the auction. What kind of logic was this? Lu Lan was really racking her brains for this guy. She wanted to see how Long Chen was going to fork out the money after the auction. Hence, she nodded her head. "Then I'll wait and see. When the time comes, if you can't fork out the money, don't blame me for laughing at you, whatever." Not long after the auction of the thunder flame crystals ended, someone directly sent 10 thunder flame crystals to the private room. Long Chen had the thunder flame crystals, and Lu Lan, this rich woman, had taken out the money. The expression of the person from the Morning Light Business League instantly turned strange. After he left, Lu Lan looked at Long Chen with a flirtatious gaze. Do you know what kind of gaze he has? In his eyes, you're a rich woman, and I'm the Shao by your keeping to satisfy your lonely heart. Am I right? Lu Lan smiled sweetly. Her beauty was unparalleled. After the 7-colored glazed metal and the thunder flame crystal, the auction gradually came to an end. About an hour had passed. Towards the end of the auction, the finale items started to appear. There were a total of 3 finale items. The first item was a high mystic rank combat skill, and it was sold for 80,000 divine jades. In reality, 80,000 divine jades was far from enough for a truly presentable high-level battle skill. Some truly powerful battle skills could even be sold for 1,000,000 divine jades, or even several million divine jades. From this, it could be seen that even battle skills of the same level were not the same in terms of value. An high mystic rank combat skill worth 80,000 divine jades was only slightly stronger than a mid-mystic rank combat skill. It might even be weaker than some mid-mystic rank combat skills. There weren't many heavenly core warriors in Yuanling City, and all of them were influential figures. For an auction like this organized by the Morning Light Business League, normally Earth Core warriors were the VIPs, and Mortal Core warriors were the lowest level. The last item was a high mystic rank herb, and the starting price was 200,000 divine jades. However, this didn't mean much to Long Chen. His attention was attracted by the second last item. Demon Blood Soul Essence. This is the Demon Blood Soul Essence of an 8th level mystic rank demon beast. As long as you have enough control, you can absorb this Demon Blood Soul Essence, and your true chi will increase tremendously. However, because it's been a long time, the remaining energy in this Demon Blood Soul Essence can only help a new Mortal Core warrior reach the early Mortal Core realm, or a early Mortal Core warrior can reach the late Mortal Core realm. The beautiful lady's voice echoed throughout the entire square. Demon Blood Soul Essence? Lingxi's voice contained a hint of surprise. She hurriedly said, Longchen, you better get this demon blood soul essence. What's the use of this? Although this demon blood soul essence can benefit other mortal core warriors, it won't work on me. Demon blood soul essence is formed after a demon beast dies. After a long time, it will accumulate for more than 100 years. The demon core will be wrapped in the bloodline of the demon beast, and under certain circumstances, it won't be lost, and it will condense into a soul essence. Within this soul essence, the energy of the demon core and the bloodline will mix together and turn into a strange energy. As long as you are a warrior, you will be able to absorb a small amount of this energy. This demon blood soul essence is actually very similar to the evolution fruit. Why do you say so? Longchen asked. The energy of the evolution fruit can allow a person to break through to the mortal core realm in a very short period of time, and there won't be any negative side effects. This demon blood soul essence is the same. This demon blood soul essence in front of us has the energy of a late mortal core warrior. Basically, even a beginner mortal core warrior can reach the late mortal core realm if he's lucky enough to absorb all of it. Because Lingxi was talking, Longchen purposely moved his body towards the edge of the room. Lingxi's voice was basically sent out from her soul, and it went straight into Longchen's soul. Although it was very soft, Longchen could hear it clearly. As for Longchen's question just now, Lu Lan could hear it too. It was just that the people outside were announcing loudly, so she covered it up. The blood refinement Qi divine ability is similar to completely transforming the fresh blood energy into your true Qi. That's why blood refinement Qi divine ability is a super divine ability. As for this demon blood essence, it's even more useful for you, because when other people absorb the demon blood essence, they mostly absorb the energy from the demon core, but for you, it's more like absorbing the energy from the bloodline. With it, I guess you can break through to the earth core realm. The earth core realm, these 3 words, Longchen had heard it clearly. At the same time, this was the realm he desired the most. For him, he was completely unable to fight against a profound level 5 demonic beast. As for profound level 4 demonic beasts, he needed to kill a certain number of them before Longchen could break through to the earth core realm. The inner clan selection battle was just around the corner. Because of Lu Lan, it wasn't convenient for Longchen to go out. That was why it had always been difficult for him to break through to the earth core realm. Looks like even with the blood soul essence, it's not easy to increase my strength. Furthermore, it's not good for me to use too much of it. Longchen thought in his heart. When Lingxi had just explained it clearly, Longchen knew that this demon blood soul essence was something that would decide his life. That's why he had to get it. Recommending a good book, Young Sword Emperor. It's a godly work that has already finished 2 books. Handsome guys and beauties who like urban cultivators should support it. The new book has just been released, and I need fresh flowers. If it's convenient, I'll add it to my bookshelf. Chapter 148. While Longchen was listening to Lingxi's introduction of the demon blood essence, the beauty from the Morning Light Business League had already announced the starting price of the demon blood essence. The starting price was 35,000 divine jades, which was equivalent to the auction price of the Thunder Flame crystal. Among the elixirs, there was a type of elixir whose price completely exceeded its grade. For example, the demon blood essence was actually a type of elixir. Furthermore, it was a low-grade mystic class elixir. However, it was a type of elixir that could instantly increase a martialist's cultivation power without any side effects. Hence, it was extremely rare. Some big shots were very willing to buy this item and give it to the juniors of their clan so that they could advance. Actually, Shui Yuanzi and the crowd from Biyao town weren't very clear about the price of the evolution god fruit. Actually, although the evolution god fruit was also a low-grade mystic class elixir, it had the great effect of allowing one to condense a divine elixir. One evolution god fruit was estimated to be worth about 10,000 divine jades. The only gain from bringing Long Chen to the auction was finding 10 Thunder Flame crystals for Long Chen. Lu Lan was a little dissatisfied, but seeing that the auction was about to end, the remaining finale items weren't suitable for Long Chen. Hence, Lu Lan was prepared to bring Long Chen back. In the square, there were many people who were interested in the demon blood essence. At this moment, most of them had already started bidding. What interested Lu Lan was that Jin Shenzhen, who was in the private room next to her, had also joined in the bidding. 40,000 divine jades. A cold and indifferent voice came from the private room next door. The owner of this voice was clearly frivolous. His tone was somewhat similar to that of Long Chen, who was still a hedonistic son of rich parents in Biyao town. 41,000, 42,000. 45,000. The price continued to rise. The previous item had a starting price of 50,000 divine jades and was eventually sold for 80,000 divine jades. This demon blood essence was the second last item. In terms of price and value, it naturally couldn't compare to the previous item. Using the demon blood essence as the finale item, and even placing it second last, was to attract some big shots to sell it to the juniors. At the same time, to ease the mood of the distinguished guests, the last item of the day would be auctioned. However, this final item was not very useful to Long Chen. The demonic blood essence, on the other hand, was very useful. When the price of the demon blood essence reached 50,000, the number of people bidding decreased significantly. After all, the price of the demon blood essence was only around 50,000. 55,000 God Jade. In the room next door, Jin Sheng chuckled as he decisively and generously set a price. The people present pondered for a moment before deciding to give up. 55,000 celestial jades. Is there a higher price? That sweet voice echoed in the square. That's all. Little girl, just start the countdown. I, Jin Sheng, will be taking this demon blood essence. That arrogant voice made the majority of the people present feel a little indignant. For Jin Ensheng to announce his identity like this, it was clear that he was using his identity to bully those who didn't have a strong family background. In this way, even if they had money and wanted to obtain the demon blood soul essence, they would have no choice but to give up. Jin Sheng's reputation in Yuanling City is indeed quite resounding. On one hand, he is arrogant and likes to cause trouble. On the other hand, his strength is not bad, and he is known as the top genius of the outer races. Most importantly, he has the youngest and strongest grand elder of the outer races as his father. Lu Lan said helplessly after hearing Jin Sheng's bid. From her words, it seemed that she did not like Jin Sheng very much. After she finished speaking, she looked toward Long Chen, who had been rather quiet today. Just as she finished speaking, the beautiful woman in the plaza wore a displeased expression. Just as she was about to announce the result helplessly, a deep voice echoed throughout the plaza. I bid 60,000 God Jade, Long Chen said. Who is this? Suddenly hearing an unfamiliar voice that dared to provoke the Jin clan's little prince, the crowd was startled at first, but then they became curious. The beautiful woman in the square looked in the direction of the voice and wondered, that box is beside the Jin clan's little prince, it should belong to Lu Lan from the Green clan. But, why is there a man in there? Since he dares to compete with Jin Sheng, his background must not be simple. She didn't like Jin Sheng's way of doing things. Therefore, when someone bid and increased the bid by 5,000 God Jade, she immediately announced, 60,000 God Jade, is there anyone who wants to bid higher? If not, then this demon blood essence will belong to this brother here. Lu Lan was shocked by Long Chen's action. Long Chen, what are you doing? You have already broken through to the late mortal core realm, that demon blood essence is useless to you. Long Chen's eyes were filled with determination. His expression didn't change because of Lu Lan's words. He let Lu Lan be nervous, and he didn't say a word. Today, since this demon blood essence could help him break through to the earth core realm, then no matter what, he had to get it. Which brother doesn't want to give me, Jin Sheng face? The angry voice came from just a few feet away. Long Chen could clearly feel the coldness in the voice. Jin Sheng En directly threatened him. He didn't want to give the Morning Light Business League any face. At this moment, inside the Morning Light Business League, an old man with white hair stood up and said in a cold voice, "Young Master Jin, please don't interrupt the rules of the Morning Light Business League auction. If you do, I'll have to ask your father to bring you back. Every profession has its own rules. Young Master Jin may be high and mighty, but please don't come and ruin my livelihood." This time, it was indeed Jin Sheng En's fault. Being warned by someone from the Morning Light Business League, Jin Sheng En had lost all his face. Originally, he wanted to give this demon blood essence to one of his younger brothers. In reality, he didn't really want it. Now that such a depressing matter had happened, he didn't want it anymore. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. This person is obviously not afraid of me, and he seems to be determined to get this demon blood essence. If I raise the price with him, I might not be able to control myself in the end. I'll definitely lose a lot of money. I might as well give it to him now. But, do you think you'll get away with offending me, Jin Sheng En? With this thought in his mind, he said in a clear voice, "Sir, please don't talk nonsense. I was just talking to this brother for a while. How did I break your rules? Sir, you're being too serious. I'll give this demon blood essence to this brother." Jin Sheng En's words actually meant that he was giving the Morning Light Business League face. He didn't want to make a scene, and the people from the Morning Light Business League didn't want to make a scene. Hence, he said politely, "Looks like I'm thinking too much. I'm really sorry. After the auction, I'll personally apologize to young Master Jin." This way, both sides would take a step back, and the matter would be resolved perfectly. The beautiful lady hurriedly said, "Since that's the case, then I'll announce that the demon blood essence belongs to this brother in the rose booth. The auction price is 60,000 divine jades." Lu Lan had witnessed this commotion. Long Chen's indifferent attitude towards her had already made her feel uncomfortable. At this moment, the Morning Light Business League was preparing to auction the finale item after this small interlude. Lu Lan coldly glared at Long Chen. "Long Chen, could it be that you're really not afraid of death? Why do you say that?" After obtaining the demon blood essence, Long Chen saw that this woman's expression was a little ugly. He was worried that she would flip out, so he ignored her. Seeing that Long Chen still didn't know what was good for him, Lu Lan felt extremely disappointed. Regarding the inner clan selection, although everyone thought that Long Chen was a joke, Lu Lan still had a little bit of hope for Long Chen. After all, Long Chen had always created miracles in front of her. However, this time, after seeing Long Chen's immature and impulsive behavior, she realized that she had overestimated him. Chu Yunxi didn't say anything, but this is something you have to face. As for this Jin Sheng En, he is an even more terrifying warrior than Chu Yunxi. Provoking him is the same as seeking death. Of course, Long Chen knew about this. However, for him, everything had its own importance. If Long Chen joined the inner clan selection with the strength of a late mortal core warrior, he would definitely die. However, once he broke through to the Earth core realm, although he would have to fight Chu Yunxi or even Jin Sheng En, at least he would have a chance. However, there was no way Long Chen could explain the process to Lu Lan. Therefore, he chose to remain silent. Looking at Long Chen's reaction, Lu Lan became even angrier. She was so angry that she started trembling. Her puffed-up chest was heaving up and down, and her eyes were filled with resentment. "You've really disappointed me. Long Chen, I thought you were an amazing man, but now, it looks like you're just a young man with good luck." Lu Lan couldn't understand why Long Chen would offend Jin Sheng En for no reason at all. Being looked down upon by Lu Lan, Long Chen sneered in his heart and said, "What do you mean by that? I have nothing to do with you, I'm just a chess piece. Why are you disappointed in me? Chief Deacon Lu, remember this." Long Chen raised his head and said coldly, Long Chen, will always be Long Chen. I'll do whatever I want to do, and I'll be responsible for my own life. You don't have to worry about me. Don't say anything, don't blame me, don't mock me, just watch. All you need to do is watch. Long Chen's icy gaze and unyielding tone caused Lu Lan to be somewhat dazed. She was originally angry, but after hearing Long Chen's confident words, she felt that the Long Chen who killed Huang Fei Yang, defeated Feng Wu Tian, and killed the Red Blood Religion's leader was standing in front of her again. Since you used me to block Chu Yunxi for you, you already owe me. Therefore, although you're my superior, you don't have the right to control me. Long Chen said coldly. His voice contained an irresistible power. At this time, the person who had delivered the demon blood essence had arrived. Lu Lan suppressed Long Chen's words in her heart and coldly asked, "You have 60,000 divine jades?" Students who like Xianxia should take a look at the Flying Immortal. It's currently being promoted, it's not bad. Chapter 149. In the hands of the man from the Morning Light Business League, there was a black tray. On top of the black tray, there was an oval red crystal the size of a chicken egg. Within the red crystal, there were a few black lines of blood. A pure energy was being emitted from the soul blood essence. Not bad soul blood essence, it's pure energy. The demon beast that left this here should be a 9th mystic rank demon beast, not an 8th mystic rank demon beast. Lingxi explained. A 9th mystic rank demon beast was equivalent to a peak heavenly core warrior. A warrior of this level was extremely rare in the entire Yuanling County. The great elder of the Green Clan was also a warrior of this level. However, up until today, this 9th mystic rank demon beast had only left behind this pure energy. Guys, I've brought your soul blood essence, a total of 60,000 divine jade. After listening to what this man said, Lu Lan still felt angry towards Long Chen. Now that someone had come to ask for money, she pretended that she didn't know anything and just waited for Long Chen to make a fool out of himself. After all, Long Chen had made it clear just now. If he couldn't pay up now, he would definitely lose a lot of face. Lu Lan just wanted to see Long Chen lose face. Only when he lost face would she feel better. This man had come here once, and Lu Lan was the one who paid. That's why he was sure that Lu Lan was Long Chen's mistress. Now, he threw his glance at Lu Lan, but Lu Lan just crossed her arms, as if this had nothing to do with her. What's going on? The man threw his glance at Long Chen. Lu Lan also looked at Long Chen from the corner of her eyes. She wanted to see how awkward Long Chen was feeling right now. This time, if you don't beg me, don't expect me to pay for you. Lu Lan didn't know that she would have such a feminine side to her when facing Long Chen. Long Chen's words were simply too domineering. They directly suppressed a woman like her. Under their gazes, Long Chen calmly took out a purple bead from his Qingkuan pouch without any hesitation and said, "The Dawn Merchant Alliance has a rule of exchanging useful items for divine jades. Please appraise how much divine jades this beast soul of Violet Rain, a 6th-level mystic demonic beast, is worth." Initially, the people from the Morning Light Business League didn't seem like they could afford to take out 60,000 godly jades. However, Long Chen actually took out a mystic level 6 demonic beast. His eyes were immediately filled with astonishment. Long Chen. This beast soul. Lu Lan's expression changed. She knew that this mystic level 6 beast soul was given to Long Chen by her father, Lu Yuan, out of kindness. It was given to Long Chen as the source beast soul of a divine core warrior. Because of this, Lu Yuan had argued with the 5 sect elders. But, when Long Chen defeated the Earth Core warrior, Feng Wu Tian, the other sect elders didn't have any objections. But, Long Chen actually wanted to sell this mystic level 6 beast soul? How much of a wastrel did he have to be to reach such a level? Lu Lan felt her vision turning black. She almost fainted because of Long Chen's actions. Just when she was about to say something to stop him, Long Chen had already pushed the beast soul into the hands of the people from the Morning Light Business League and pushed it away. Long Chen, have you lost your mind? Apart from the Thunder Flame Crystal, for Lu Lan, this mystic level 6 beast soul was the biggest reason why Long Chen could participate in the inner clan selection. As long as Long Chen absorbed the beast soul, his strength would definitely increase tremendously. When that time came, in Lu Lan's opinion, with Long Chen's miraculous abilities, he would have a chance of winning the inner clan selection. But today, Long Chen had not only offended Jin Xing En, but he had also sold the most important beast soul, Violet Rain, for a soul essence that he couldn't use. What? Can't I just do whatever I want with my own things? Long Chen raised his head and said shamelessly. Actually, he had wanted to sell this Violet Rain beast soul for a long time. In the past, he was too embarrassed to sell it, but after being tricked by Lu Lan, no matter what he did, he felt embarrassed. What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? Lu Lan was speechless towards Long Chen. She realized that she couldn't understand this idiot at all. She didn't know what he was thinking. Now that things had come to this, she didn't want to think about Long Chen's motives. She directly said, "Don't mess around with your life. This time, I did owe you for letting you face Chu Yunxi, but you can't give up on yourself and use this method to protest, right? Long Chen, running away is not like you." "How did I run away?" Long Chen asked. "You sold the most important beast soul of the Violet Rain beast soul and offended Jin Xing En. Aren't you angry with me?" "Forget it, I don't want to talk too much with you. When he comes over later, I'll give him 60,000 God Jade. If you don't want to owe me, you can pay me back in the future." "What are you thinking about?" Long Chen was speechless towards this woman's imagination. He said indifferently, "Let me tell you, Chu Yunxi and Jin Xing En, I've never been afraid. Let me tell you now, I have my own reasons for doing what I do. It's not up to an ignorant woman like you to interfere." "Ignorant woman?" Lu Lan wanted to vomit blood. "That's all I have to say. If you have any doubts now, wait until the inner tribe selection and watch my performance, then you will understand. No matter what, I will sell the Violet Rain beast soul. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to stop me." Truth be told, after so many years, this was the first time Lu Lan was so mad at someone that she had the urge to go berserk. She looked at Long Chen speechlessly and disappointed. Long Chen didn't show any fear and looked straight at her. Seeing that this brat still didn't lower his head, Lu Lan forcefully suppressed the urge to slap him to death and suppressed the anger in her heart. After much difficulty, she finally adjusted her emotions. She coldly looked at Long Chen and gritted her teeth. "Why are you daydreaming in front of me? It's meaningless. I dare say, Long Chen, one day, you will regret your actions today. I believe that day is not far away." "Is that so?" Long Chen coldly laughed. "Then let's wait and see, Deacon Lu." This time, Long Chen's opponents were unprecedentedly strong, and there were a total of 20 of them. Basically, no one would think that he would win. Lu Lan, the only person who had a sliver of hope for him, was completely disappointed in Long Chen. "Let's wait and see." Lu Lan helplessly shook her head and no longer looked at Long Chen. She sat down on a chair at the side with her back facing the door. One could see that she was still angry to the point that her shoulders were trembling. If it was her previous temperament, she would have killed Long Chen with a single slap. Now that Long Chen had obtained the right to participate in the inner tribe selection, if Lu Lan killed Long Chen, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Even Lu Yuan wouldn't be able to protect her. Furthermore, she owed Long Chen a favor, so she could only pinch her nose and accept it. On the other hand, Long Chen's mood was extremely good. Previously, after being tricked by Lu Lan, he and Lingxi were extremely depressed. This time, not only did they obtain an opportunity to participate in the inner tribe selection, they even managed to infuriate Lu Lan. The feeling of satisfaction in their hearts was indescribable with words. "Smelly brat, you've really done well this time, you're really awesome, hee hee." Inside Lingxi's sword, Lingxi's tiny body spun around as she snickered. Beside Lu Lan, Long Chen didn't dare to speak to Lingxi, but he also snickered wickedly. At this moment, the representative from the Morning Light Business League had returned. On the tray was the demon blood essence and the purple rain beast soul, as well as a cosmos sac. When he saw Long Chen, he no longer looked at the face of Xiao Bai as if she was a mistress. Instead, he said respectfully, "Hello, after the appraisal of the Morning Light Business League, this purple rain beast soul is worth a total of 95,000 divine jades. After deducting the 60,000 divine jades from the demon blood essence, there are a total of 35,000 divine jades in the cosmos sac. Please accept it." After collecting the demon blood essence, Long Chen checked the cosmos sac. As expected, there were 35,000 divine jades in it. After settling the relevant matters, Long Chen threw the 35,000 divine jades on the sandalwood table in front of Lu Lan. He said indifferently, 35,000 divine jades is exactly the price of the thunder flame crystal. I'll return it to you. How about it? I promise to return the money to you before the auction ends. I didn't go back on my word, did I? The 35,000 divine jades were exchanged for the purple rain beast soul. Lu Lan was filled with anger when she thought of this. She looked at Long Chen and sneered, "You make it sound easy. Now that you've lost the purple rain beast soul, I'll see how you die in the inner clan selection. Whether I die or not is my business. Chu Yunxi won't bother you anymore. Haven't you achieved your goal?" From Long Chen's point of view, if Lu Lan was a vicious and merciless woman, she wouldn't have bothered with Long Chen and wouldn't have brought him to the auction a few days ago. Therefore, his killing intent towards her had lessened. Long Chen's words were extremely impolite. Lu Lan was in the wrong first, so she couldn't say anything. She looked at Long Chen coldly and said, "You sold the purple rain beast soul. How are you going to explain this to my father?" Long Chen smiled, "I'll have to trouble Deacon Lu on this. Don't leak what happened today to anyone. You." Lu Lan finally realized that Long Chen, who looked like a pure and innocent youth, was actually such an evil fellow. Glancing at Lu Lan's chest, which was heaving up and down, Long Chen teased, "Stop moving. Aren't you afraid of shaking them out?" Seeing Long Chen's gaze, how could Lu Lan not know what he meant? Although she looked flirtatious, she was actually an old lady who had yet to experience the ways of the world. When she heard what Long Chen said, her face instantly turned red. She was embarrassed and angry at the same time. She couldn't wait to tear Long Chen apart. At this moment, the private room's door was kicked open. An arrogant man wearing a white and gold robe walked in with a gloomy face. Chapter 150. This young man had an arrogant expression on his face. Obviously, he was the Jin clan's little prince, Jin Sheng En. This title of Jin clan's little prince was given to him by himself. "How dare you two? You don't even want to give me, Jin Sheng En, any face?" Seeing Long Chen's unfamiliar face, and Lu Lan's back was facing him, Jin Sheng En didn't know who she was. However, one look at Long Chen, and he knew that she wasn't someone with a high status. Thus, Jin Sheng En secretly made up his mind. As soon as he finished speaking, his sharp eyes stared at Long Chen coldly. From Jin Sheng En's body, Long Chen could feel a sharp aura. In his eyes, Jin Sheng En was like a sharp sword. Although he didn't get close to Long Chen, the sharpness of his body had already hurt him. Long Chen knew that Jin Sheng En was doing this on purpose. He could feel tiny droplets of blood seeping out from the surface of his skin. Long Chen had humiliated him like this. If Long Chen was really strong, then there was nothing he could say. However, in his eyes, this guy was just a mortal core warrior. How dare he humiliate him? Therefore, as soon as he kicked the door open, he didn't hold back at all. He unleashed the power of the golden body and pounced towards Long Chen. "Just standing in front of me can hurt me. Is this the power of the high mystic ranked combat skill, golden body?" Long Chen was secretly shocked. However, he wasn't afraid. If he came here alone, he might have some misgivings about challenging Jin Sheng En. But now, he had Lu Lan to support him. As expected, at this moment, Lu Lan stood up and turned around. With her charming face and devilish figure, she quickly appeared in front of Jin Sheng-en. Seeing such a beautiful woman, the handsome Jin Sheng-en swallowed his saliva. Just when he was about to tease her, he realized that this woman looked familiar. After taking a closer look, he realized that she was the woman that Chu Yunxi liked. This guy is the Long Chen that Chu Yunxi mentioned? Jin Sheng-en immediately knew who they were. Originally, he wanted to beat up Long Chen and take the demon blood essence, but since Lu Lan was here, he couldn't do that. But, he couldn't ignore the demon blood essence, but he had to care about Chu Yunxi. I was wondering who it was. So, it's you too. What are you doing here today? Looking for a place to have sex? Jin Shenzhen looked refined, but his words were unbearably vulgar. When Lu Lan heard that, a look of disgust appeared on her face, and she said coldly, I've long heard that the little prince of the Jin clan speaks vulgarly, and it is truly unbefitting of his status. In terms of bickering, she couldn't win against Long Chen. However, Jin Shenzhen had insulted her first, and she wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. What did you say? Jin Sheng-en was a little angry, but he knew that he didn't have the right to win against Lu Lan. If he made a move here, the people from the Morning Light Business League might fly into a rage. So, he could only swallow his anger and look at Long Chen. I've long heard that Lu Lan has a coquettish temperament. To think that someone would like such a broken shoe. What a joke, is that so? Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. Why do I feel like a fox that can't eat grapes is sour? Isn't Chu Yunxi that fox? What did you say? Originally, Jin Shenzhen had thought that Long Chen was just a pretty boy who was lucky enough to have Lu Lan as his backer. However, Long Chen actually dared to contradict him. Killing intent instantly appeared in Jin Sheng'en's eyes. His previous words had hurt Lu Lan greatly. Lu Lan knew that her reputation wasn't very good, but when he said it in front of everyone, no matter how tough her heart was, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. However, Long Chen's words had basically made her smile through her tears. She looked at Long Chen gratefully, but there was also a hint of rebuke in her eyes. I've already said it very clearly. Can't young Master Jin understand what I've said? Even a pig's brain would be able to understand, right? Long Chen said calmly with a smile on his face. Pfft. Lu Lan covered her mouth and giggled. Their behavior was the biggest insult to the little prince of the Jin clan. The little prince of the Jin clan clenched his fists tightly as his eyes gradually turned red. Long Chen, do you want to die? Jin Sheng-en said coldly. Long Chen originally thought that he would attack, but in the end, he forced himself to endure it. This kind of tolerance made Long Chen a little worried. This little prince of the Jin clan wasn't as impulsive and stupid as he seemed on the surface. On the contrary, he was actually very smart and patient. An opponent like this, coupled with his abnormal strength, would be extremely terrifying. If there's nothing else, please leave. Don't you know that it's very rude to disturb our time together? Long Chen didn't lower his head in front of Jin Sheng-en. Fine. Fine. Jin Sheng-en sneered. He looked at Lu Lan, then at Long Chen and said, what a shameless couple. How despicable. Long Chen, right? I heard that you're going to participate in the inner tribe selection, right? I hope you can return to the Green Clan alive. Otherwise, this woman will be lonely and have an affair. You don't have to worry about that. Your father will naturally satisfy her. Long Chen's expression was very natural as he said this. However, Lingxi wasn't having it. In an instant, she felt a sharp pain in her ear. Long Chen clenched his teeth and endured it bitterly. How could I forget that this little devil is still here? Oh my God. At this moment, when Jin Shenzhen saw that Long Chen was still unafraid of his threat, the killing intent in Jin Sheng'en's heart had already risen to the extreme. At this moment, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and sneered, since you're not afraid of death, I'll tell you another piece of news. In the first round of the inner tribe selection, I'm Chu Yunxi's teammate. As for your teammates, I'm afraid that no one will be willing to be your teammate, right? Ha. As he laughed, he looked coldly at Long Chen and said to Lu Lan, "Smelly bitch, I'll let you see him kneel in front of me and beg for mercy during the inner tribe selection. Who knows, I might still not let him off." With a sneer, Jin Sheng and suddenly turned around and left the room. Only then did the powerful aura that was pressing down on Long Chen's body disappear. Only now did Long Chen realize that under Jin Sheng's powerful gilded battle body, his body was already covered with dozens of tiny wounds, as if he had been pierced by needles. "Are you all right?" Lu Lan asked worriedly when she saw a little bit of blood on Long Chen's face. "Bullshit." He gently wiped it off, and with the magical effect of the energy restoration skill, in just a few breaths' time, these tiny wounds quickly disappeared. "Are you satisfied now?" Rolling her eyes at Long Chen, Lu Lan sat down weakly. One could see that her eyes were filled with disappointment. Originally, with the Violet Rain Beast Soul and the Thunder Flame Crystal, as long as you didn't offend Jin Sheng, you still had a chance in the inner tribe selection. But now, it's different. You have nothing, so how are you going to compete with Chu Yunxi and Jin Sheng, whose combat strength is close to the advanced Earth Core realm? Long Chen smiled, but he didn't explain anything. There were some things that didn't need to be explained, as long as he showed it when the time came. "Looks like you don't feel any pressure." Lu Lan shook her head helplessly. "Long Chen, there's one thing I didn't tell you before, because I didn't want you to feel too much pressure." "What is it?" Looking at Lu Lan's serious expression, Long Chen was a little nervous. Lu Lan pursed her lips, looked at Long Chen and said, "It's about your sister joining the inner tribe." Hearing about Yang Lingqing, Long Chen had a bad feeling. He hurriedly asked, what could happen to Lingqing? "You don't understand the inner tribe situation. Most of the people in the inner tribe are originally from the inner tribe, and their surnames are Dongfang, Shimen, Nangong, and Beitang. These years, the Lingwu inner tribe has started to absorb new blood from the outer tribe. As far as I know, as long as the new blood enters the Lingwu inner tribe, as long as it's a good-looking girl, she will become the target of the inner tribe's competition. As for the male disciples, they will directly marry into the inner tribe. Do you understand?" Long Chen furrowed his eyebrows and said, "You mean, in order to prevent the outsiders from marrying the opposite sex, the inner clan uses the method of directly making them a true member of the inner clan. They use their family to tie them firmly to the inner clan and completely become an inner clan member?" "You're right. Basically, as long as you enter the inner tribe, you will have to marry someone from the inner tribe. In other words, as long as Long Chen entered the inner tribe, his future wife would also have to be an inner tribe member. Of course, it was the law of society for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. If Long Chen was strong enough, he would be allowed to marry someone else. Back then, Lu Yuan had actually planned to make Lu Lan his wife if Chu Yunxi entered the inner tribe, but not as the main wife. This was also the reason why Lu Lan wouldn't choose Chu Yunxi. As a proud woman, she couldn't share her husband with someone else. At this moment, Long Chen wasn't thinking about himself, but Yang Lingqing. Does that mean that Lingqing will eventually marry into the Beitang family, even if she's unwilling? Thinking of this, Long Chen furrowed his brows. Lu Lan nodded her head and said, "You're right. Do you still remember Beitang Mo?" When Beitang Mo heard that Yang Lingqing had a mysterious Yin body, he immediately rushed over to the Scarlet Blood sect. Actually, his intentions are very clear. He will quickly raise Yang Lingqing and then marry her. What? Long Chen's face became extremely gloomy. Chapter 151. Earth Core Realm. Beitang Mo. In Long Chen's mind, the silhouette of the cold-looking young man appeared. Before this, Long Chen was secretly in awe of Beitang Mo's terrifying strength. However, after hearing Lu Lan's words, Long Chen's heart was filled with murderous intent. As long as Ling Qing is unwilling, no one can force him, not even you, Bei Tang Mo, although this was what he thought. When he thought about it, young Ling Qing was basically powerless. In front of Bei Tang Mo and the other experts, she had no right to make any decisions. If they tried to force her, she could only endure it silently. In truth, when Lu Lan said those words, Long Chen was extremely anxious in his heart. In fact, he wanted nothing more than to rush into the inner clan right now and bring young Ling Qing away from that place so that she could live a good life. However, he didn't have the strength to do that right now. I know you're panicking. If it were my sister, I would be anxious as well. However, Long Chen, you must understand that strength is everything to you. In your current state, you won't be able to provide any help to your sister. In fact, you might even be a burden to her. Lu Lan sighed and said helplessly. I originally thought that with Violet Rain and the Thunder Flame Crystal, you would have a chance to enter the inner tribe. As long as you enter the inner tribe, you would have a chance to improve faster. At that time, you would have the right to decide where your sister will go. However, it's a pity that you wasted your chance this time. Therefore, I don't know what to do. I've tried my best this time. As for your future plans, it's up to you. At this moment, Lu Lan's heart was filled with helplessness. Let's go back and prepare. 5 days later, on the 1st of November, the inner tribe selection will be held. At this time, you can only pray that Bei Tang Mo will treat your sister well and that your sister will fall in love with him. Long Chen took a deep breath and raised his head. Of course, when he raised his head, Lu Lan could see the sharp light in his eyes. She was slightly stunned and thought to herself, under such great pressure, does he still have confidence? Puzzled, she took the lead. Long Chen clenched his fists tightly as he watched Lu Lan leave. His mind was completely elsewhere. Ling Qing, I've said it before. As long as I'm here, no one can force you. Back at the Green Willow residence, Long Chen said to Lu Lan, for the next 5 days, as long as I don't come out, no one is allowed to disturb me. As far as Lu Lan was concerned, Long Chen had given up on Violet Rain's beast soul, so there was little hope for him. When Long Chen said this, she didn't have much of a reaction. She just assumed that Long Chen was making his final struggle. Yes, I will inform the others. I will not disturb you. After saying that, Lu Lan went to busy herself with other things. Originally, Long Chen was in a good mood after obtaining the demon blood essence. However, because of what happened to young Ling Qing, the pressure on him had increased a lot. Long Chen, don't worry. Didn't you give it back to me? I won't let little sister Ling Qing be bullied. When Ling Shi saw Long Chen's cold expression, she hurriedly consoled him when they returned to their residence. I'm fine. Lingxi, you can go and play by yourself. I'm going to refine this blood and break through to the Earth Core realm. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Lingxi was so anxious that she ran around in circles. Her little face was wrinkled and filled with worry. Don't worry about me. I just want to do something so that they won't look down on me. Seeing this young man walk down the basement with an indifferent expression, Lingxi could feel the strong unwillingness in his voice, as well as his fighting spirit. At this moment, Long Chen sat down on the cushion and took out the demon blood essence. Within this demon blood essence, there's still some blood energy. It's even purer than fresh blood. It's more suitable for refining blood into qi. After continuously refining the blood of a few profound level 4th level demon beasts, Long Chen was actually quite close to breaking through to the Earth Core realm. Now's the time. Opening his mouth, he swallowed the demon blood essence. The originally solid blood essence quickly turned into a clear stream and flowed into Long Chen's body. Refining blood into qi. Under the effect of the heaven-defying divine ability, refining blood into qi, this pure energy was quickly absorbed by Long Chen and filled up the true qi in his dantian. Surrounded by the blood-red lightning and flames, the mortal core that was filled with true qi gradually grew bigger. There really is a huge gap between the mortal core realm and the earth core realm. Although it seems like it's very close, there's actually quite a distance between them. As the saying goes, a horse dies when it's looking at the mountain in front of it. This gap was something that Long Chen wanted to cross. It wasn't easy, but with the demon blood essence, it became much easier. Under the strong devouring of the blood into qi, the demon blood essence's energy was quickly transforming into the blood-red dragon soul true qi. This process continued as time passed. The demon blood essence didn't look big, but the energy it contained was not just a little bit. As Long Chen devoured it, he was getting closer to a critical point. I'm about to break through. Right now, in Long Chen's dantian, outside of the mortal core, was the dragon's soul true qi that was compressed to the point of almost being liquid. This dragon's soul true qi was like a river, continuously flowing and revolving around the mortal core in the center. According to the books, when a mortal core breaks through to the earth core realm, it will shatter once. All the true qi will circulate in the dragon veins, then it will flow back into the dantian and condense into an even stronger earth core. Right at this moment, under the pressure of so much true qi, the mortal core that had already condensed suddenly shattered. Countless true qi gushed out and rushed towards the 9 dragon veins, as well as the countless tiny meridians in his body. At this moment, Long Chen's skin had completely turned blood red. This shocked Lingxi, who was watching from the outside. Just when she was about to do something, she suddenly remembered that when she broke through to the divine core realm, she also looked like this. Only now did she know that Long Chen was fine. During this process, Long Chen had transformed into a dragon body using the dragon's soul transformation. No matter if it was the scales, muscles, bones, organs, or meridians, this body was much stronger than before. Right now, Long Chen's body was completely filled with true qi. Now that he had transformed into a dragon body, it would be much more convenient for him to break through to the earth core realm. This dragon body is really strong, it's completely filled with true qi of an earth core warrior, and its nature is 10 times stronger. But for me, I can actually control it completely. Long Chen was very surprised. Breaking through to the earth core realm was the most important part of his mission. Therefore, he paid 120% attention. It's almost time, all the true qi is about to rush into my dantian. Right at this moment, the true qi that had split into countless streams circulated within Long Chen's body, nourishing his muscles and bones. After that, all the true qi converged and rushed towards his dantian. This was the scene of hundreds of rivers converging into the ocean. Wherever Long Chen stood, the dust on the ground was blown away. The blood-red true qi overflowed from the surface of his body like a huge blood cocoon, wrapping around Long Chen. Critical moment. With a loud bang, all the true qi had completely converged into his dantian and started violently colliding with each other. In the process of this collision, the true qi began to rapidly fuse. Basically, every time 100 gaseous true qi collided with each other, it would form a solid true qi. In Long Chen's dantian, the first thing that appeared was the blood nucleus of an earth core. Then, countless amounts of true qi circled around this nucleus, circling around until finally, all of the true qi had completely collided and turned into solid true qi. In Long Chen's dantian, within the blood-red mist, an earth core the size of a thumb could be vaguely seen. This earth core realm is finally complete. The blood cocoon was broken, and Long Chen stood up. After breaking through, his temperament had undergone a tremendous change. Every action and every gaze was filled with the aura of a strong warrior. The earth core realm is indeed more than 10 times stronger than before. With this amount of true qi, coupled with the thunderflame battle body and the heaven-burning devil yang fist, do I still need to be afraid of Chu Yunxi? After making a rough estimation of their strength, Long Chen smiled. I'm sure I'll give all of you a pleasant surprise in this inner clan selection. It was extremely difficult for Long Chen to break through to the earth core realm. Recently, his cultivation had been advancing by leaps and bounds, and now he finally felt that cultivation was not easy. On the path of cultivation, one must avoid being impatient. Recently, I've been feeling impatient. Looks like I'll have to stabilize myself in order to obtain the final victory. Long Chen. Ling Shi circled around Long Chen a few times as she sized him up, then happily said, you've already broken through to the Earth Core realm. I was right, wasn't I? That demon blood essence is really useful. After successfully breaking through to the Earth Core realm, Long Chen's mood had become much more relaxed. Looking at Lingxi's excited expression, he knew that she must have been anxiously guarding him. This time, he really made her worry. He felt a little heartache as he looked at Lingxi and said, "Little she, you're really amazing. Looks like I'll have to reward you properly." "How are you going to reward me?" "Scoundrel, hee hee. How about I repay you with my body? Look at my soft and tender skin, do you like it?" Long Chen teased. "I don't want to, you're an ugly monster, I don't like you," Lingxi said with her eyes wide open. Long Chen smiled. Thinking about the inner clan selection in 5 days, his heart was filled with anticipation. This time, I must succeed, no matter what price I have to pay. I can afford to wait, but Ling Qing can't. But before that, I have one more thing to do. Thinking about this, Long Chen once again sat down in the underground room. "What are you going to do?" Lingxi asked. Long Chen took out all the thunder flame crystals he had. Lingxi had snatched 47 from Zhao Tianfang, and in addition to the one that Long Chen had fused with, he now had a total of 48 thunder flame crystals. Now that he had fused with 30, there were 18 left, and in addition to the 10 he had obtained from the auction, there were a total of 28 thunder flame crystals left. "Little she, with so many thunder flame crystals, do you think it'll be enough for me to break through to the second level Thunder Flame Battle Body? Would the second level Thunder Flame Battle Body lose to the Golden Battle Body?" Chapter 152. From the late mortal core realm to the earth core realm, Long Chen's dragon soul chi had become more than 10 times stronger than before. Previously, his dragon's soul chi could already suppress 30 thunder flame crystals, and now, the amount would definitely increase. Long Chen didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to reach the second level of the thunder flame combat body after fusing with all 28 thunder flame crystals. In fact, he could vaguely feel that he was about to break through. Fusing with the thunder flame crystals requires a lot of pain. If I didn't have the dragon body and the energy restoring skill, I wouldn't have been able to forcefully endure the extreme pain. Long Chen knew that he was lucky right now. He had the blood refining skill, and he also had many heaven-defying abilities, but he still felt that the path of cultivation was tough and difficult, let alone others. These thunder flame crystals, if nothing goes wrong, will allow you to reach the second level of the thunder flame combat body. But Long Chen, you can't force yourself and take the risk. Lingxi was still a little worried in her heart. During this period of time, she had actually grown a lot. Number 31, circulating his true qi, he was naturally able to fuse the thunder flame crystal into his body. The blue flame and lightning energy entered Long Chen's body and triggered the energy of the other thunder flame crystals, crazily destroying Long Chen's body. After the destruction, he was reborn. Under the miraculous effect of the energy restoring skill, Long Chen's rebirth was much faster than others. He realized that the earth core true qi was much easier to fuse with the thunder flame crystals. He didn't need to spend much effort on this thunder flame crystal, and he was able to completely fuse with it. Feeling that there was an obvious improvement in his body, Long Chen secretly let out a sigh of relief. Next one. After fusing with more than 30 thunder flame crystals, Long Chen's body had developed a certain level of resistance towards the thunder flame crystals. In other words, the damage that the thunder flame crystals could do to him was no longer as strong as before, but the body strengthening effect was still there. Fusing with the thunder flame crystals is much easier than before. Long Chen was also a little surprised. As time slowly passed, thunder flame crystal after thunder flame crystal was absorbed into Long Chen's body. The number of thunder flame crystals on the ground in front of him gradually decreased. In the end, the time taken for Long Chen to absorb the thunder flame crystals grew longer and longer. However, the longest time he could take was still not as long as before. The 49th thunder flame crystal. It took me a day to assimilate it. Although a day isn't long, the scene just now was truly terrifying. Thinking of the previous fusion, Long Chen trembled with fear. There were still 9 thunder flame crystals left. Fortunately, Lu Lan brought me those 10 thunder flame crystals. Otherwise, I would still be unable to reach the thunder flame battle body. However, now, Long Chen could feel that he was only a little bit away from reaching the second level of the thunder flame battle physique. The 50th thunder flame crystal should be the key. At this time, Long Chen's heart was very calm. The more important the situation, the more he needed his current state of mind. You seem to be in danger from that one. Long Chen, do you want to absorb another one? Lingxi stood in the middle of the remaining thunder flame crystals. Her body was actually a little smaller than the thunder flame crystals. Of course, she could grow bigger, but it would be very taxing on her spirit power. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen nodded and said, "Success or failure depends on the next one. How could I give up at this time?" Hearing his calm tone, Lingxi felt a little pity in her heart. She knew that Long Chen had been shouldering a little too many things recently. On one hand, it was her own matter. On the other hand, it was Ling Qing's matter. Mo Xiaolang's matter was also stuck in his heart. Many people would not let him have an easy time. It could be said that if he could not pass the inner tribe selection, Long Chen's life would be over. Without any power or backing, Chu Yunxi or Jin Shenzhen could easily eliminate him. "Little Shi, step aside." Long Chen picked up the 50th thunder flame crystal and put away the remaining 8. In these 3 days, he had absorbed a total of 19 thunder flame crystals. Compared to before, his efficiency this time was very high. Hopefully, I will be able to settle this thunder flame crystal before the inner tribe selection. If even this one is useless, I will not be able to use the other things for the time being. Long Chen silently said in his heart. Lingxi obediently listened to Long Chen's words and hid at the edge of the basement. Lingxi frowned. Suddenly, she smiled and was secretly delighted. That's right, how could I forget this move? This is a high profound class battle technique. It seems that Long Chen can completely learn it. Of course, Long Chen could not hear what she said in her heart. He was preparing to absorb the last thunder flame crystal. He raised the thunder flame crystal and used his true qi to absorb it into his body. One could see that the thunder flame crystal, which was surrounded by flames and lightning, turned into a ball of liquid under the touch of his true qi. It merged into Long Chen's body. Suddenly, Long Chen frowned. As expected, the attack this time is 10 times more violent than the last time. Moreover, if I can endure it, it should be over very quickly. This time, when the 50th thunder flame crystal entered Long Chen's body, it was like a thunderstorm that rapidly whistled through his body. It quickly swept up all the thunder flame crystals that he had fused with in the past. It was like a tornado that rapidly rotated within Long Chen's body. Wherever it passed, whether it was his bones or muscles, they were all pulverized into powder. It was only the beginning, but Long Chen was already enduring a pain that he had never experienced before. His face instantly twisted, and one could see just how much pain he was enduring. Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen in such a state, Lingxi immediately felt very worried. She was about to step forward when suddenly, a web of lightning intertwined and flames surged towards her. Lingxi hurriedly dodged. This lightning web of flames had exploded from Long Chen's body. At the same time, Long Chen's words also appeared. "Don't come near." Long Chen was definitely suffering inhumane torture at this moment, but he stubbornly refused to let anyone come near. This made Lingxi want to cry. On one hand, she was worried about Long Chen. On the other hand, she did not know if she would interrupt Long Chen's absorption. "Long Chen, are you okay?" Lingxi's small face was a little pale. It was obvious that Long Chen's situation was not good. At this moment, the energy of thunder and lightning had already exploded on Long Chen's body. Boom! Blood-red flames suddenly ignited on his body. Blood-red lightning twirled around his body non-stop. Soon, the two powers had completely enveloped him in a blood-red fireball of lightning. Meanwhile, Lingxi had completely lost contact with Long Chen. How could Lingxi not be anxious when she saw this? She had completely lost her sense of propriety. She paced around the basement anxiously, wondering if she should make a move. If she didn't make a move, Long Chen might very well die. If she made a move, she did not know what to do. Furthermore, she was afraid that this would affect Long Chen. "Trust me, it's fine." Just then, Long Chen's calm voice rang in Lingxi's ears. If Lingxi had tears, they would have been brimming with hot tears when she heard this. "Scoundrel, you only know how to make people worry. If you continue like this, I won't care whether you live or die." Lingxi felt a little lost as she watched the young man who was working hard. Her life had undergone such a huge change. If it hadn't been for Long Chen's appearance, perhaps she would have died long ago and disappeared from this world. At the end of the day, Long Chen was still her savior. After spending so much time with Long Chen, it was impossible for a man and a woman not to feel some strange emotions. What should I do? Mother. Where exactly is my future? As she stared blankly in the direction of Long Chen, Lingxi suddenly felt her heart empty. This feeling of being suspended in the air made her feel extremely terrified. Just then, the fireball of lightning suddenly exploded and looked like it was about to completely blow up the basement. Long Chen. As Lingxi cried out in shock, the exploding fireball and lightning retreated and were finally swallowed by a figure. In Lingxi's eyes, Long Chen's appearance gradually appeared. The current Long Chen had changed a lot compared to when he had just broken through to the Earth Core realm. He was still in his dragon soul transformation state, so his original appearance couldn't be seen. However, just from the faint fireball and lightning flowing in his eyes, and the sharp aura on his body that was like a sharp sword, Lingxi knew that he had most likely succeeded this time. The 50th Thunder Flame crystal had only been fusing for a short while, but it had also almost taken Long Chen's life. The fusion this time could basically be said to be extremely dangerous, but Long Chen had managed to persevere in the end. Because he had faith in his heart. In front of Long Chen, Lingxi was laughing and crying at the same time as she looked at him. "Little girl, looking at this daddy's second-level Thunder Flame battle physique, how many times does your heart beat in a quarter of an hour?" Long Chen said with a laugh. "Stinking scoundrel." Lingxi looked at him angrily and bumped into his body a few times. After hurting herself a few times, she complained and suddenly asked sneakily, "Hey, I have a high mystic rank combat skill, do you want to learn it?" When did you have a high mystic rank combat skill?" Lingxi was a little embarrassed and said, "This was when I was very young. At that time, it was my father who made me learn to play with it. I thought I had long forgotten about it, but just now, I accidentally remembered it." Did he accidentally recall it? Long Chen rolled his eyes and said, "Don't talk nonsense, quickly give it to Big Brother." "What Big Brother?" Lingxi rolled her eyes and said proudly, "I'll only give it to you if you call me Big Sister, humph." Chapter 153. There were still 2 days before the inner clan selection. According to Long Chen's previous speed, 2 days was not enough for him to learn an advanced mystic class combat skill. However, Lingxi was the owner of this combat skill. She had practiced it before and had some experience. This time, she taught Long Chen step by step, and with Long Chen's outstanding talent, he finally mastered this skill before the inner clan selection. Advanced mystic class combat skill, demonic spirit sword finger. The power of this skill definitely surpassed the sky-burning demon sun fist. It was Long Chen's strongest skill, a super killing skill. This was a finger skill, and also a sword skill. Long Chen had practiced the 9-winged devil fingers before, and he had seen the Bai family's netherworld heavenly finger. However, these 2 finger skills were much weaker than the demonic spirit sword finger. By fusing a powerful sword technique into a finger technique, even though the might of the technique would be slightly reduced, the explosive power of the technique would not be inferior to that of a finger technique. Although he hadn't used it officially, just by looking at the movement of true qi, Long Chen knew that this demonic spirit sword finger was definitely a top-notch skill. No wonder it was an advanced mystic class combat skill. This was Long Chen's first advanced mystic class combat skill. After completely digesting the demonic spirit sword finger, Lingxi had already returned to the Lingxi sword to practice. As for Long Chen, he walked outside and looked at the bright stars alone. After reaching the Earth Core realm, after I used the Dragon Soul transformation, my true chi is equivalent to the initial Earth Core realm. Even the strongest person in the inner clan selection, Jin Sheng N, is only at the initial Earth Core realm. In terms of true chi, there is no difference between us. Thinking about this, Long Chen smiled while looking at the starry sky. Level 2 Thunder Flame Battle Body is equivalent to an advanced mystic class combat skill. Will it lose to the Golden Battle Body? Plus, there is the advanced mystic class Demonic Spirit Sword Finger. Chu Yunxi, Jin Sheng N, if you want to make me kneel down and kill me in the inner clan selection, just you wait. After stretching his body and enjoying the night breeze, Long Chen finally felt a lot more relaxed. This time, my strength has improved greatly. All those who look down on me, I'll definitely make them all drop their jaws. Also, thinking about Lu Lan's graceful body, Long Chen smiled. I wonder if she remembers what she said? As long as I pass the inner clan selection. In the night wind, Long Chen was in high spirits. November 1st. It was a lively day, a rare occasion. The Lingwu family was divided into the inner clan and the outer clan. The outer clan was directly governed by the inner clan and depended on the inner clan. Everyone knew that the true core of power in the Lingwu family was the inner clan. Geniuses from other clans had racked their brains in order to enter the inner clan. The only way to do so was through the inner clan selection battle, and today, the 1st of November, was the day of the inner clan selection battle. This time, among the 20 seated participants, 2 genius disciples from other clans who could pass the inner clan selection battle would be able to join the Lingwu family, the Eastern Blue Dragon family. On this day, Long Chen walked out of the door early in the morning. There were already a lot of people waiting outside. They were all famous men from the Qingyang Hall, and the leader was obviously the Heavenly Core warrior, Lu Yuan. Next to him were the Earth Core deacons and sect elders, and a few Earth Core disciples. These were the peak strength of the Qingyang Hall. When he first entered the Lingwu family, Long Chen felt that this was a terrifying force. But now, he was welcomed by so many people, and he didn't feel any pressure. This was enough to show how fast he had improved. Although it was difficult for Long Chen to enter the inner clan, being able to qualify for the inner clan selection battle was already the pride of the Qingyang Hall. To be honest, excluding Feng Wutian, who was originally the illegitimate son of someone from the inner clan, Long Chen was the second genius to qualify for the inner clan selection battle. The first was Lu Lan. This was enough to prove Long Chen's talent. There was no hope for him to enter the inner clan, but for now, Lu Yuan was still very satisfied with Long Chen. He secretly looked at Long Chen's energetic face and said with a bright smile, Long Chen, today is your big day. You will participate in the inner clan selection battle. Among the 10,000 young geniuses from other clans, only 20 are qualified. Seeing that the old man didn't get mad at him, Long Chen knew that Lu Lan didn't tell Lu Yuan about him selling Violet Rain. Because of this, he glanced at Lu Lan. Right now, she was standing beside Lu Yuan. She didn't say anything, she was just a cold beauty that attracted everyone's attention. Feeling Long Chen's gaze on her, she turned her head to look at him. In her eyes, there was still a strong sense of dissatisfaction and disappointment towards Long Chen. It seemed that she still could not let go of the fact that Long Chen had sold the beast soul of the demonic dragon Violet Rain. Let's go, there's no time to lose. I will bring you to the Green Imperial Hall to meet the Supreme Elder of the Green Tribe. Today was a big day for the Qingyang Hall. Lu Yuan had gained enough face in front of the other elders, so he was naturally beaming with joy. Take care, Elder. Long Chen, do your best and bring glory to the Qingyang Hall. Even if you can't enter the inner clan, you have to persevere through the first round. Yes, as long as you are smart and try to avoid your opponents, you will still have a chance. This time, only Lu Yuan and Lu Lan were participating in the inner clan selection battle with Long Chen. No wonder Lu Yuan and Lu Lan were dressed up today. Lu Lan even dressed up meticulously. Her hair was tied up in a bun, her eyebrows were elegant, and her eyes were full of emotion. Dressed up so beautifully, is she trying to send me some kind of signal? Long Chen secretly cursed in his heart. After bidding farewell to the rest of the Qingyang Hall, he left the Qingyang Hall under the enthusiastic lead of Lu Yuan. After Long Chen left, the other elders and deacons stopped waving their arms and looked at each other. Everyone, do you think Long Chen will create a miracle this time? Thinking of the strength of the other seated participants, they shook their heads and said, "It is already an honor to qualify for the inner clan selection. I only hope that he can maintain this honor and not lose too badly. That way, he will not be in vain." By the way, Long Chen, have you refined Violet Rain's beast soul? Not long after leaving the Qingyang Hall, Lu Yuan could not help but ask. Long Chen was startled. He glanced at the indifferent Lu Lan and said to Lu Yuan confidently, "Don't worry, elder. How could I disappoint you?" Listening to what Long Chen meant, Long Chen had already refined Violet Rain's beast soul. This way, although Long Chen's chances of participating in the inner clan selection were not high, as long as he performed well, Lu Yuan would be satisfied. Long Chen had blatantly lied to Lu Yuan, which made Lu Lan feel even more shameless. What's the point of lying to my father now? When you can't even use your beast soul transformation under someone else's attack, Long Chen, how embarrassing will that be? Lu Lan could not understand why Long Chen, who had amazed her in the past, could only rely on lies to maintain his halo. Thinking of this, Lu Lan silently walked in front with a cold smile on her face. If that's the case, does this mean that you have already mastered it? Long Chen, why don't you use your beast soul transformation once and let me admire Violet Rain's beast soul transformation? Long Chen smiled awkwardly and said, "Elder, there's no need for that. This Violet Rain beast soul was completely given to me by you. I believe that if I use it during the inner clan selection and defeat my opponent, you will be even more successful." Long Chen was now a treasure in Lu Yuan's heart. Since Long Chen had said so, although Lu Yuan was curious, he could not lose the demeanor of a senior elder. Hence, he waved his hand and said, "As you wish." "Thank you, elder." Lu Lan, who was walking in front, was speechless when she heard this. She had wanted to turn around and scold Long Chen. However, on second thought, she felt that there was no need to do so. Since he is such a person, I will let him fend for himself. Why should I care about him? Lu Lan shook her head and maintained her cold demeanor. Behind her, Long Chen watched her as she walked. How could he not know what she was thinking? "When the time comes, I will give you a surprise, you brainless woman. How dare you use me as a shield? If I don't teach you a lesson, how would it be my style?" Thinking of this, Long Chen secretly smiled. After which, he asked Lu Yuan beside him, "Grand Elder, may I know what this Qitian path is?" "I was about to tell you about the inner clan selection, but you asked first." "Don't be impatient, listen to me." Lu Yuan cleared his throat and said, "This inner clan selection is no different from the previous ones. There are two stages in the inner clan selection. They are the Qitian Road and the Life and Death Cave." Qitian Road, Life and Death Cave? Yes, the location of the inner clan selection is not in Lingwu City, nor is it in the Sky Martial Realm. It is to the west of Yuanling City, at the border of Yuanling County, in a mountain range called the Nine Demon Mountain. To be more precise, it is the Life and Death Demon Mountain of the Nine Demon Mountain. So it is not in Yuanling City? Long Chen was shocked. The scale of the inner clan selection was not ordinary. The location was actually at the border of Yuanling County, in the Nine Demon Mountain. The Life and Death Demon Mountain is 10,000 meters tall. It is vast and boundless, connecting the sky and the clouds. At the peak, there are countless demon caves. They are called the Life and Death Cave. It is a cruel training ground for life and death. Not only are there ferocious beasts, but the terrain is also extremely dangerous. That is why the inner clan selection is held here. A mountain of 10,000 meters. Long Chen had never heard of it. Now that he heard about it, it could be seen how big the Lingwu family was. Just for the inner clan selection, they had to go to such a terrifying place just from its name alone. Now, I will explain the Qitian Road and the Life and Death Cave in detail. First, the Qitian Road. Lu Yuan's expression was solemn. He was so serious because he wanted Long Chen to treat the inner clan selection seriously. Chapter 154. If he had known that there were so many rules in the selection, Long Chen felt that he should have asked Lu Yuan earlier so that he could be more prepared. The reason why Lu Yuan hadn't told him about the rules in the past few days was probably because he didn't want anyone to disturb him before the dragon went into seclusion. However, as long as one had the strength, they would be able to deal with the myriad of changes. Hence, Long Chen wasn't worried. Long Chen, you've participated in the selection before. Actually, there isn't much difference between the inner and outer selection. It's just that the form is a lot stronger. The Qitian path is a path that leads up the Life and Death Devil Mountain. It's basically a path that leads to the heavens. On the Qitian path, not only are the terrain treacherous, demonic beasts are rampant, poisonous insects are everywhere, and there are also opponents who will try to kill you. It's extremely dangerous. Furthermore, the weather on the Nine Demon Mountain is extremely bad. From time to time, there will be torrential storms, lightning, and thunder. Hence, you must be extremely careful on the Qitian path. After saying that, Lu Yuan rested for a while before continuing. When you enter the Qitian Road, you will first be divided into 10 groups, with 2 people in each group. Before entering the Qitian Road, you will be given 2 items. The first one is the signal fireworks. I'm sure you understand that if you encounter a danger you can't resist, or if you're forced into a dead end by the other party, you can use the signal fireworks. In the inner clan, there are specialized people nearby who mainly release the signal fireworks. Basically, it can save your life. However, as long as you use the signal fireworks, it's equivalent to you withdrawing from the inner clan selection. Hence, Long Chen, don't use it unless you have no other choice. Of course, if you really can't hold on, then use it. As long as you use it, you'll definitely be able to save your life. After using the signal fireworks, what if the others still don't let me go and want to kill me as soon as possible? Long Chen asked. That's impossible. Lu Yuan laughed. The others know the rules better than you. If they still dare to make a move after using the signal fireworks, as long as the inner clan finds out, they'll definitely kill them on the spot. Don't think that you'll be lucky. There's nothing the inner clan doesn't know. Thinking about how strong the inner clan was, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. After memorizing the signal fireworks, Long Chen continued to ask, Senior Elder, what is the second thing you mentioned? The second item is called the Jade Crystal Bracelet. It is a strange item that is incomparably hard. Even I am unable to break it. As long as you wear it, it will be able to sense your body's condition. If you are seriously injured, it will automatically fall off and be taken by others. Your battle on the Qitian Road is actually a battle for the Jade Crystal Bracelets. Each of you will be given a Jade Crystal Bracelet. There are a total of 20 Jade Crystal Bracelets. Whoever can get more bracelets will have a higher chance of passing the first stage. There are 2 criteria for the assessment of the winding path. One is to complete the winding path within a day and reach the Cave of Life and Death. 2. The 4 groups with the most Jade Crystal Bracelets in their hands at the same time that everyone has completed the first requirement will be able to qualify for the second stage of the winding path. Of course, there is another very important requirement, and that is, if one of the members of a team does not reach the Life and Death Cave, then that team will also lose the chance to continue participating. Long Chen easily understood this rule. Under the premise that they had to finish the Qitian path in one day, the 4 teams that obtained the most bracelets would be qualified to join the next round. The other 6 teams would be eliminated. There was another condition. If a person obtained the most bracelets, but his teammates disappeared, died, or quit, then he would also lose the right to join the second round. The first round of the inner clan selection did not only test one's combat strength, but also one's adaptability to the terrain, fighting alongside others, teamwork, and temperament. To be able to come up with such a testing method, Long Chen was quite impressed. Long Chen, there's something I need to make clear to you. At this point, Lu Yuan's face was serious, but there was also a hint of helplessness in it. Senior Elder, please speak. In this Qitian path, any 2 people can form a team freely. In this inner clan selection, other than the gold and silver clans, the other clans have 2 people, so they can form a team. However, this time, the gold clan has 3 people, and 2 of them are twins, so they form a team. The remaining strongest, Jin Sheng En, seems to be in the same team as Chu Yunxi, who he has a good relationship with. This time, Yu and Chu Yunxi fell out. It's really, falling out with Chu Yunxi was Lu Lan's fault. Lu Yuan knew that in this matter, Long Chen was completely innocent, so he felt a little apologetic towards Long Chen. In short, I estimate that you'll form a team with a genius from the Silver Clan. There are a total of 3 geniuses from the Silver Clan. One of them also obtained the right to participate, and her name is Yin Mengyao. The other 2 are a couple. If nothing unexpected happens, Yin Mengyao will be in the same team as you. But Long Chen, there are some things that you need to understand. Yin Mengyao obtained the right to participate directly, so she must be a proud and arrogant person. In the Qitian path, a weak teammate might be a huge hindrance to her. Senior Elder, are you saying that she'll look down on me? I don't know, but she will probably protest. Long Chen, if she loses face, you must endure it. Endure it for a while, and as long as you endure it until you enter the Qitian path, she will definitely think of ways to protect you. Otherwise, she won't be able to pass the Qitian path. Long Chen completely understood Lu Yuan's meaning. In other words, even if I'm despised on the spot, I'll still have to pretend to be weak and shamelessly beg for her protection once I enter the Qitian path? Long Chen thought to himself. I wonder if this Yin Mengyao is such a person. If that's the case, I'll definitely make you suffer a little. To think that you're actually being despised by her. If little she were to see this, wouldn't she laugh at me? With regards to the Qitian path, Long Chen had more or less learned about it. Overall, he was still very much looking forward to it. Senior Elder, I've more or less understood the Qitian path. What about the life and death cave? Do you still remember the second round of the outer clan selection? Long Chen nodded, of course I do. That was an arena battle. This life and death cave is actually a strengthened arena battle. At the peak of the life and death demon mountain, there are several life and death caves of various sizes. The environment in these caves is extremely harsh and dangerous. There are many unknown dangers, but I'm not sure about the specifics. I'm sure the Great Elder will tell you. For the life and death devil cave, the original team of 2 will be split into 2 groups of 4. There will be 2 spots for the inner clan selection. Every 4 people will compete for 1 spot, and the first place will be decided. In other words, if you're lucky enough to become one of the 8, you'll have to fight 2 consecutive life and death battles. Only by winning both battles will you be able to enter the inner clan. 2 life and death battles, you'll have to enter the same life and death cave with your opponent. You'll have to fight in this extremely dangerous life and death cave until the victor is decided. During the battle, not only will you have to face your opponent, you'll also have to face the unknown dangers. It's basically impossible to win in the end. To become one of the last 2 out of the 20 people, one could imagine the difficulty of this. After hearing the horrifying rules, Long Chen finally understood that they didn't have high hopes for him. This was a normal thing. First, I'll have to rush through the dangerous life and death path while fighting with my opponent to obtain enough jade crystal bracelets. At the same time, I'll have to ensure the safety of my teammates. This way, If a team doesn't have 4 or more jade crystal bracelets, it'll be very difficult to obtain the final qualification. After that, I'll have to enter the life and death cave with my opponent and fight 2 consecutive life and death battles. If I win both battles, I'll be able to obtain the right to enter the inner clan selection. If it was the me from 5 days ago, I wouldn't have stood a chance. But this time, Long Chen's strength had taken a huge leap. Whether it was in terms of cultivation level or body refining techniques, he was much stronger than before. This way, I, Long Chen, will definitely surprise all of you. Long Chen clenched his fist and smiled faintly. Seeing Long Chen's confident smile, Lu Yuan was startled. He thought that Long Chen was just trying to comfort him. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Long Chen, don't be discouraged. You grew up in a small place like Biyao town. Now that you've come to the Lingwu family, your potential has just started to be unearthed. You still have a lot of room for improvement. Even if you can't enter the inner clan, it doesn't matter. Even if you're in the outer clan, with your talent, you'll still be able to shine. It's not like you won't have a chance to enter the inner clan in the future." Long Chen listened and walked in silence, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Lu Lan kept walking in front and didn't look back even once. Looking at her back, Long Chen knew that he would make her turn back and look at him with the same shocked eyes as before. The Supreme Elder of the Azure Clan was a senior elder of the previous generation of the Azure Emperor Hall. He was born in the Azure Emperor Hall, so he naturally took good care of the Azure Emperor Hall. Even the Supreme Elder's residence was in the Azure Emperor Hall. Long Chen had just learned from Lu Yuan that the Grand Elder's name was Chu Tianxiong, and he was Chu Fengqing's uncle. He could be considered to be related to Chu Yunxi and Chu Yunyao, so he must have treated them as his real grandsons. After about an hour, Long Chen arrived outside the Azure Emperor Hall. Just as he approached the Supreme Elder's palace, the gatekeeper asked sternly, "What are you guys doing here?" Lu Yuan was a hall master, but he was actually scolded by the gatekeeper. He immediately felt humiliated and said coldly, "I am Elder Lu Yuan of the Azure Sun Hall. This time, I brought my disciple, Long Chen, to participate in the inner clan selection." "So it's you guys?" The gatekeeper sneered and said, "The Supreme Elder said that you guys were late and delayed. It's against the rules, so they've already left." When Long Chen heard this, his blood rushed to his head and he scolded, "This son of a bitch, I came here early in the morning, but he rolled away first. And I said it was a delay? Did he travel in the middle of the night?" Chapter 155. Long Chen never thought that he would be tricked like this again. Long Chen knew that the time to participate in the inner clan selection should be noon. Long Chen had rushed over early in the morning, and there was still a long time before noon. The Grand Elder, Chu Yunxi, and the others had already left. What did this mean? It meant that they didn't put Lu Yuan and Long Chen in their eyes at all. It meant that they were just toying with Long Chen. Being looked down upon like this, Long Chen was so angry that he started laughing. Lu Yuan was also feeling extremely displeased in his heart. Although his opponent was a Supreme Elder, he was also a Grand Elder. As a Grand Elder, he was actually being looked down upon in such a manner. If this matter were to spread, Lu Yuan's face would be completely lost. Right now, his face had turned green. He didn't stop Long Chen from scolding Long Chen, but he was secretly pleased. The anger in his body had lessened after being scolded by Long Chen. In the end, Long Chen was the first person who dared to call Chu Tianxiong a son of a bitch. When the 2 guards heard this, their faces immediately turned red, and they scolded in a stern voice, "Good boy, you dare to insult the Supreme Elder. You have no respect for the law and have already committed a capital crime. Let's capture him now and wait for the Supreme Elder to come back and deal with him." After saying that, they actually attacked and tried to grab Long Chen. "You've just broken through to the Earth Core realm, you're just a guard dog, how dare you touch your father?" Long Chen sneered and charged towards them. When the guard made his move, Lu Yuan and Lu Lan were shocked. Long Chen was going to participate in the inner family selection, so they couldn't let him get hurt by these guard dogs. When they were about to stop them, Long Chen had already rushed past them. "Boy, you're courting death." Seeing that Long Chen's movements were even faster than before, they were furious and threw out a punch. An Earth Core warrior's punch was indeed extraordinary. With 2 consecutive punches, they had forced Long Chen to a dead end. "I heard that this guy is only at the Mortal Core realm. He's just a Mortal Core warrior, and he wants to participate in the inner clan selection? He's looking for death. Today, my brother will defeat him here and become famous." Thinking of this, the 2 gatekeepers used all their strength. "You want to kill me?" Long Chen sneered and raised his hand. With a whoosh, he turned into a phantom and rushed forward. "What? So fast?" The 2 gatekeepers were shocked. They couldn't grasp Long Chen's speed at all. In the next moment, 2 slaps landed on their faces. Instantly, a blood-curdling screech rang out as teeth flew out along with blood. The 2 of them crashed to the ground and screamed in pain. However, Long Chen did not stop. He rushed forward and ruthlessly kicked the 2 men's faces. On top of the bloody handprints on their faces, a huge footprint was added. After suffering such heavy blows from Long Chen, the 2 men's faces were completely disfigured. Right now, they didn't even have the strength to resist. Their faces were covered in blood, and they could only scream in pain while rolling on the ground. In their hearts, they had already regretted their actions a million times. This Long Chen is not a soft persimmon they said he was. Heavens, he's so cruel. We brothers are completely screwed this time. While they were screaming in pain, they had already cursed the person who told them the news a million times. "Long Chen, you?" When Lu Yuan saw that Long Chen had successfully taught them a lesson, he was shocked. After all, both of them were Earth Core warriors. Although they were sent to guard the gate because they had no potential, their realms were still higher than Long Chen's. The fact that Long Chen could defeat him so easily shocked Lu Yuan. As for Lu Lan, when she saw how easily Long Chen defeated him, her eyes were filled with shock as she looked at him. Looks like he has been cultivating hard these past few days, and he has made some progress. However, when Long Chen attacked again and made them lose their ability to fight, both Lu Yuan and Lu Lan felt depressed. No matter what, these 2 men were the Great Elder's men. Long Chen's cruel actions were a bit too much. "Long Chen, stop," Lu Lan said faintly. Long Chen kicked the 2 men away for the last time and said in a loud voice, "You 2 guard dogs, don't forget your identities. No matter where you are just guard dogs. The person standing in front of you is the elder of the Qingyang Hall. What right do you have to be disrespectful to him? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the elder, so you will remember it. You better watch out." Long Chen used Lu Yuan's name to push the responsibility of beating the 2 men away. After beating up these 2 people, Long Chen felt much better in his heart. When he looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Lan, he realized that they were looking at him helplessly. "Long Chen, you are really impulsive this time." Lu Yuan was about to teach Long Chen a lesson and apologize to the 2 men, but Long Chen interrupted him and said, "Elder, they have already left. What do you want to do? We can't just not go, right?" This was the most important issue. Lu Yuan's thoughts had been picked on by Long Chen, so he temporarily put aside the matter of Long Chen beating up the 2 men. He frowned and said, "The Great Elder's actions are indeed a bit too much. However, Long Chen, you are the pride of the Qingyang Hall. It wasn't easy for you to obtain a spot in the inner clan selection, so there is no reason for you not to go. I know the location of the 9 Demon Mountain. Let's return to the Qingyang Hall now and ride the wind-splitting divine rock to the 9 Demon Mountain. In that case, there is no time to lose. Let's go back now." To be honest, Long Chen was also very annoyed at being played like this. However, he sneered in his heart. "No matter who you are, I will make you pay for playing me like this." Long Chen had actually been thrown into the Green Clan by the Great Elder for being late to participate in the inner clan selection. If word of this got out, Long Chen would become a joke. If he didn't perform well in the inner clan selection, he would become a joke that would go down in history. Since they had already decided to go back, the three of them didn't waste any more time. Lu Yuan was still a little worried that Long Chen had injured the Great Elder's men. However, time was of the essence, and he didn't have enough time. Long Chen, it's not that I want to criticize you, but being so impulsive won't do you any good in the future, Elder, I understand. I won't do it again. Long Chen behaved like an obedient child. In fact, he wasn't being impulsive. This was just the beginning of his plan to amaze the world with a brilliant feat. It feels weird to hear you call me Elder. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Lu. Lu Yuan stroked his beard as he looked at Long Chen. Why would I mind? How would I not know how Uncle Lu treats Long Chen? Long Chen is aware of it. Although this old man had a small influence, he was still a good person. As long as he wasn't Long Chen's enemy, since he had lowered his status and allowed Long Chen to call him uncle, Long Chen naturally wouldn't let him lose face. Calling me uncle in exchange for a 6th grade mystic ranked beast soul. That's a pretty good deal. Long Chen was secretly pleased. This time, Lu Yuan and Long Chen rushed ahead while Lu Lan followed behind. This time, she didn't walk with her head lowered. Instead, she occasionally raised her head to look at Long Chen's figure. Her eyes were filled with doubt. He sold Violet Rain's beast soul, but from what I saw just now, why does it seem like his strength has increased significantly? To her, Long Chen had always been full of miracles. This time, Long Chen was facing unprecedented pressure. Who knew if he would create another miracle this time? Although Lu Lan knew that it would be extremely difficult, she was still looking forward to the inner tribe selection. Very soon, the three of them returned to the Qingyang Hall. Ignoring the strange looks from the others, Lu Yuan summoned the most majestic wind-splitting divine rock without a word. The three of them mounted the divine rock, which suddenly flapped its wings and flew towards the west. This time, it was a new beginning. Only the people of Qingyang Hall were left looking at each other. From Yuanling City to Nine Demon Mountain, even with the wind-splitting divine rock speed, it will still take a day. It's morning now. I estimate that we can reach Nine Demon Mountain before nightfall. Sitting at the front of the wind-splitting divine rock, Lu Yuan used his vital qi to separate the hurricane and wrapped his body firmly on the wind-splitting divine rock's body. Originally, the Great Elder had a mystic-level demonic beast as a means of transportation. It would only take half a day to reach Nine Demon Mountain. But this time, the Great Elder is so biased. It's really beneath his status. However, he insisted that we were late, so we couldn't do anything about it. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan's face darkened. Looking at her father's expression, Lu Lan felt her heart ache. Among the 8 founding elders of Qingyang Hall, Lu Yuan was basically the weakest. The main reason why he could stay in the Lingwu family for so long was because of his aloof character. However, being aloof also meant being bullied. Anyway, for as long as Lu Lan could remember, Lu Yuan had been bullied several times. Uncle Lu, Long Chen suddenly said. What's the matter? Long Chen smiled faintly and said, you don't have to think too much about this. When we reach Nine Demon Mountain, I won't let you down. Honor and respect had to be earned with one's own hands. Who was the Grand Elder? In the future, he might even have to follow behind me. Long Chen, shut up. Lu Yuan's expression was slightly angry. Remember, when we reach Nine Demon Mountain, you can't say such disgraceful things. I, Lu Yuan, can't protect you. Long Chen smiled and didn't comment. He simply closed his eyes and rested. Lu Yuan shook his head at Long Chen's arrogance. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to let Long Chen participate in the inner clan selection. Lu Lan had been watching their conversation. When she heard Long Chen's arrogant words, she initially laughed coldly in her heart. Her face was full of mockery. However, when she saw that Long Chen didn't argue and only calmly closed his eyes to rest, her heart started to waver. He's so confident. Could it be that he's confident? While she was in doubt, the sun rose from the east to the west. In the west of Yuanling County, the sky was filled with dark clouds. The legendary Nine-Demon Mountain was a tragic sight. Chapter 156. Long Chen, it seems like you guys are unlucky this time. You've encountered bad weather in the Nine-Demon Mountain. Lu Yuan frowned as he looked at the dark and desolate mountain range that was shrouded in dark clouds from afar. His expression was a little worried. Long Chen looked in the direction of the legendary Nine-Demon Mountain and saw black clouds everywhere. Bolts of lightning danced through the clouds. Occasionally, a muffled sound of thunder could be heard, like the low growls of beasts. In the middle of the clouds, there were 9 claw-like peaks that pierced through the clouds. A cold and gloomy aura blew over. This is the Nine-Demon Mountain. The Nine-Demon Mountains? Long Chen was speechless. I'm afraid it's going to rain. The rain in the Nine-Demon Mountain must be majestic and accompanied by crazy lightning. I'm afraid the difficulty of your selection has increased by a lot. Long Chen's strength was not as good as the others. In addition to such a harsh environment, Lu Yuan thought that it was going to be a disaster. Uncle Lu, don't worry. I'm not the only one who has trouble in such a harsh environment. Maybe I'll be able to adapt to it. Long Chen said with a smile. Seeing Long Chen's optimism, Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly. When they arrived at the Nine-Demon Mountain, the wind-splitting divine rock did not dare to move forward. Finally, when they were close to the Life and Death Demon Mountain, it landed on the ground and shrunk its neck, not daring to move. Long Chen and the other 2 jumped down from the wind-splitting divine rock's back. The Nine-Demon Mountain is cold and dark. The wind-splitting divine rock is not used to this kind of environment. Forget it, it's not far from the Nine-Demon Mountain. We'll just walk there. It's getting dark now. We should reach the Nine-Demon Mountain before nightfall. The Nine Demons Mountain Villa was the stronghold of the Lingwu clan in the Nine Demons Mountain. The inner clan of the Lingwu clan basically chose to hold the inner clan selection in the Nine Demons Mountain. Therefore, they decided to build a stronghold here. The inner clan selection is tomorrow. I think it's about time to split up. Long Chen, let's hurry up. After taking care of the wind-splitting divine rock, Lu Yuan brought Long Chen and Lu Lan to the Nine Demons Villa. The Devil Mountain was a vast mountain range, and the Nine Devil Mountain was the tallest of them all. Right now, Long Chen and the others were already within the boundaries of the Devil Mountain. In Demon Mountain, the ground and trees were dyed a faint black. Some of the withered trees were in strange shapes, looking a little strange. Long Chen walked around and found that it was very quiet. Don't look down on the dead trees here. The Nine Demons Mountain is filled with dense forests. Basically, if you were to rush forward, the ground would be filled with tree roots. There's basically no place for you to step on. If you were to fight in such a terrain, it would definitely affect you greatly. Every time he thought of this, Lu Yuan felt very uncertain. On one hand, he was very appreciative of the young Long Chen. On the other hand, the Qingyang Hall had given Long Chen a lot of training. If Long Chen died young and died here, Lu Yuan would definitely feel very uncomfortable. Remember, Long Chen, if there's any danger, don't worry about whether your teammates will be disqualified or not. Just use the signal fireworks. That way, you won't die. Lu Yuan's attitude was sincere and serious, so Long Chen could only nod and agree. On the way to the Nine Demons Villa, Long Chen tilted his head and looked at Lu Lan. Today, she was dressed especially seductively. Her pink skin and devilish curves made people want to go up and take a bite. Seeing that Long Chen didn't have the slightest bit of worry in his eyes, Lu Lan felt that he was somewhat hopeless. She said coldly, "Don't be so sloppy. It's best if you listen to my father." The inner clan selection cannot be treated as a child's play. Otherwise, if you die, the Qingyang Hall will suffer a loss. Just watch and you'll know. Long Chen's expression was indifferent. He glanced at Lu Lan's figure and said, "You're dressed very differently today. Don't tell me you've already made preparations?" "What preparations?" Lu Lan was a little confused. She could see that there was something wrong with the kid's expression. She had been smart since she was young, so she quickly recalled what she had said. As long as Long Chen entered the inner clan, she could let Long Chen do whatever he wanted. "You want to enter the inner clan and possess me with your current strength?" Lu Lan sneered in her heart. This kind of Long Chen made her somewhat look down on him. Being humble and honest is the most important thing in life. "I suddenly feel that you don't have these two qualities. That's why you'll always be at the bottom," Lu Lan said coldly, then walked past Long Chen and walked to the front. The corner of Long Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. "Is that so? But, why should I be humble?" Lu Yuan didn't really understand what Long Chen and Lu Lan were talking about. However, when he saw that the two of them seemed to be arguing with each other, he silently thought, why does Lan seem to be arguing with Long Chen? She's already an adult, why would she say such things out of anger? Could it be that she really has some feelings for Long Chen? Lu Yuan was an experienced person, so he immediately saw the clues. However, he first buried this matter in his heart. After all, this matter was rather difficult to handle. If they really had feelings for each other, it would naturally be a good thing. However, that would also require Long Chen to come back alive. With Long Chen's temper, it would be difficult for him to come back alive. At this moment, they were almost at the Nine Demons Mountain Village. The Nine Demons Manor is right in front of us. Both of you, remember, don't say a single word about what happened in front of the Grand Elder's door. Also, don't talk back to him, especially you, Long Chen. Lu Yuan looked at Long Chen with a serious expression and said, although they have gone too far, after all, they have a high status, and they are very strong. After all, they are at the late heavenly core realm. That's why we have to tolerate them, and we have to obey whatever they say. But, if you keep talking nonsense because you're unhappy, then you deserve to die. Hearing Lu Yuan's serious warning, Long Chen could only nod his head. That old man? He's trying to humiliate me. Although Lu Yuan has emphasized it, everything can be changed. Pushing aside some bushes, in a valley in front of them, a huge building appeared. The size of this building was a few times bigger than the Green Willow residence. There were only about 40 people participating in the inner clan selection, but they had such a huge place to transfer to. This showed how generous the Lingwu family was. The Nine Demons Manor was completely dark. In order to not be too eye-catching, the main color of this building was black. Now that the night was approaching, many lanterns had been lit up. The red lanterns in the dark pavilion looked like countless ferocious beasts hiding in the dark, and the lanterns were their eyes. Let's go in. Looking at the current situation, it seemed like everyone who was supposed to be here had arrived. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, then he brought Long Chen and Lu Lan towards the Nine Demons Manor. Not long after, a few warriors in black armors surrounded them. All of these warriors were at the Earth Core realm, and they were all extraordinary warriors. Furthermore, they all had a strong blood energy coming from their bodies. It seemed like they had killed many people. This is the Nine Demons Manor of the Lingwu family in Yuanling County. Who are you? Tell me your name, or you will be executed. A cold voice came out from these people's mouths. I'm Lu Yuan, the founding elder of the Green Clan's Qingyang Hall. I'm here to lead the disciples of my clan to participate in the inner clan selection. Lu Yuan said with a loud voice. He purposely raised his voice in order to attract the attention of the people in the Nine Demons Manor. As long as they were in public, it would be much easier. Inner clan selection? Bullshit. All the people participating in the inner clan selection will be led by the great elders. Even if you're a founding elder, who do you think you are? I think you're here to cause trouble. Brothers, take him down. These black armors didn't listen to reason at all. Although Lu Yuan kept explaining, they didn't stop. A total of 10 Earth Core warriors attacked in an instant. Bastard. Lu Yuan squinted his eyes. He was really angry now. In a situation like this, no matter how good a person was, he would still get angry. Although he was a Heavenly Core warrior, there was a huge difference between the Heavenly Core realm and the Earth Core realm. Even 10 Earth Core warriors wouldn't be his match. The reason why he didn't attack was because if he did, it would be hard to predict what would happen next. There were people from the inner clan in the Nine Demons Manor, and if he didn't handle this well and was framed again, he could easily lose his life. Right at this moment, Lu Yuan's loud voice was effective. Stop. Right at this moment, an old but powerful voice sounded out. A few Earth Core warriors were about to attack, but at this moment, they realized that their legs had lost all their strength and fell to the ground. An old man who was more than 2 meters tall and was wearing a purple robe appeared at the entrance of the Nine Demons' villa. He forced back the black armored guards and sized up Lu Yuan. Then, he said in a loud and clear voice, "Sure enough, it's that brat Lu Yuan. I can verify their identities. Let them in." Hearing the old man's words, the black armors didn't dare say anything else. They just silently backed off and disappeared into the forest. Looking at the tall old man, Lu Yuan was pleasantly surprised. He said respectfully, "So it's the great elder of the purple family, Senior Gu Badian. I never thought that Senior would still remember me. I have a good memory. Speaking of which, it's been 4 to 5 years since I last saw you. I never thought that you would still be in such a sorry state. Even a small fry like this dares to bully you." The great elder of the purple family spoke without hesitation. His voice was loud and clear. "Senior Gu Badian, please don't laugh at me." Lu Yuan blushed with shame. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly introduced the old man to Gu Badian. "Senior, this is my daughter, Lu Lan. She also participated in the inner clan selection last time, but it's a pity that her skills weren't as good as others. This is my Qingyang Hall's disciple, Long Chen. He's here to participate in the inner clan selection. You too." With Lu Yuan's reminder, Long Chen and Lu Lan looked at each other and hurriedly bowed. Although this great elder of the purple family had a rough appearance, he was easy to talk to. If Chu Tianxiong ignored them or even bullied them, they could let Gu Batian be the judge. This was a good thing. Chapter 157. I've seen your daughter before. She's so pretty and delicate, and she's still so attractive. She's a good girl. As for this Long Chen, Gu Badian glanced at Long Chen, then he smiled and said, He's not bad. I've heard that you've defeated an Earth Core inner disciple. I'm looking forward to seeing your performance in the inner disciple selection." Long Chen knew, and Gu Batian could sense that Long Chen had already broken through to the Earth Core realm. Gu Batian seemed to have a lot of confidence in Long Chen, and this confused Lu Yuan and Lu Lan. But they just thought that Gu Batian was just being polite, so they didn't think too much about it. "Since you're here, let's go in." Gu Batian waved his hand, and Lu Yuan quickly followed. Although he wasn't young anymore, he was at least 20 years younger than Gu Batian, so he didn't dare to put on airs in front of Gu Batian. Following Gu Batian, they walked into the Nine Devil Villa's meeting hall. Now, everyone is waiting for the inner disciples to show up. I'm curious, why is there only one disciple from the Green Clan? I just came out for a breath of fresh air, and I heard you shouting outside. Tell me, what's going on? Gu Batian said lightly. Lu Yuan had a bitter expression on his face. This is all my fault. I was going to bring Long Chen to the Grand Elder's place, but we were delayed. The Grand Elder left first, so the three of us had to come here on our own. That's why we're a bit late. Gu Batian laughed when he heard this. What bullshit are you talking about? With that old man Chu Tianxiong's narrow-minded mind, he must have seen that his grandson's little genius is having a conflict with Long Chen, so he set a trap for you. When I arrived in the afternoon, that old man was already here. I think he left before the sun came up. Using this trick at his age, this old man is really disgusting. Gu Batian scolded Chu Tianxiong from the beginning to the end. Long Chen was secretly pleased when he heard this, and Lu Yuan and Lu Lan were also looking at each other. Gu Batian wasn't an idiot. When he saw that the Green family was missing a man, and then he remembered the rumor about the mortal core young genius from the Green family, he could roughly guess what had happened. The meeting hall was the largest building in the Nine Devils Villa. It was also the place where the inner clans gathered for the selection. Now, the 9 clans were already seated according to their seats. They were just waiting for the inner clans to appear. Then, they could start discussing the relevant matters. The tables in front of each seat were filled with delicacies. While the group was chatting happily, unexpectedly, Gu Batian, who had just gone out, actually brought back 3 people at this time. Most of the people present did not recognize these 3 people. In this group of people, the older ones were considered the elites of the older generation, while the younger ones were considered the elites of the younger generation. This lineup was still very large. Long Chen suddenly stood in such a position where everyone was looking at him, but he didn't have any fear. Sweeping his gaze over the crowd, he recognized the young geniuses at a glance. Just as he had expected, all of them were at the early Earth Core realm, and none of them were older than 20 years old. A few of them were not any weaker than Chu Yunxi, and Jin Shenzhen was also here. The seats were arranged according to gold, silver, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. That was why Long Chen easily found the Green family seat. In the Green family seat, there were 4 people who were looking at him in astonishment. Their faces were cold. Of these 4 people, there was naturally Chu Fengqin, his son and daughter, Chu Yunxi and Chu Yunyao. As for the one at the front, he was thin and small, but his eyes were filled with a piercing light. He wore a green robe, and his entire body was as sharp as a sword, causing Long Chen to not dare to look him in the eye. This person is the great elder of the Green family, Chu Tianxiong. He is indeed terrifying. Long Chen was a little scared, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of him. Although they had never met before, Chu Tianxiong had already humiliated him once. Beside Chu Tianxiong, Chu Yunxi saw Long Chen and Lu Lan appear. His eyes were filled with resentment, and his sister Chu Yunyao was the same. Just as Long Chen and the other 2 were brought in, Gu Batian said with a smile, "Old Chu, I only went out to pee, and I brought back another genius from your family. Come, Long Chen, return to your seat in the family and let your great elder take good care of you." Gu Batian said and directly brought Long Chen and the other 2 to the Green family. There were enough seats prepared here, so they could barely sit down. However, seeing that Long Chen's Lu Lan was beside them, Chu Yunxi and Chu Yunyao's faces turned ashen. They quickly moved to the side. "Why are you moving? Do you think I'm smelly? Old Chu, your grandson is too outrageous. Come, sit properly for me. Don't move." Gu Batian pretended to be very angry. Chu Yunxi and Chu Yunyao were so scared that they didn't dare to move. They looked to Chu Tianxiong for help. Chu Tianxiong looked at Gu Batian indifferently and said, "Sit down. Why are you moving around?" "That's right. All right, this old man won't disturb you anymore." After settling the matters here and settling Long Chen and the others, Gu Batian smiled at Chu Tianxiong and returned to the Purple family. From the looks of it, Gu Batian and Chu Tianxiong should be the kind of lifelong enemy. Even the inner race selection this time was likely to be a confrontation. On the Purple family's side, besides people like Chu Fengqin, there were 2 other young men. One of them didn't feel much different from Chu Yunxi. These 2 men were probably the genius martial artists of the Purple family who would be participating in the inner race selection. At this time, they were looking at the newcomer, Long Chen, with great interest. When Gu Batian returned to the Purple family's side, the assembly hall returned to silence. Everyone's gazes uniformly fell on Long Chen. They began to discuss in low voices. What they were discussing was the triangle relationship between Long Chen, Lu Lan, and Chu Yunxi. Among them, there were also evaluations of Long Chen's previous battles. Long Chen's arrival had caused quite a bit of discussion. Long Chen hid in the dark and was also secretly sizing up the people present. Especially the 9 outer race elders, as well as the 20 or so genius martial artists who would be participating in the inner race selection. There were too many people, so he couldn't remember all of them at once. However, there was one person from the Jin family that attracted Long Chen's attention. This person was sitting at the very front. He should be a grand elder. However, compared to the other grand elders, this person was much younger. He should be around the same age as Chu Fengqing. This person looked very similar to Jin Shenzhen. However, compared to Jin Shingen's exaggeration, this person was more mature and stern. His gaze was like a sharp sword. Compared to Chu Tianxiong, he was even more frightening. One look and one could tell that he was a super overlord. This person should be the legendary Grand Elder of the Jin family. Long Chen was secretly on guard. This was because he discovered that although this person was drinking tea with his head lowered, his gaze was on him. To tell the truth, Long Chen was originally a genius martial artist of the Green family, but he had just arrived at this time. There was definitely something fishy going on. Soon, someone asked, "Brother Chu, why did this little fellow arrive so late? Could it be that he fell off the Peng bird?" Looking at this person's identity, he was also a Grand Elder. In the Yuanling County, the Peng family's demonic beasts had great endurance and were huge in size. They were very suitable for long-distance travel. Therefore, most major forces would raise or domesticate many Peng family's demonic beasts. For example, the Azure Sun Hall's wind-splitting divine Peng was one of them. This person was just joking to liven up the atmosphere. However, at this time, Chu Tianxiong's face was gloomy. He turned to look at Lu Yuan and said, "I told you to arrive at 7 in the morning, but you insisted on delaying for an hour. It seems that you don't put this Grand Elder in your eyes?" Chu Tianxiong was completely making this up. However, now that he had pinned the reason for Long Chen's late arrival on Lu Yuan's head, Lu Yuan could only swallow his anger and said, "I wouldn't dare, of course I wouldn't dare. Grand Elder, this is my fault. When we return to the Green family, you must punish me properly." "Forget about the punishment," Chu Tianxiong said faintly. "However, after so many years, you haven't made any contributions. If you make such a low-level mistake again, you don't need to be a Grand Elder anymore." Although Chu Tianxiong's voice wasn't loud, everyone heard it. When they heard it, they all had different expressions. Gu Batian, who knew the truth of the matter, smiled mockingly at Chu Tianxiong and mouthed a few words, which meant, "Chu Tianxiong, you're really regressing with age. You even bully your own juniors." Of course, the only one who understood what Gu Batian meant was Chu Tianxiong. Chu Tianxiong clenched his fists, then quietly released them. "Grand Elder, I won't do anything wrong in the future. Thank you for not punishing me." Finally, after getting through this, Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and said submissively, "It's good that you know your mistakes and can change. Alright, you don't have the right to speak here. Don't let the other experts see you as a joke." Chu Tianxiong lowered his head and drank his tea. Long Chen saw all of this. The corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. At Ling Shi's reminder, he suddenly saw a few shadows flashing in the depths of the hall from the corner of his eyes. It seemed that someone was about to come in. His mind raced as he suddenly stood up with a bang. Whoosh! Long Chen's inexplicable action immediately attracted a lot of suspicion. Lu Yuan and Lu Lan were even more shocked. They pulled Long Chen, wanting him to sit down. However, Long Chen didn't move at all. He looked coldly at Chu Tianxiong and said, "Long Chen, I've heard that the Grand Elder of the Green family is a gentleman who can distinguish right from wrong. Today, I see that you're just a person who favors your juniors. Regardless of right or wrong, you're a villain who bullies the weak. This is really an eye-opener for me." You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.